Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the day number 2 here of the GSL CK. GSL CK number 5, day 2. We're here. We are back with the second week of GSL. I'm, of course, your host, IVIP, with you. I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well, here over on the SOOP platform. And, of course, VODs will be available on YouTube thereafter. But welcome one all, to the second half of the tournament here. For those that were here last week, you would know what occurred, but it was one of the first big events, and not the first big event, on the latest iteration of the patch, and we have been featuring a race war. Let's GSL CK number 5 race wars. Let's go, Bible, let's go. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the event itself. When it comes to the event so far, when it comes to said tournaments, we already had day 1 last week, and it is an all-kill format team league event. Let me quickly just have a look at the, there we go, I have the results so far at the standings. So day 1, it was a round robin, a free-for-all King of the Hill style tournament. It all began with Zaun versus Bjorn. When it comes to the teams, we have Team Zerg versus Team Protoss and Team Terran. For Terran, we have Bjorn, we have Cure, Maru, and Innovation. For Protoss, it is Zaun alongside Classic, Hero, and Trap. For Zerg, it is Rogue, and more Rogue. It's Zaun took down Bjorn initially, and then Rogue, he went on a massive tear, winning 13 games in a row, 13-0. Rogue, he all killed the Korean scene. He all killed both Team Terran and Team Protoss. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. And funnily enough, we actually had a winners interview afterwards. If you do check the comment section of the previous YouTube video, we did give a rough translation. Shin, as team captain, he was interviewed. And Shin revealed that Rogue actually had no practice on the patch. He played like 2 ladder games, and he watched Shin's YouTube channel, which is why they were memeing about Shin's YouTube. So again, he'd only seen Shin's YouTube channel, and as a result, Rogue, he was able to go 13-0 with just his fundamentals. At least Shin's words, it was just his fundamentals, and he popped off. It was crazy, papi, it was crazy. Yeah, and that leads us into day number 2. Now we have a playoff bracket, and now it is going to be a team kill here. It is a team kill. It is going to be a team match between Team Terran and Team Protoss. Let's go. Bearing in mind that Zerg, because of Rogue's performance last week, Zerg is going to be lying in wait in the winners match in the finals of this tournament. We're here to find out who's going to face off against Team Zerg. Will it be Team Terran or Team Protoss? Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Attorney's Edge, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss player himself. We have the South Green Protoss. It is a classic. For Virtus Pro, repping Team Protoss, and spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the legendary player himself. We have the red Terran. We have the red Terran player. For Team Terran, it is Innovation. Let's go, Bible, let's go. We are going to be jumping in now very quickly. I do have to adjust this. So Innovation unfortunately has no webcam, so that is why we can see double classics. So I'll fix that up. There we go. We are jumping into our TVP. It is going to be a best of 2 between Classic and Innovation. Now, when it comes to the format itself, it is King of the Hill. It is King of the Hill all-kill style format. I think all-kill just makes more sense in this kind of situation. Basically, the winner stays on. Winner stays on, loser is knocked out. So it is going to be Classic versus Innovation, and the winner will be able to stay on. The losing team will have to field another player. Bjorn, Cure, or Maru. Another player. If Terran were to lose, or if Classic were to lose, they'd have to field Hero, Trap, or Zaun. So that is the format that we have here. Now, it is a little bit more complex than that. We do have the format locked down at this point after day number 1. But because Innovation is a quote-unquote legend player, each team has a legendary player who's retired. So we have Innovation, we have Trap, and we have Armani. Terran, Protoss, Zerg. Because he's a legendary player, he has that status, if you will. Innovation only needs to win 1 game. It's best of 2. Classic versus Innovation, it's going to be a best of 2 between them, and if Classic wins 2-0, then he stays on. If we tie 1-1, or if Innovation, of course, wins 2-0, then Innovation stays on instead. So Innovation has that advantage over Classic, because Innovation's a retired player, and Classic is one of the best players in the world. But here we go. We're going to be settling in. Welcome to Attorney's Edge. We're settling into our initial best of 2. True. We have our initial best of 2. I'm trying to figure out how to display this exactly. Day2. I'm referring to out of. Yeah, I think we'll do this. We'll do this. Okay, okay. So our first matchup. From here, Raktis Man, economic opener here out of Innovation, just going for a standard start, going for a safety bunker as well to keep his CC safe while we build up into our further tech. Meanwhile, Classic going for his own Twilight Council opener. Now, when it comes to the meta of TVP, there have been some changes, some shifts, some adjustments. Due to the warp gate changes, we have seen a couple of adjustments when it comes to Protoss openers. What we have been seeing, and I'm curious if we see it here as well, is Protoss players being a little bit greedier. Previously, the standard safe opener was going 3-gate blink into a third base. It'd be greedy to go 2-gateway, but we have seen, because of the recent changes to warp gate, specifically the warp gate production increase off of vanilla gateways when the warp gate upgrade is done, it does mean that you have increased production and you can actually get away with 2-gate openers in a safer manner. So 2-gate blink into a third, but without turning your gateways into warp gates, has been more efficient, and has been safer, and has been greedier even as well. So we'll see if we do see that come into play, or again if we mix things up a little bit further. If we're casting someone like someone like Hero, for example, then we're expecting some more dynamic play. But here Classic is playing standard, and due to that, I see 1 gateway at the natural, I see 1 gateway in the main, so it is going to be 2-gate blink into the third expansion. Safety robo for sure, but no warp gates. No warp gates. The downside of this opener is that without warp gates, it can be a little bit difficult to react in time to defend against like drop play, like Raven Harass, Widowmine drops. Early drop play in general. You have to be in position or have map control and be able to have map vision to scout a drop ahead of time. As you can see here, pylons are being thrown down to help with that. So we have our spotter pylons. Meanwhile, Innovation, he's going for his own 3-1-1 setup. So 3 axes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Stim is on the way. We're building up our bio so far for that eventual Stim timing and move out. Until then, Innovation is stuck at home. Like, we're stuck at home, we can't really be active without these upgrades, and Innovation, he chose to skip Reaper, and he chose to skip Hellion. So if you can see here, Innovation sees nothing. This is quite greedy here. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, 0 information here for Innovation, and again, he's not even going for an early medevac, so he's working with very incomplete information here. Meanwhile, Classic is chilling, claiming a third. Claiming his third base, you know, gaining map control, I gotta whip out my Google Translate. Oh no. Classic saying, yo, where are you? What's going on? Are you what are you doing? SOOP Innovation. As again, Innovation is still just stabilizing back at home. And building up. Yeah. So Classic here, he said, hey, why aren't you sending anything over? And then the Z is Innovation laughing. It's Innovation laughing. So yeah, Classic, as we were saying, you know, again, Innovation's being very greedy and just kind of building up. There's no drop play, there's no Hellion, there's no Reaper, there's nothing being active, and Classic making a little, poking some fun. Again, both ex-KT players from back in the day. As Classic can now freely claim his third base. Storm is now on the way. We're working towards charge. Gateway explosion as well. Still no warped in warp gates. Classic is looking very comfortable. This is where I'm a little bit concerned because of the recent greed and the changes, of course, to the patch when it comes to this opener. Because of the corners you can cut, Classic is looking. I mean, he's freely building on 3 bases. So there's a lot of pressure on Innovation on this move out to get damage done. Like, the pressure is on Inno. Raven Harass into the main base at the same time. Stalkers, they blink in. Yeah, they blink into the main, and they shouldn't get much done. The medevac does get low. Medevac gets low. Stalkers, they blink away. And so far, Classic again just trying to keep eyes on the move outs. Raven Harass into the main base does get 2 probes. 2 probes do go down. But only 2 workers here. At least Raven, of course, is still alive, so we can always go back in. Distract. Here comes the main push. Here comes Innovation. Now, behind this, it's not a 2-ace all-in. Third CC. Third CC is going to be on location, so Innovation is expanding. Even though he's not all-in, the pressure's still on Inno to get damage done, though. Like, he has to trade well. He has to do something to hinder and slow down Classic. Innovation stimming across the map and reinforcing here with these medevacs. Innovation is coming. And he's going to be pushing into Storm. Wow, Storm is already done. Yeah, Storm is already complete. Classic is waiting on the high ground. Scandals reveal the army. Inno rotating around. Coming from behind. We'll siege up those tanks. Oof. Does siege up in time. We'll catch a pylon. And nice pre-split. Nice pre-split so far. Storm grazing the army. Okay, so far better engaged from Minnow. Forcing on Archon. Does focus the town as well. Nice trades. Nice trades. At the same time, Raven is activated. But Classic trying to come in from behind. He wants those tanks. Or does he just counterattack? Oh, this is risky. There's nothing here. He leaves nothing at home to defend. He just sends everything across the map. Raven harass into the mineral line, and Innovation doesn't know. Innovation doesn't know that the army is no longer there. So Innovation is slowly creeping forward, whereas Classic sends all of his Zelts across the map. But okay, comes back home with a storm. I thought it was crazy. Thought it would just go for the base trade. Zelts will catch reinforcements. At the same time, ooh, storm on the main. Oh my, he stands in the storms. Oh my god. Yeah, crazy damage. Medevac goes down. Heavy loss of innovation. He will lose both Medevacs. He will lose high ground vision. And he still has that Medevac further back. But the tanks are low. Yeah, tanks are low. SCVs are going down. These Elves are wreaking havoc. 15 SCV kills. Critical damage. At the same time, dropping to the mineral line. Distracting Classic. But Innovation is losing too much back at home. And he doesn't have enough here. Oh my god, another storm. Classic panicking a little bit here, going for the double storm. Meanwhile, 5 probes have gone down. The High Templar, they rotate. Main army as well. Shows that storm. Does connect. So far, good enough control. 1. High Templar does get picked off. Yeah, losing 1 High Templar. Marines going to be pushing in. Innovation is gaining some ground here. It's getting a little bit messy, but he should not get into the mineral line. I say that. 13 probes. Oh my god. 13 probes going down. Do we have a storm? Not quite. So we're getting messy. We're getting very, very messy. 17 probe kills. This should not have happened. This is getting out of hand. Just 2 Marauders. And this is the downside of not having warp gates. Oh, I mean, we do have them. We just have to respond. We just have to respond and we have to react. Okay, Classic. The macro here is struggling a little bit, as gateways were depowered earlier. True. And there we go. There's the warp in. 23 probe kills. Oof. Critical damage. And now suddenly we're in a position here where Innovation, he's on 3 bases, he has a comparable worker count plus mules, so a better economy against Classic. 47 probes against 44 SCVs. Again, this should have been a cleaner defense. Classic had the tools to defend, but specifically the drop play. The drop play here into the natural and the main stim into the the drop into the 3rd base and the main stim into the natural did critical damage. And the drop play continues. Yeah, the drop play does continue. Classic turns back around. He was about to push out. Yeah, he turns back around. Gas Geyser does fall. Marines are low, but they're doing a lot of damage. They're buying time, more importantly. Yeah, they're buying more time. Back at home, Innovation building up a massive field of Widow Mines. Building up his bio. Marines, Marauders. Jeez. That's a massive army. Now, as Innovation moves out, we do have a backstab. And we have noticed here, of course, that Innovation has had some shaky defense, as he rarely leaves units back at him to defend. So this drop has potential. Show us the storms. Yeah, first storm lands. Second storm is all on top of the mines. Oh my god. Innovation goes through the storms and Widow Mines are going down. And some heavy losses. That's 4 mines falling already. Losing up to 5. 5 Widow Mines go down. Dropping to the main base. A little bit messy here, but SCVs are falling. And now there's barely any mines left. Yeah, there's only 2 Widow Mines with the main army. Innovation, he will defend. We're losing 5 SCVs. But that main push is deflected. You know, he has to back off. He cannot quite push in. Classic is holding. He's recovering economically. Behind this, going for the Bay, going for Colossus production. But Classic, the size of his army is still lacking here. He's still lacking. Innovation dropping into the main. Past the Moopies. Let's go. As Innovation steps up, 1-1 is about to complete. Looks like it will finish. Will not get depowered. And won't get depowered at the same time. Classic does harass here across the map. The Viking's going to shut that down, though. Yeah, the Viking will help defend. And Innovation picks. It picks up, pulls away. Second army coming in, and there's nothing to defend here. This 3rd base is going to go down. Classic completely out of position. Yeah, we'll lose the expansion, and Classic just cannot keep up. And Innovation, bearing in mind that Classic, he straight up is top 2 Protoss in the world alongside Hero, and Innovation, he is tearing him apart. Oh, and the old man, he still got it, man. He still got it. If you remember, in last week's winners interview, Björn did say that Innovation was going to be practicing for this tournament, and they had a little bit more confidence to send out Innovation first. True, I didn't get to discuss it actually, but in last week's winners interview, Björn did say that Innovation was going to be fielded first if he practiced. Looks like he practiced, and yeah, it's been a very chaotic game so far, but he is tearing Classic apart. We have that supply advantage. Now, there's still Storms. Like, Storms can still break this army, but again, it's very Marauder heavy. We can tank some Storms. Innovation, he can tank. Jesus, steams through the storm. Innovation, Marauders are tanky, they're not that tanky. Oh god. Takes all the storms to the face. Innovation, calm down. Calm down, baby. Storms a zone, mines they will connect. And even with a bit of a shakier fight, it's still fine. Innovation is across the map, he's knocking down more bases, we'll take another storm to the face. So Innovation, he will out-trade, takes down the Prism, takes down the High Templar as well. 0 storms left. And this is the final army. The final army for Classic. Back at home, he's losing everything at the natural. Ooh, mine shall say reset. Blinks into the mines. Oh my god. Blinks into the mines. GG gets called in Innovation. He takes game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Innovation, he will claim a lead in the series. He'll claim a lead. And again, Classic, honestly, he was popping off initially. Like Classic, he was able to get away with a greedy build, got into Storm, he saw the move out, he was able to shut down the main push, he was able to counterattack as well. Everything was looking good, but that drop defense was lacking for Classic. The drop into the third base, the push into the natural. Classic, he had the army to defend, but he was maybe being a little bit wasteful with his Storms, and his army wasn't quite able to split up in time. He was torn apart, his attention was torn apart. Maybe some overconfidence out of Classic. Maybe some overconfidence there. And with that, oh, no, the crying face emojis in the lobby chat. But in the end, it was torn apart, and with that, Innovation takes game 1, and that does mean that Classic is going to be knocked out here. Yeah, remember we said it earlier that Classic has to 2-0. Innovation takes the game. So Innovation already doing it for his team, doing it for Team Terran. And yep, there it is. And Classic, he is out. Okay. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Innovation, remember, he only had to win 1 game. Just 1 game. And with that, Innovation, he will take down Classic 1-0 in that initial series. Remember, the way that this format works between these 2 players, because Innovation is a legendary player, retired player, is that Classic at the 2-0, Innovation just had to win 1 game. Just had to win 1 game. We could have seen a second game here if Classic had won the first one, but Innovation, he will be able to take down Classic. And with that, Innovation, he does kick things off with a win for Team Terran. GG. The fanfare. GG, well played. With that, Innovation, he will stay on, and now it is up to Team Protoss to field the next player. Bam, here we go. Here we go. So Innovation versus TBD. Team Protoss have to discuss amongst themselves who is left. We have Trap, we have Hero as well, and Zaun. So 3 players remaining here for Team Protoss. Bearing in mind that the captain, which I believe is Zaun, I'll have to double check that. But the captain will force this into a best of 1. No, actually, I believe the best of 2 rule supersedes that. Okay, so yeah, best of 2 regardless here. We'll see if it's going to be Zaun, Hero, or Trap. I wouldn't mind seeing Trap versus Innovation, not gonna lie. Like, Trap, he's also another quote-unquote retired player here. He is retired. Recently returning to the game, and he's been looking pretty good. Trap, unlike all the other players at Doyo Cup, Trap, he's the only player that has been playing in tournaments outside of just these invitationals. You know, shout out to Innovation, you know, he came back for this event, but Innovation's not playing in Open Cups. He's not playing in RSL qualifiers, for example. Trap is playing in the Open Cups and is playing in the RSL qualifiers, at least over the past week, 2 weeks, since Doyo Cup. So Trap, he is being active again. Now, does that mean that he's going to return to competitive play? I think it's still too early to tell, but at least for now, Trap, he's enjoying himself. He's enjoying himself, he's playing more, and yep, there it is. Trap is going to be our next competitor. Let's go. And because both, like, there's legend versus legend. So because both legends are facing off against each other, we have confirmation that best of 2 rule does not apply. It is going to be a best of 3. So best of 3 between Innovation and Trap. Legend versus legend. Let's go. Ah, beautiful. Now, before I get ahead of myself, I do have to quickly set up our cameras. Beautiful. Hey, we got it. Look at him go. Ah. Sipping on that coffee. Getting ready for the match. So Trap is here. We have our cams. Players are ready, and we are jumping to game number 1 of this best of 3. Game 1 is going to be on Blackrock. Let's go. Let us go. So we got Innovation. He's got 1 win for himself and for his team so far, but we still got 3 Protoss players left to work through. Can he go the distance? Can he pull a rogue and all kill? I mean, Innovation, it's not going to be easy here, but I'm very excited to see just how much he has grown in such a short period of time. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Blackrock, we have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss, representing Team Protoss, the legend himself. It is Trap. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran, the legend of his team as well, as this is a legend versus legend match. Best of 3, it is Innovation. Let's go. Let us go. See in the chat, the old man. Classic is 2 years older than Innovation. I should say the retired man. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. As here we go, Innovation. He does send out an early SCV. Okay, looking to be a little bit cheeky here, Innovation. Now, when it comes to a lot of these returning players, typically they're a little bit more limited in their builds, just because, you know, they've been playing a little bit less. They only recently came back, so they do need a little bit more time to start to branch out. But Innovation does open up with the Proxy Rax, Gas back at home. Are we just going Proxy Reaper, or do we double down and go into a Tech Lab and go Proxy Marauder instead? Do we do something a little bit more nefarious here instead? Let's go. Yeah. Can you link Innovation's accounts? Oh yeah, for those that are maybe watching the VOD, or even for those that are watching live as well, all the players, or at least the majority of the players, are streaming their POVs on SOOP. So I believe Innovation, he's live on SOOP alongside many of the other players as well. And I think a lot of the other players, they're live at the moment, and they're also live streaming the like the group conversations when they're not playing from the rest of their teammates specifically. So Bjorn, he's with Maru and Cure. They're all in call right now. I'm sure discussing amongst themselves. I believe all on stream. But now, though, it is Proxy Marauder. As we mentioned, we were curious if it was going to be Proxy Reaper or Proxy Tech Lab into the Marauder. It is going to be Marauder instead. Meanwhile, Trap, he will go for the Probe Scout, and Trap, he will confirm that the Rax is missing. Now, it is not uncommon for the Rax to be thrown down further behind the main base or inside the main at the natural, at the third location as well. Trap, he wants that SCV. He won't quite get it. Trap, he does not make a Safety Zealot, I don't believe. No Safety Zealot. Still does go for the expansion. Marauders are amassing, and can Innovation punish this? There's no safety battery on the low ground either. Bunkers being thrown down. Trap, it looks like he believed that it was going to be a fake out, but it's anything but. Yeah, it's anything but. Trap nibbling away here at the SCV. Oh. SCV does take a hit to the face. There's the safety battery. Going for 2 batteries, but the pylon is exposed. Now we have a second Marauder, and I believe that pylon is going to go down. So nice pick up. Takes down the pylon. Marauders, they move in. Now within range of the batteries, they're also going to go down as well. There's a messy defense here by Trap. Trap is supply blocked. Yeah, Trap is supply blocked. 2 Stalkers is all he has, and I believe this second battery should also fall. Trap, can he get on top of that bunker? Oh, he can, and he will. Yeah, bunker is denied just barely. Marauders, oh, they almost catch a Stalker. Second SCV shows up. Yeah, we have a second SCV. A little bit of a panic there. Boys are being pulled. 1, 2 probes going to be going down. There's the anti-overcharge on the battery. Trap are no longer supply blocked. And no longer blocked. A little bit messy when it comes to the target firing out of Innovation. A little bit messy, but he will keep reinforcing. Gets another Stalker. Gets one more. Oh, gets two. Ooh, gets two more. There's one left. And just one remaining in that bunker. It's going to finish. Wow, the bunker does complete. Battery falls as well. This is getting out of hand. At the same time, Trap trying to be annoying. Back at home, we do see a transition to 1-1-1 out of Innovation. Factory into Starport. And it's a tough hold here. Heavy losses for Trap. I don't know if he can really break out in time. He's gonna have 3 Stalkers by the time the Immortal comes out with Chrono Boost. I believe this Nexus is killed. You can see here that Trap is trying to tank some shots, trying to tank shots for the Nexus, but it should go down. There's 4 Marauders DPSing it down. The other boys are being pulled. Desperation at Trap. He cannot lose this. He can't lose the base. He's going for it. He does dive in, and he will. He will lose the expansion. Massive pick off here. Does target fire. Oh, the battery! The battery saves it! Oh my god! Yeah, the battery is not going to be enough. Not going to be enough. In the end, did tank it a little bit longer, but the Nexus goes down. Widowmine does burrow. Shot is baited. And Trap, he's in a rough position here. Being forced into one base play. Trap still supplied with as well after losing the Nexus, so he cannot reinforce. And back at home, Innovation is setting up. We have the CC on the high ground. Widowmine is in position. Bearing in mind that Marauders aren't going to be defensive, as there are no Marauders left. Rax is found. Trap is coming. And back at home, so typically, what do we want to defend? Cyclones. Like, Cyclones are ideal here in this kind of position. And now we have our first Cyclone on the way. The Cyclone was delayed because of the Widowmines. And because of that, this is going to get a little bit rowdy here. The Mine Shot. Oh, does retarget. It does retarget. Goes off on the Immortal. Widowmine goes down. There's nothing here. There's nothing to defend. Again, the Cyclone was delayed. Boys are being pulled. Army gets in, and Innovation may have killed the natural, but will Trap kill the main? We're getting rowdy, Pappy. We're getting rowdy as boys are being pulled and more Stalkers are arriving. This is too much. One Cyclone, it's not going to be enough here. Not to defend against 4 Stalkers. The Liberator has arrived as well. Whew. But that's 9 SCVs. 9 workers going down. Again, we're getting very, very messy here. Both players on one base, but Innovation does have the faster natural. He'll have faster double SCV production. But Trap is not done. Yeah, Trap is not done. Picking up, dropping into the main. Does drop in. Oh, we get the lock on. First Cyclone is, gonna go down though. Yeah, heavy losses here for Innovation. Losing the first Cyclone. GG gets called. Trap overwhelms, and Trap, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Trap will take a lead in the series. Again, it was greedy for Innovation to go Widowmine first. If you remember, he made 2 Widowmines. One he rallied across the map. The other, he had it back at home to defend in time for the push. But that did delay the Tech Lab. That did delay any Cyclone or tank production. So it was a weaker defense there from Innovation. That's all he had. And in the end, it was not enough. GG. GG, well played. Some successful aggression out of Innovation. But again, he wasn't quite ready for the follow-up. Wasn't ready for it. And with that, Trap will take... Sorry, I have to fix up the score. There we go. Trap will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Innovation can bring it back and force the ace match, or if Trap will close it out. Can Trap achieve what Classic could not? To be fair, it was a very different kind of game. Very, very different kind of game here. And Trap has a bit of a breathing room here because it's a best of 3, whereas Classic, he could not afford to lose a single game. Trap, he has some wiggle room here. Meanwhile, the pressure is now on Innovation. Now, you could argue that even if Innovation goes down here to Trap, like, he did his job. Like, he very much so did his job, and he was able to bring down Classic level players. Looks like we might be experiencing a bit of a lobby bug. Yeah. I will see. So for those who are curious, currently for this patch, there is a bit of a lobby bug where you'll hear it soon, where you can hear the countdown timer and... Okay, we're good. But you could hear it continuing. You could hear the countdown timer continuing where it just bugs out. But thankfully, we're going back in. And we're going to be loading into Fear and Faith. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the red Protoss player. Oh, my apologies if I... There we go. We have the red Protoss player himself. We have the South Korean Protoss. Oh, who is it? No, Rex! No! Whenever someone's lagging in game, like as a caster, you always hold your breath. You're like, is it me? Like, is it? Wait, what's going on? The panic sets in. It Rex of oh yeah, Rex Okay, there we go. Should be fine now. It's possible that something that happens when that occurs is it's possible that Rex was turning on his VPN. Sometimes routing to a certain server is a little bit messy, so as casters or even players as well, like we turn on VPNs for certain servers, whether it's Korean server, US West, US Central, European. VPNs can help. Whew. But hopefully everything settles down. Shout out to Rex, of course. Rex, good dear friend, casting as well in his own native language, Taiwanese Zerg. For now we're going to be calming down, and welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player spawn map. Wait, did I even get into the intros? Okay, bottom left-hand corner, we do have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Team Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is a trap. Bam. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player for Team Terran, the legend himself. It is Innovation. Again, legend versus legend, innovation versus trap. Because they both have that legendary status, it is going to be a best of 3 between these two players. Not a best of 2, and it will be a best of 3. We can see Trap scouting top left, looking for innovation spawn location. Remember, welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in any corner of the map, but all these corners are connected with this monorail system, with this tubing system. So Trap, he's going to be moving in to scout, bearing in mind that only workers can fit inside. Only workers. You can't like link flood through the tubes or go for like a zealot rush or send your marines in. Only workers can fit inside. It's just a way to speed up scouting to help with the RNG nature of the map itself. And Innovation will be scouted, and he's opening up 2 racks. Okay, I say 2 racks. Racks expand into a second rack. This looks like a 3 racks follow-up here, so a very aggressive follow-up. Innovation, once again, no SCV scout. We saw this against Classic. We're seeing this against Trap as well. 0 SCV scout, 0 Reaper, no Hellion. Remember, it's a 3 racks. 3rd racks has been thrown down. What does this entail? We're working towards a stim timing. So 3 racks is mass bio into stim. This does hit really hard and has a lot of potential, but right now, Innovation's gambling. So really, 2 out of 3, in the sense that he's hoping that Trap is spawning in a close location, and now he's scouting. So if Trap was either bottom right or top left, it'd be close spawns, short rush distance by ground. Unfortunately for Innovation, as Trap is going for he's going for 1 base all in. I was gonna say, unfortunately for Innovation, Trap would have diagonal spawns instead, but hey, your Warpins, they don't care about spawn locations. We're rushing across the map. The first Delta has arrived. We're rallying across with our Adept and with the committed proxy, Robo, and a Gateway. Now, because of the build of choice, Innovation's in trouble, right? Because there's no factory, no tank. There's no defensive tank, there's no defensive cyclone. We only have vanilla Marines, and Stim is a ways away. So these Marines are so fragile right now, and they have limited DPS because they have no Stim. So this is where Innovation's at his most vulnerable. He's very, very vulnerable here, and this build is supposed to try to hard counter this and abuse the fact that there's no defensive tanks or no defensive cyclones. Trap, can he abuse? Shades in. Yeah, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Adam gets caught. The proxy continues. Immortal's on the way. And again, there's still a big window in time where Trap can break through. For Innovation, he has to be willing to give up on the natural. We need a bunker. Like, now he knows. Like, it's been a late reaction, but we need a bunker on the high ground. We need a bunker, and we need to be willing to pull the boys to repair and to tank. Remember, Innovation's on 2 CCs and double mule. Innovation can afford to lose workers, so it's okay. It's okay to lose some SCVs. As Innovation's being a little bit ambitious here. It's being a little bit cavalier. Oh! Yeah, he gets punished for it, losing 2 Marines. Yeah, very, very ambitious here. There we go, lifts up the natural, losing 4 Marines in total. Oof. Yeah, 4 Marines go down. Now we're diving on the bunker. We do focus on 2 Marines. And so far, no damage to the bunker, I should say. Boys are being pulled. They hit a repair. But again, that was a lot of Marine kills, and Trap, I believe, has lost only 1 Stalker. The Prism has arrived, now we can juggle. Now there's high ground vision. And Deeper's gonna go down. we do have a factory on the way, and we're dropping in out of range of the bunker as well. It's out of range. So far, decent pickup micro. Decent control, decent micro. Rotates over towards the main. I mean, the ring count is building up. True. We're building up that bio, building up the Marines. And Trap, he expands. Yeah, late expansion by Trap. It looks like Trap, he has realized that the ring count is too high, that Trap can no longer break through. There's potential with force fields. Ooh, locks in some of the SCVs. Very nice force fields. Innovation force to lift. Yeah, lifts up the CC. Ooh, he gets locked in once again. Yeah, he's getting locked down, getting locked in. He cannot kite back. Forced to fight. Bleeding out so many units here. The juggling. Oh my god, saves the Immortal. And those were insane trades, by the way. Look how low the army is as well. Trap the control. Calm down. He still got it. He still got it. Looking at the trades, that was 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers, 1 Sentry. Really, in that engagement, it was 1 Stalker, 1 Sentry going down for 19 Marines. And all those SCVs. So again, some heavy losses for Innovation. Immortal drop into the main. Trap having his way with his army. Tank has arrived. And the tank will defend. Now, the issue here isn't just that Innovation has lost a bunch of workers and lost a bunch of Marines. It means that his move out is going to be delayed, it's going to be hindered, but on top of that, because Innovation had to make the choice to go into the factory and into Tech Lab and into tank production, it means that the stim timing that originally was planned isn't there. There is no Tech Lab on the racks, there is no stim, because we needed the factory. Oh no! Oh, miscontrol. Miscontrol by Trap, losing the full Warp Prism. 2 Immortals go down, heavy losses, and we have a back and forth. Massive cash there from Innovation. Trap, there was not enough dead space. Ooh, nice force field. Very nice force field. Oh, tank is within range though. Trap, he picks off 2 more Marines. Very meticulous micro there out of Trap. Innovation breaking out. And Trap, ooh, he will take a massive tank shot to the face, losing 2 more sentries. And Trap, we gotta respect the tank back. We gotta respect it. And again, with the arrival of the tank, Innovation has held. He has held on. Back at home, Trap, he is saturating. He's up by 10 workers. We're transitioning into a longer game. Innovation did survive. But as we were trying to emphasize, Innovation, he has no real pushing power because he has no stim. Without stim, he's stuck at home. Catching out a couple of units. Throwing down bunkers. Oh, I do actually really like this. Trap going for a Dark Shrine. Yeah, Dark Shrine is on the way. We still have the proxy here right outside of the front door, by the way. We can warp in those DTs. Now, the reason why I like DTs in this kind of position here is because the economy is so bare bones for Innovation, he wants the mule. He wants the mule, so there's a very low chance that he will have scans ready. Ah, but he's getting a safety turret. Wow. Safety turret is on the way. There's going to be a turret in the main base. There's no turret in the... Sorry, there's going to be a turret at the natural. There's no turret in the main. But the proxy is going to be cleaned up. Innovation is breaking free. There is that Warp Prism to still warp in. But with those turrets finishing up, I don't see Trap getting much done here. We'll see if he gets into the main. I believe there is a Viking. As you can see here, there's a Viking that's in position. Scan does reveal the Dark Shrine. Massive scout. Massive scan. Prism moves in. Vikings ready. Ooh, and we'll take a lot of hits. Prism has to get the hell out of here. It's deflected. Trap now knows that he's been scouted, and Trap is going for the ninja base. We're just... let's go. Let's go. We're clowning, Patty. Proxy Robot, 1 base all in, into an expand, into a ninja third. Do I even believe that we need a ninja third base? Not really, but sure, why not? Oh. Does Trap react? Okay, Jesus. Innovation, he set up the trap. Be careful, Trap, be careful. And from here, we're calming down, and where exactly are we tech-wise? So, when it comes to the upgrades, Charge. Charge is now done. We're getting to a Gateway Explosion, into Templar Archives, into High Templar, Storm, and Archon, so it's going to be Charge or Archon out of our Protoss player. This will be ideal to try to break Innovation, as Innovation gets a third base. Pushing into the natural is going to be very difficult. As you can see, we have a full wall-off with tanks, with turrets, with bunkers as well. So there's no need for Trap to push into this. There is no need. Innovation, he's going for his own double drop. He may just stumble upon the ninja, by the way. He's hugging the edge of the map. And you can see his rally is going past the expand. And Trappy spotted this with the observer, trying to intercept. Oh! And does spot the drop. I mean, they spot each other. And this space has not paid for itself. Yeah, there's no saturation. Probes are going to be going down. And Trap is being distracted. He's being dragged out of position. Here comes the main army. Ooh, who hits first though? Yeah, Prism goes in. DT's into the main. SCV's going to be going down. This Nexus will fall. And the main armies are about to clash. Uh-oh. Who sieges first? Yeah, who reacts? That's him. Innovation, he stims. Catching out some Zealots. SCVs are falling at the same time. I mean, hey, that's still economic damage being dealt here, bottom right. As again, we're getting messy. There are scans available. First scan pops off. Zealot warping into the main. Innovation, he races back home to defend. Oh. He races back home. He will deflect. Trap going. He's an animal. Trap is going for top left. Let's go. Again, we don't need it. We could just take a third. Like, the third, like, defending on 3 bases isn't too awful here on Fear and Faith. The 4th base, for sure, is brutal to take. But here we go. Here comes Innovation. Here comes the main army. Rushing across the map. Force fields, they buy some time. But there's no splash damage. We're the High Templar. Here they come. Here we go. The first storm. One storm with the tanks as well. But they can tank. Oh my god. Massive tank volleys. Jesus. Calm down. Going back through the storms multiple times. Respect the storm. Same time we see a counterattack. Ooh, looks like there is no bunker. But there are reinforcements. Yeah, plenty of reinforcements. Innovation equal hold. Does turn back around though. Okay, this map is so huge. Innovation, he wants to move out, he just can't. Yeah, cannot move out. Does run into the main army though. Prism finally going to be shut down. It cleans up the Prism. Meanwhile, that double drop from bottom right, it now hits into the main. Yeah, forcing a recall. This was a recall back home. 6 probe kills. Trap will clean this up. And Trap, he gets away with top left. I mean, personally, I feel like if Trap had just taken a regular expansion, he would have gone away with that as well. But regardless, Innovation is pushing. And this base might be safe, but is Trap's natural safe? When it comes to the main army, there's only 3 High Templar. Like, the army is still lacking in supply for Trap. He just hasn't been able to build up. Innovation is claiming his 3rd base. And Trap is heavily reliant on these storms. There's the first storm on 2 mines. Ooh, another storm on the tanks. Better storm here on the bio. We get some decent storms, but again, is it enough? Innovation sims in. It's not enough. It's not enough. Innovation sims on in. Chasing down the Archon, chasing down the Immortals as well. And Trap, he will lose everything. And we have it back and forth after a very chaotic early game with the Proxy Robo, with the 1 base all in, with chaos ensuing all over the place. Innovation, he does score his way back in. He breaks out, he breaks free. That 1 DT is getting a lot of work done, by the way. Kills the tank. We have a scan. Pappy. We have a scan. Does he notice? There it is. Yeah, it does notice. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Ooh, Storm will connect. Yeah, Storm connects, and Trap, he is barely holding on here. But Innovation has a massive army, has a massive rally. Innovation knows he's so close to breaking Trap. Now, this is where the ninja base can come into play, where Innovation might feel that there's no pressure on him to push into the natural, and he doesn't need to, when he does, because there is a 3rd. Innovation stims. And he's breaking through anyway. Yeah, he's pushing through anyway. There is 1 High Templar remaining. Is inside the Prism. DT does well in. We have the scan. And we have the scan. The mine shots are going off on the Zealots as well. Here's that 1 storm. That's it. The one and only storm left. And with that Innovation, he does overwhelm. He does break through. And Innovation, he sims. And he wins back. Yeah. So we go into the ace match. As we can see, Trap juggling his heart out. Again, very nice control, very nice micro. He's... Oh, no. I mean, no, the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. Trap, he's having too much fun. But he's having too much fun. Oh my, even here, dodging the wire shot. Trap, he's crazy. Again, the micro is there. I mean, we saw it earlier when it came to the all-in as well. The control has been there, but the economy is not. GG gets called, and Innovation ties up the series. We are going to that ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. Again, we're tied up 1-1. It was a chaotic game as well. It all began with a 1-base all-in. Proxy robot out of Trap, and Trap was doing damage. He was trading very, very nicely, but Trap overextended. There were a couple of key moments where Innovation was able to fight back. I'm referring specifically to Trap losing that War Prism. Remember, he lost a War Prism with 2 Immortals inside, which was a big moment. Also didn't help that Trap went into DTs, and Innovation, he was more than ready for it as well, and it also hurts the Trap for the proxy base. If that initial Ninja expansion was a regular third, he most likely holds on to it, and then he can have an economy, but because it got shut down so early on, Trap, he was behind in the economy, behind in his income, and he could not actually produce and keep up with the army of Innovation. Could not keep up. GG. GG, well played, but a very chaotic back and forth. I did like the overall build from Trap and the idea of trying to punish 3-racks. The 3-rack setup, but in the end, it didn't quite come together. In the end, Innovation was able to survive, defend, break out, break free, and now we load into Lockdown. It all ends here. It all ends on Lockdown. This morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? The legend himself. It is Trap. Oh, it's a trap, man. It's a trap. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran, the legend himself, representing Team Terran. It is Innovation. Let's go. Let us go as we are going to be settling in, and this time I would imagine we're going to be calming things down a little bit. Welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a very secure map here on 2 bases. There's no RNG factor when it comes to spawn location, but there is a ramp coming into the natural. Because of this ramp, it is typically ill-advised to go into early game aggression. It does mean that your 2 base setup is very secure. The third is a little bit more exposed, though, and that's typically where we see a little bit more activity amongst our players. So we have the high ground natural base, we have the high ground third as well. What is more abusable is specifically this area here, this area in between the third and natural, so you can kind of wedge yourself in between the bases and push into one or the other. To help when it comes to defensive play, there are some cooling towers here that can be knocked down, so you can knock down these towers and fully wall this area off, which does help when it comes to aggressive rotations, so you can try to slow down your opponent. Otherwise, to help with aggression, we do have these speed zones. Currently they're walled off, or we do have rocks kind of deterring them a little bit, or kind of reducing surface area. I do have an economic opener. Jesus, gasless. Okay. CC first. CC. I mean, we spoke about how, hey, this is very defensive on 2 bases because of the high ground, and Innovation, it does go CC first. Greediest build you can go for, and Trap does scout and does confirm the greed from Innovation. But discussing defensive play, when it comes to these speed zones, because of their position, they actually help aggressive rotations in the late game. We haven't really just seen much late game on this map, though. In general, there just hasn't been much late game. But for now, CC first into what looks to be a 3 racks follow-up. 1, 2, we're expecting a 3rd racks. And remember, last game, Innovation tried to go for the 3 racks, but because of the proxy, he was denied that. This time, he can actually get into his build and rush into early stim. As the probe is killed. And we're expecting that 3rd racks. 2-on-1s are quite rare in TVP. They're not unheard of, but they are quite rare, and they're very committed. They're very, very committed. Just because you're giving up a lot of map control, you're giving up early aggression for a much, much later medevac, like 16 Marine push, which can catch a player off guard if unscouted. But I don't expect to see that out of Innovation. No shot. Oh. Meanwhile, Robo Opener here by Trap. Let's go. What did Trap see? So Robo Opener, Trap, he did see 2 racks, so if he's reading this like a 3 racks, then we could just go old school and go for a Robo Opener into a fast bay into an early game Colossus. And the way that it lines up, I believe the first Colossus would arrive in time for the stim timing. This used to be a little more prevalent in the meta back in the day, back during like Side Delta. This would have been like 2022-ish era of StarCraft, when these players were more active, of course. But the fast Colossus is meant to shut down early stim. Meanwhile, Innovation, he's being active with the Marines. He is not going for a 3 racks. He's not rushing into a tech lab. he is going for a 2-on-1 variation. This is different. This is arguably better for Innovation. So there's a lot of moving parts here. So Innovation he is going for a 2-on-1 variation. Meanwhile, a couple Marines, they do sneak out across the map. They do wander into the middle line. Trap forced to pull away. Does he have warp gates? Nope, no warp gates. No warp gates, so he has to recall back home. There's no defensive warp in, and this is getting damage done. These 3 Marines, they get 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Very nice damage. Again, just abusing the immobility here of Trap's army. And with that, does get 3 probes. But now the reason why this is maybe better here for Innovation, it is a 2-on-1, by the way, which we've mentioned that is quite rare in this matchup. But going for the fast Robo and going for the fast Bay and going for fast Colossus, the downside of doing this is that you do have less map control. Typically, how do you gain map control? Blink, right? Blink Stalkers or Stargate Phoenix is a really good way to deny drop play, and to contain the Terran player. By rushing to Colossus like this, you're going to be able to shut down a main push, but a main push isn't coming. Drops are coming instead. We are going for a 2-on-1. We are going for the medevac. I believe we're going to be waiting for medevacs themselves before we move out with Stim. Ooh, what do we see? Trap, he is not quite aware, but once again, the more mobile composition of Innovation may be able to pull Trap apart because of Trap's opener, because of his tech. Oh, he gets in. Does shade in. Does confirm the 2-on-1. Gets eyes on Stim, and gets eyes on the delayed 3rd Rax. So now Trap is aware of the build. He is aware. He's already locked in. He's already getting his first Colossus, which you could argue, again, is a bit of a waste. Now, what I do like, though, I mean, hey, you know, when life gives you Colossus, you know, make Colossus drops. As we are going for Prism Speed, and this is a way to be active with this kind of opener. Otherwise, you're stuck at home. So really nice adaptation here by Trap, going for Gravitic Drive, going for Warp Prism Speed to go for some Colossus drops. It is like 2022 all over again. True. It's this used to be a lot more prevalent back in the day, back during the COVID era of StarCraft. Turret is done. Prism, is going to be denied. But I'm sure Innovation does notice how fast a Prism is. And there is that 1 Viking already. Right, we have that Viking. There's the add-on swap here for reactored medevacs. Tank volley goes off. Massive connection. Where's the Viking, by the way? Wait, what? Am I crazy? I swear I saw the Viking being made earlier, but looks like we cancelled, went into the Raven first, now into reacted Viking. Jesus. Okay, the Colossus taking a lot of hull damage. Trap, you gotta be careful. So you have to be careful here. As we have again our 3-1-1 setup. 3rd CC is on the way. We're just staying home. We're just building up our forces. But Innovation has had a very nice start so far. The Colossus opener hasn't not paid for itself, and Innovation did deal economic damage earlier. Raven is getting ready for its harass. Trap now claiming a 3rd, which is delayed. Delayed 3rd base. Raven moves in. Looks like we had a recall back home. And now with the medevacs arriving, finally Innovation can start to be active and move out. As I mentioned, usually the downside of going for a build like this is that you're kind of stuck at home until you have your medevacs, until you have all your upgrades. But Trap, his initial opener was, I would say, a little bit lackluster. So it's okay. It's okay for Innovation. As now both players are expanding, both players getting their 3rd bases. We do have the Academy on the way for Ghost production. Meanwhile, we have the Templar Archives on the way for High Templar. So both are embracing that mid-game. Storm has now begun. Innovation now with his medevacs can start to break out. There is an observer here for Trap, which does spot the army. You can see Trap's army being activated as well. Observer does spot the 3rd CC, so Trap knows that there's no crazy 2-base all-in. He's ready for the backstab. I would say this is a little bit premature. Ideally, Trap wants to wait for Innovation to push, but he goes in. He does go in. Picking up some SCVs. Innovation, he scans, does spot the Observer. There's a recall back home, but still, that's going to be 8 SCVs going down. Oh my god. Yeah, 8. It's 9 SCV kills. Getting up to 10. This is getting out of hand. And this also delays the push. So 13 SCVs, Innovation forced back home. A very nice harass here from Trap. And he didn't even lose the Prism. He recalled, if you recall. Did recall that Prism. So very nice harass. Now, thankfully, Innovation noticed that that was a little bit peculiar, and he was able to snipe the Observer at least. Here comes the main push, and I believe Trap, because the Observer got sniped, he doesn't see this. Yeah, Trap, he doesn't see the army. Innovation is pushing. Trap, he's going to try to engage ahead of time. He has Storms. Oh, Vikings, they pop up. Ooh, first storm. Oh my god, the Storms! Yeah, Storms, they land. Massive connections. The boys are being pulled. 2-base all in. Yeah, 2-base. Oh, he goes through the Storm again. Oh no! Yeah, the Storm is crazy. Insane damage to the Bio Army. Another Storm lands, and we just take the Storm to the face. Innovation, por favor. Can he just brute force this? Can he pull this off anyway? As he denies the the fourth base, which does not matter. He's rallying across. Innovation, he just tanked the Storms. And hey, he sniped both Colossus. Oh my god, another Storm lands. Yeah, another Storm lands. Army coming in from behind. Another Storm in the Bio Army. The Storms are crazy. Cleans up the Bio, cleans up the tanks. GG gets called, and Trap, he will shut down the 2-base all in. He will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Trap is like, what the hell? He's like, he's lost his mind, Pappy. He just took all the Storms to the face. He's crazy. Oh my god. And he still had a massive army as well that survived that to push in, which was very impressive. But GG, well played. Again, Trap, he will claim the series. He will take down Innovation. So the third CC was a bit of a fake out. Innovation, he was just building up his army, then went for one big push, pulled the boys as well. Trap had no idea, but again, the Storms, I mean, they were almost perfect there for Trap. Initially, Innovation, he was trying to avoid them, but I guess because time was of the essence, he made the decision to just run in, just run back in and run through the Storms. It was definitely a choice that was made. It was crazy. GG well played, and with that, Trap, he will be remaining on as the current quote-unquote king of the hill. Trap takes down Innovation, so Trap, it's a Team Protoss, they fight back, they put a point on the board, and now we have a 1-1 scoreline here. But as I mentioned before, you could definitely argue that Innovation already pulled his weight. For Innovation to bring down Classic, that was a big win. That was a big win for Terran. A win that should not have happened, by the way, because Classic is straight up top 2 Protoss in the world. So for Innovation to bring him down, he's done his job. Now Trap takes down Innovation, and now Trap, he will stay on, and who's up next? We still have a plethora of Terran available here. It's either going to be Bian, Maru, or Cure. Here we go. Oh, and it looks like we have our answer. Okay. It is going to be a best of two. A best of two because, again, Trap is a legendary player. And to avenge his teammate and also his idol. Yeah, I'm sure if you know, you know. You can already hazard a guess. But it is going to be Bian versus Trap. Let's go. Again, Bian, back in the day, he was a big Innovation fan. Bian, he idolized Innovation, was like the head of his fan club, if you will. So he's here to avenge his fallen idol. Let's go. Let us go. Now, once again, as a reminder, because Trap is has that legendary status, it means that Trap needs to win only one game. Only one game. If Bian wins game 1, then loses game 2, Trap wins. Just as a heads up. So Bian needs to 2-0. He needs to 2-0 here. A 1-1 is not good enough. Let's go. Oh, there's a lot of banter going on. Oh my god. Alright, sure. Sorry. Now that we have Bian, I do have to set up the camera though. So 1 moment. Have to get those cameras ready, and there's a lot of banter going on in the lobby chat, so I'm gonna try to translate. Let's have a look. God damn it. Basically they're like, yo, Bian, we need your camera. And Bian's like, no. So I don't wanna. It's like, no, you have to. It's like fine. Yeah. Being forced away with the cam. It's to clean his room very quickly. Get rid of the Innovation body pillow. Get the Okay, we're good, we're good. And there he is, there he is. Again, they were just memeing in the chat. See Beyond ready with his jersey as well. So again, he was just joking with the admin. SMH. Ah. We're all having a good time. Oh, I was about to jump in. We're about to jump in. Whew. And again, as a reminder, this is going to be a best of 2. Game 1 is going to be on the Old Sun Temple. Okay. So we have the Old Sun Temple here. It is a 4-player spawn map, 4 possible spawn locations, and again, depending on that spawn location, aggression can be favored, or potentially even longer and later games instead. We'll see. We shall see. Players are setting up. Meanwhile, when it comes to the greater series here, we're tied 1-1 currently. So this is to determine which of the 2 teams, Terran or Protoss, will take a lead in the series. Who will take that lead? As we are loading in. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. And Team Terran, it is Byun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss, representing Team Protoss, the legend himself. It is Trap. Man. Here we go. As we are getting into our 3rd series of the broadcast, and again, as a reminder, this is a best of 2. Best of 2 between Trap and Byun. But it's a unique best of 2 because Trap only needs to win 1 game. Only 1. Only 1. As welcome to Old Sun Temple. Again, Old Sun Temple is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, top right, and top left as well. Now, unlike the other maps like Fear and Faith, there is no aqueduct or monorail system here to connect these bases to each other. Instead, we do have speed zones. These speed zones are designed to help worker scouting. So it's kind of like an alternate way to help with cross scouting specifically. We can see Trap is going to be checking top right. Byun has yet to SCV scout, is going racks first though, no CC first like we saw out of Innovation in the last game. So we are looking for each other, we are scouting. Now because we do have diagonal spawns, because of the cross spawn location, this is going to be a longer rush distance by ground, and this typically leads into longer and later games. Typically, not always of course, aggression can still transpire, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult to really pull off. You see here Trap, he scouts top right, now he's going bottom right instead. He will eventually find Byun. We'll find him. Trap going for his own gate expand. Standard opener here out of Trap. And he pokes in, looking to see the gases and the timings. For now, is going to be denied. But at least does confirm Byun's location. He also confirms no CC first. So Trap, he does get a little bit of information here. As the CC is now being thrown down. From here we can calm down. Once again, Byun is skipping the SCV scout, so no SCV scout out of Byun, no Reaper scout as he did go Marine first as well, so Byun is playing blind. He's playing blind, and it's a double-edged sword as well, or I should say it's even worse here on Old Sun Temple, because Byun doesn't know where Trap came from. Did he come from, which corner of the map, I mean? Byun is still unawares. But he might not care. Like, he's just slowly building up his Marines. From here, we can go into either extra Raxes, into like a 3-Rax. We can go for, I guess, a 2-on-1 variation. We can go for our own faster 3rd CC. Eyes are on Byun. He does like his 3CC 3-Rax, for sure. Meanwhile, we have our take of choice, going to be a Twilight Council out of Trap. If you recall, we did mention how the Robo opener was more peculiar and was more specific that Trap was going for. Here it's going to be Twilight Council, so standard safe play. Meanwhile, Byun, we just spoke about it, he does like his 3CC 3-Rax, and this is what it is. 3CC into 3 Raxes. So 1 Rax into a 2nd, into a 3rd Rax as well. This is leading into a 3-Rax stim timing, but it's going to be a later timing because of the very fast 3rd CC. This is one of the greediest builds that Terran can go for. Because it wasn't CC first, right? Like, so there is technically a little bit of a greedier variation of this if we had gone CC first, but regardless, hyper greed out of Byun, and this has a massive power spike in the mid game. Why is that? Well, because of the fast 3rd CC, it means faster 2-base saturation, it means extra mules, and faster 3-base saturation as well, as you're making 3 SCVs at a time much earlier. Because of that, you do have a boosted economy and boosted production coming into the mid game, and typically the Terran player will have a supply lead in doing so. They'll have this big power spike, if you will. The pressure's on Trap to realize what's going on and to try to punish it and try to hinder the Terran. To either hinder the Terran or try to meet greed with his own greed instead. Speaking of, so far there's 1 gate in the low ground, 1 gate in the main, so 2-gate blink into a robo into what looks to be a 3rd expansion. We'll keep an eye on Trap here. So there we go, the probe does move out. So Trap is going for a more standard economic opener. And Trap has still yet to piece together what's going on, but here comes that hallucination. So with this, Trap will confirm. Makes his way in. Marines, they try to zone, but will confirm the 3rd CC is already in orbital. Now he knows. And now Trap is aware. We'll see if Trap responds with like double forge and double upgrades to try to catch up that way, or if he does try to throw down extra gateways. Speaking of greed, yep, there it is. So not double forge, but instead Templar Archives. We are rushing off of 2 gateways into a robo, into a Templar Archives, into Storm. The reasoning for this is because this move out and the aggression is going to be much later here for Bjorn, so Trap, he knows that he has some time to be greedy tech-wise at least. So he's going to be delaying his gateways. Stalkers are being active. Cleaning up Marines, attempting to contain Bjorn, and spot the move out at least. Not just spot the move out, but also ideally delay the 3rd base landing. Delay the 3rd. There's a charge on the way. Now we get the gateway explosion. Temple Archives is not complete. We should be seeing Storm soon. So it's done in time for the push. And there it is. Storm is now on the way. It's being chronoed. So it will be done in time. Likewise, Bjorn is still scouting. He just scouted bottom left, looking for his opponent, and we'll find Trap at top left. We'll find him. As Bjorn, he attempts to land his 3rd. We'll see if he can. Ooh, does break out. Yeah, breaks out, zones away the Stalkers. There's no like War Prism or Pylon or any way to reinforce and to try to push this position. Trap cannot stop it. Cannot stop. You can see Bjorn being cheeky. You see he's trying to catch out a Stalker and trying to catch at Trap at being inattentive. Trap does pull away. And Bjorn, he will gain map control. He's gaining map control. Takes over this Alnaga tower. Behind the Storm is complete. Charge will finish up. We have Immortal production well underway as well. And Bjorn is going for drop play. Again, Bjorn is not going for any kind of main frontal assault, just drop play, harassing. He has to wait for his 3rd base to kick in. Still has yet to do so. It's kicking in. So you can see we have our triple mules. Scan gets eyes on the High Templar, confirms it's going to be Storm, not Colossus. Jump into the main. Gets a pylon. And they'll snipe 1, maybe 2 pylons. Tries to trade with the army, has to pick up, has to get the hell out of here. Stalkers they can punish, and they will focus on the medevac, so 1 medevac is going to go down. Heavy losses here for Bjorn. Oof. Yeah, losing 1 full medevac for a pylon. That was not quite worth it. At the same time, Bjorn tries to move in, observers in position, and Trap is ready with the Templar. He's ready with the Storm. So that was a big investment here for Bjorn. It wasn't quite worth it. He picked up a couple of Stalkers, I guess, but yeah, not the best trade. And anything that Bjorn loses now is going to weaken the main push. True. So bear that in mind. As Trap is going for his own counterattack. Moving out with his Prism. At the same time, Ghosts are massing for Bjorn. Ghosts are on the way. As I believe there was an observer. Yeah, there's an observer that sees this. Spotter Zella as well. Storm is ready. We have 2 Templars, sorry, 3. Their first storm lands. Forcing Bjorn back. At the same time, Prism into the main base. Bjorn, he is in position. He's ready. And Okay, so, oh no, the turret! Oh my god, the positioning. The turret takes out the prism, no more harass, dragging the army into the mines. Yeah, Beyond he defends, now it's time to attack. Cleans everything up. Got a very nice defense here by Beyond. The turret, the positioning. And now Beyond has nothing to worry about. Now he doesn't have to be concerned with a backstab. I mean, Zealot run-by can be a thing, and you can see Zealot's moving out. Oh. Goes in a prism, nice EP. Oh my, the EPs! Catching out the High Templar, no Storm. Yeah, 3 Templar get called out. There are some reinforcing Templar back at home. The Archon gets called as well. Nice Sims on forward, catching out more Stalkers. The Archon as well. And he wants the Immortals. Yeah, he wants the Immortals, and it looks like he will try to get them. Ooh, not quite. Zealot's taken away from behind. Trappy does hold. And Trappy actually saves all 3 Immortals. Very impressive. I assumed he would lose at least 2. Meanwhile, recall into the main. Yeah, that one drop from earlier does force a recall. Beyond back at home still building up. And Beyond has been trading well, but he can't quite keep reinforcing. Part of this is because of the spawn locations. Because we have very long spawns, or because we have cross-spawn locations specifically and the long rush distance by ground, Beyond can't rally. And because he can't rally, it means that Trap, he's given time to build up the Colossus. Colossus are amassing. Any Vikings? The answer is 0. 0 Vikings, we're making 3 at a time. There's going to be a big timing for those Colossi. Trappy has to pull away. Trappy does pull away. Meanwhile, at the same time, Trap going for his own counter drop. Does hit the 4th. Oof, will delay. Yeah, delays the 4th base. SCV's going to be going down, getting up to 9-10 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this is getting out of hand, going for the massive warp in as well. And the warp in looks like we'll barely finish in time. Yeah, it does finish up. Oh, that's a cancel. Yeah, cancel on the CC. Trappy's pulling Beyond apart. No shot. And Trappy took that innovation. Can he take down Beyond as well? Yeah, cleaning up some Vikings. That's crucial. Less Vikings to deal with the Colossus. 18 SCV kills. Trappy defender back at home. The main army's pushing out as well. Pushing through the center. 3rd base is exposed. But Beyond defends. Okay, Beyond cleans up the army. Beyond getting in position. Trappy pulls back. But again, that was 21 SCV kills. That was insane. And that economic lead that Beyond was supposed to have is no longer there. It wasn't just 21 SCV kills, it was also a cancel on the 4th CC. So some brutal economic damage. Beyond once again trying to move out. Trap leading with the storms. Ooh, lands 1. But he will lose all 3 Templar. That was not worth it. That was not worth it. Another EMP lands. How many Vikings do we have? 6 Vikings. They're all quite here though. Ooh, rocks are knocked down. Trap, he is reinforcing. He's now up to 3 Colossi. He's up to 3. Still, he's on 5 High Templar. Plenty of storms. He's getting up to 4 Colossus now. Oh my god. The army comes together. Yeah, it all comes together. Would you have a Viking army going for the Colossus? Storm does land. Yeah, shaking gauge here from Björn. Storms a zone away, and the Vikings are going down. They're being focused down here, one after the other. Oh, down to 1 Viking. We still have all 4 Colossus. Yeah, there's still 4 Colossi. Vikings are still reinforcing. They're still coming in. A healthier Viking count. Where's the Stalkers? Uh-oh. Yeah, not enough Stalkers. Gets 1, gets 2 Colossus, and Beyond punishes. Yeah, Beyond does punish his Sims, and he wins, and he will reset the Colossus count. Trap, he stuck around too soon. Yeah, he stuck around too long. Trap did overextend. Massive blunder, losing everything, losing 4 Colossi. Ay, ay, ay. And the issue here is that it was Colossus. These units, they take a long time to rebuild for Protoss. So rough losses there for Trap, and Beyond, he's snowballing out of control. Snowballing out of control. Trap, he was so close. He was doing so well for himself until that final fight. He only had 2 Stalkers. He had no anti-air. So Vikings, they punished him. There were no reinforcements. The base is going to go down, and Beyond, he's just snowballing out of control. Across the map, you see Trap going for a counterattack. Does get a couple of SCVs. A couple of workers are falling, but it may not matter. Beyond, he just keep pushing. He just keep going. Zelsa getting a little bit more done, but that's going to be 20 probe kills across the map. Trap desperate for damage. Going further into main at the same time. Beyond going for his own Doom drop. Drops in as well. And Depowers gates. Depowers gateways. There are going to be storms to defend, and Trap, he may be able to hold on here, but Beyond is about to max. He's about to max out. He has a massive army. Beyond can afford these trades. Picks up, pulls away. Beyond has his 4th base up and running. I can't say the same about Trap. I cannot say the same. Oh, he will get a medevac. Never mind. Never mind. Medevac barely pulls away. Beyond is scanning, looking for 4th bases. Looking for expansions. And shout out to Trap. Trap, he played well. He played well for himself. I was very impressed. If Trap hadn't pushed out with 4 Colossus when he did, like, there's a world where he pulls back, he reinforces, or he has a War Prison with the army, or a Proxy Pylon to reinforce instead, gets extra Stalkers, and maybe he just keeps pushing. Maybe he saves a Colossus, focuses on the Vikings, and breaks through. There's a world where that could have happened, but again, Trap, he wasn't quite set up for it. Did overextend. Beyond now moving in, and Beyond is maxed. And he's maxed out. And rotating over. The base is going to fall. And Trap is out of position here. Cannot save the expansion. Instead, just going for the base trade. Going for the counterattack instead. It's the one chance that Trap has. The one chance, the one opportunity. Even then, it's a slim one as well. Especially if Beyond turns around. And he does. Yeah, Beyond turns around. Beyond, he evacuates the 3rd base. He's racing back home. Leaving a couple units here to deny the expansion. Does attempt to. Oof. Yeah, rough position here with the Vikings. Vikings, they will catch out one of the Colossus. Army stems in, shows the storms. They zone at least, but... Oh god, the boys, calm down. The boys! The bloodlust pappy. Get out of here. You can see Beyond is shocking for the EMP. He wants the High Templar. He wants them. He's on a mission. He's rushing in. Oh my god, the speed zone. He does rush through. Ooh, massive EMP. He just went from across the map. Massive EMP lands. He got it. He got it, Pat. Oh my god. There's still some storms left over. But only half as many. Jesus. Still will take some storms to the face. And Beyond will overwhelm. He will overwhelm the final army, the final stand for Trap. Cashing out Archons. Cashing out more Colossus. Stepping on forward. And with that, Trap will lose the entire army here. Down to a handful of gateway units, just Zealots, a couple of High Templar. GG gets called, and Beyond takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As Beyond does take a lead in the series. But honestly, that was an intense back and forth. That was a very, very intense back and forth here. I could definitely see a world where Trap may have even taken that game, to be honest. Like, Trap, he was looking good. He was taking fights. He was gaining map control. Just got too excited. Got too aggressive. And with that, Trap, he was punished for pushing too hard across the map with 4 Colossus, but no supportive units. He had very little gateway units to support, so the Vikings did punish. And with that, Beyond, he brought it back. Did bring it back. And with that, Beyond takes game 1. But remember, this is the best of 2. And Trap only needs to win 1 game to claim this series. Beyond, he needs a 2-0 to stay on and to take a lead for Team Terran. Here we go. I see Pure Ghost in the chats, and it came out of retirement. So if you maybe haven't been watching too much StarCraft as of late, it was 2 weeks ago, if not 3 weeks ago, where Innovation returned for Doyo Cup. He was also back at the start of the year as well for some show matches. Doyo Cup was like a big tournament for legendary players like Innovation, TY, Fantasy was playing as well. I do recommend the VODs. We of course did cover, and we did cast Doyo Cup live at the time. It was a big event in China. Oliveira was playing as well. Oliveira, Impact, and Neeb was back as well. So they all returned as retired players, of course. And same here as well. This is why Trap, for example, has that quote-unquote like legendary status in this tournament. Trap, Innovation, and Armani, they're all retired players. That's why they have like a bit of a handicap when they play. You should not expect this to be like their return from retirement. The only reason why they're playing is because they're retired. The one caveat to that though is Trap. As I mentioned before, out of all the players that returned for Doyo Cup, Trap is the only one that has been actively playing in more tournaments. But it's only been like 2 weeks, so it's hard to say for certain that Trap he's back. Like, we can't really say that for certain, but he is dedicating the most time to StarCraft compared to Innovation or TY or Impact or Neeb or any of these other guys. Or SOOP. Oh. So it looks like we do have a lobby bug. Just catching up. It's probably the new Emil. Yeah, that was the... I didn't get to talk about it earlier, but pretty much, like, he... I mean, there's a couple of people that do, quote-unquote, consistently lag out. Pommy is one of them. Enki is the other. I think Enki's internet has been getting better, but there was a period in time where Enki would often have an unreliable connection. But I think that's evened out. As it looks like we do have a lobby bug. I'm pretty sure to resolve it, we do have to restart our clients, but we'll see. Hopefully we can, there we go. Beautiful. Just had to brute force it. We're loading into game number 2. Going to be on Rainfall. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify and representing Team Terran in this Team League style tournament. Leading the series 1-0, it is Byan. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. I just realized I did switch colors. There we go. We have a blue Protoss. We have the South Korean Protoss. For Team Protoss, it is Trap. Here we go. We are back. We have returned here. And again, Byan needs to win this game to claim the series for himself and for his team. Meanwhile, Trap needs to win this game for the same thing. Remember, the Trap, he only needs to win one game in this series. And game 1 was very back and forth. It was very intense. It was a very intense game 1. As Trap is moving out. Meanwhile, big shout to Kronos in the chat. SOOP Kronos. Real Korean CranKy Duckling. True, true. As the pro moves out, at the same time, Byan is also slipping in. Hello, SOOP. Byan slipping out across the map, sneaking around the left-hand side, and I believe going for an eBay block. So cheeky moves out of Byan. The Max is, of course, back at home, but the move here is to force the unnatural natural. And welcome to Rainfall. Okay, for those that are unaware, welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is a very small map of the map pool, second shortest rush distance in the entire map pool, so aggression is favored here. But another big feature, it isn't just that the map is small, it isn't just the short rush distance by ground, but also the third base locations are brutal. Both third bases, this linear third base and the triangular third base, as you can see, are both on the low ground. There is no high ground advantage. Not just that, but they're also very open. You can see here, they're very wide open here. There's no choke points, there's no defensive setup here. So typically the third base location on this map is very exposed, and we see a lot of aggression hitting the third, but here Trap is forced to take it as a natural, so he's going to be very exposed and very vulnerable to a 2-base all-in. It doesn't mean that Byan has to 2-base all-in, but it is now an option. It's now an option, and Trap is going to be spread thin, defending both locations. The other thing, of course, is that this high ground location here, the main entryway, the main pathway into the natural is on the high ground, so we could see all-ins, instead of hitting the third expansion, they can just push in between the bases and then just split your opponent in half in between their own expansions. And you have to push up the ramp into your opponent. It can be a very difficult location to engage into. Meanwhile, CC on the high ground, so racks expand into the factory follow-up. Nothing crazy so far, not yet. We'll keep an eye on Byan to see if he goes for a second racks or goes into a starport. As we mentioned, Beyond doesn't have to all in. He might just play standard from here, but just make the opener uncomfortable for Trap. Could just make it uncomfortable. Likewise, Trap going for a second gate. Oh, okay. Into a proxy, into a 3-gate. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I believe that we've seen this before at a Trap where he sets up a proxy pylon across the map. We have 3 gates back at home. It's going to be 4 gates. Jesus. Sorry, it could just be 3 gateways and 1 regular pylon. Remember, you don't need a gateway across the map for fast warp ins. So 3 gates at home and shows that proxy. Trap just waiting for the minerals. There it is. There's that proxy pylon. Now it can reinforce. Now it can warp in. So for Trap, this is a very common response that Hero goes for. But because Trap was forced into a really awkward and uncomfortable position, the best defense is a good offense. If Trap is hyper aggressive, then Beyond won't have the opportunity to move out across the map. That's the thought process here. It's the rationale. So hyper aggression out of Trap. Here come the warp ins, extra stalkers. Now, this is quite dedicated, bearing in mind that because of this commitment, it means that the Twilight Council is going to be very late. It's going to be very, very late for Trap. The tech is going to be delayed. It does keep the army hidden. You can see Trap wants to lure the army down. Now revealing a second Stalker, and Beyond he evacuates. He just evacuates the low ground. Beyond gets scared off. Ooh, just commits a shade. That barely does survive. And as Beyond is defending, he's going for a triple mine drop. Oh my god. He's going for the drop play, and Trap doesn't react in time, warping in extra stalkers. Beyond does poke in. Catching at the depth. Ooh. And here comes a mine drop. Just 2 to mine so far. Trap evacuates, pushing into the main base. Boys are being pulled as well. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Catching up 4 SCVs, landing the natural. Mine drop not really getting much. Not much damage done yet, but the Widow Mines will reset. Oh. Nice start stepping. Beyond catching out a Stalker. Tank has arrived, and Beyond is holding. Yeah, Beyond is holding on massive tank volleys. Tank shots they go off. Meanwhile, we saw 3 Widow Mines inside the medevac. Oh, does boost in. Yeah, boosting into the main base. Does barely unload in time. And shots are going off. Ooh, catching out 1 Stalker. Just the 1. We'll get another. Second Stalker goes down. Not bad. Drop play continues. Beyond is trapped in his own main, but the drops are getting damage. Getting damaged. The Widow Mines, they even scuttle away. Dark. He's waddling away, Papi. Oh no! The Widow Mines are getting low, but they distract the Stalkers. They drag them out of position. At the same time, Trap is trying to find a way in. He does have that sentry for the force field. Back at home, though, there's nothing to defend. There will be a defensive warp in, or a recall. No energy. No energy yet. Drop is coming in. We have Hyperfight Rotors on the way here, going into Speed Banshees. Let's go. We're getting messy. We're getting chaotic. As Beyond drops in, there's that recall. The recall's back home, which means Beyond can break out. Massive tank shots. Ooh. Yeah, tank blow is going to be going off. Medevac gets sniped. Oof. Rough loss there for Beyond. But he breaks out. Yeah, he breaks out. He can now expand, set up his own natural. The aggression has subsided. We can see Trap trying to warp in Zealots. He's going into charge, so are we just committing? He's rallying. Trap, he's rallying across the map, but I don't think there are enough Zealots. It looks like he wants to try to hit a charge timing and get on top of the tank. But I'm not convinced that the army is large enough. Maybe I should have more faith in how many Stalkers there are. But remember, there's no blink. Like, those Zealots are built to tank. They need to tank the tank shots and collapse and break through. Here we go. Does dive in. Massive tank shots on the Stalkers. Mass repair on the tank. Tank does go down. And do we have enough? The bunker is done. Wow, the bunker is complete. Boys, they cannot repair. And Trap does have enough to take over the natural. Whew. Okay, he does have enough. I wasn't sure there were enough Stalkers, but actually did break through the tank. Broke through the bunker. Beyond is stuck on 1 base. Jesus. Yeah, tank blows are brutal. Once again on the Stalkers. 1 tank does go down. He's also diving in. They're trading with the SCVs. Better trade safe for Trap. That's a lot of damage. 10 SCVs going down. Trap, he wants the tank. Can he get it? He shouldn't. Yeah, he should not get it. A little bit greedy there from Trap towards the end. At the same time, Mind Drop comes back in. Sorry, the Banshees, true. The Speed Banshees, the boys. 4 probes. Some counter damage here, but Beyond is still stuck on 1 base. He's still stuck on 1 expansion. 11 SCV kills. Now going for the Stargate. That's to help deal with the Banshees. Dark Shrine as well. I mentioned this against Innovation, where I do like the idea of DTs here. Just because the economy is very... It's just very bare bones for Beyond. It's just a very chaotic game. Very, very chaotic. Banshee harass at the same time, drop it to the main. There are some units in position to defend. 3 tanks. 3 tanks, the Banshee, Beyond holds. Here come the Dark Templar. There is no turret, and there is no scan. Uh-oh. No shot. Yeah, 0 scans. If only there were 2 DTs. If only. Yeah, Trappy has no gas. Oh, going for a DT drop into the main. Enough time has passed where I believe there should be 1 scan. Yeah, DT's revealed. There's soon to be 1 scan available. Second DT into natural. Turrets are on the way. SCVs will go down. Yeah, we're picking up SCVs. 5 SCVs so far. There was the 1 scan. And we need more time for the second. Yeah, second scan needs more time. 8 SCV kills. There's a second scan. Beyond does have it. But again, more workers going down. Banshees, they're being chased by the Observer. Prison back into the main. Going for the tank. Nope. Does get it. 1 more shot. Ooh, tank goes down. Worth it. And once again, nice pick up here by Tramp. DT does fly too close to the sun. Gets caught by the turret. But Trap, now he's up 20 workers here. 53 probes to 37. Trap is getting a 3rd base, fully operational as well. Booming economy here for Trap. Again, it's been a very messy game, but the Phoenixes, they clean up the Banshees. The 1 Phoenix shuts down all the Banshees, and Beyond, he's in a world of hurt here. He's stuck on 2 bases, no harassing options. He has 1 Banshee left over. Just now finishing up Stim. Now, the one thing that Trap is missing is splash damage. There's no Storm, there's no Colossus. So that is a bit of a concern. The Bio Army is quite hefty here for Beyond. So speaking of splash damage, Temple Archives now is being thrown down. But we're still a ways away from Storm. So that's something to bear in mind. Meanwhile, that 1 Banshee moving out. It's moving out for Beyond. Beyond still setting with his bio. 3rd CC is on the way, so Beyond is going to try to macro out of this. It's going to be a rough road to recovery here for Beyond. It's going to be rough. Trap getting a 4th. Banshee is not yet revealed. Now here's the natural. The natural getting 1 probe, denying some mining. Phoenix should respond. And the Phoenix is coming. Yeah, the Phoenix is racing on over at the same time. Trap is pushing in. And again, Trap is still lacking splash damage, but he does want to trade with the Marines. He can try to collapse in, out of range of the tanks. I believe there's 3 tanks for Beyond. Yep, 3 tanks. They're set up on the low ground. Beyond, he cannot fight without them. Oh, okay, we're going for the drop. Okay, I mean, hey, we got to take some risks. We got to take some risks, take some chances. Dream drop out of Beyond. He's leaving the bare minimum back at home to defend. And Trap pulls back. Does not push in. There was an opening here. There's for sure an opening here to push in. But Trap, he does back off. Oh. Catching at the Banshee. Drop is moving in. Gets spotted by the... Oh my god, by the probe. Trap is in position. Yeah, he does spot the army. Ay, ay, ay. Oof. So they collapse in, they catch out some of the mines. Mines don't go off, and the drop is denied. Again, the MVP probe has scouted the Doom drop. And now Storm is done. The one thing that Trap was missing, Storm is now complete. And remember, Trap does not have to push into this. So the ideal for Trap is actually to wait for Beyond to expand. Speaking of, here it comes. There's that 3rd base. We spoke at the beginning of this game how difficult it is to defend the 3rd because it's so open. It's on the low ground, it's so open, so exposed. This is Trap's moment to punish this position and to break Beyond. So Trap is checking. Does spot the army. Trap moves in. How many had Templar? 4. So 4 Templar. I believe there's 2 in the Prism. 2 in the War Prism is reinforcing. When it comes to our tanks, we have 2 on the low ground, 1 behind this. Mines are in position as well. I'm liking the SimCity here attempted from Beyond with the turrets, with the depot. But again, it's going to be a tough hold. We can even see the Phoenix lift the tank as well. True. I feel like a lot of this will come down to the mine shots. Speaking of, what do mines they do on Burrow? Zelzay charge in, they clumped up. Ooh, storm of the Bio Army, mine shots going up, and Archons they break through. Archons are breaking on through, the tanks are going down, getting 1, getting 2 tanks, there's 1 tank left, and Trap he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army, he does have enough, boys are being pulled, GG gets called, and Trap, he will take the game and claim the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Trap, he will claim the series here, he will take down Bjorn. Again, a very chaotic game, very messy, very, very messy, with proxies, with greed, with Banshee play, with aggression, with drop play as well, with even Dream Drops, with DTs, Dark Templar. It was very, very chaotic, very back and forth, of course. In the end, Trap was able to secure his 3rd base much faster, build up his economy, and also cripple the economy of Bjorn. The Dark Templar were brutal, the Zealot harassed, the Stalker aggression as well, punishing Bjorn. Again, Trap was forced into an uncomfortable early game, but Trap's response with hyper aggression with that 3-gate setup. With those early 3 gateways, GG well played, and with that Trap, he will claim the series, and Team Protoss, they take a lead. They do take a lead here. Take a lead in the series. And with that, we have 2 players left for Team Terran. 2 players remaining. We have Cure and Maru. Oh boy. 2 players left, and who's going to be sent out here? Who's up first? The team deliberating amongst themselves. So far for Team Terran, Bjorn is out, Innovation is out, Cure and Maru are all that remain for Terran. They're down to 2 players. Meanwhile, Team Protoss still have 3 players left, with Trap, with Hero, and Zaun still in the backline as well. And remember, Trap has that advantage of being a legendary player, so he only needs to win 1 game in these matches. Only 1. Here we go. Bam. It's here, Trap versus TBD. Now, when it comes to Team Terran, they don't want to spend their best player too soon. Currently, of course, we have Maru and Cure, and they have to decide amongst themselves, who do we retain? Who do we save for later? Who do we save for, like, Hero, for example? Cure has some of the best TVP in the world. You can make an argument that Cure's TVP is better than Maru's, to be honest. You can make that argument. So, honestly, you don't get better than Cure and Maru. Like, they have the best Terran versus Protoss, like, in the world out there. It's like it's Cure, Maru, and Clem, the 3 of them, as the best Terrans when it comes to TVP. And you can kind of mix and match them depending on kind of like the style. And here we go. Maru is coming out next. Oh boy, we have our player here. Oh, sorry, I should also fix this up. There we go. 0-0. It is going to be Maru for Team Terran. Let's go. So we're holding on to Cure, which I do like. We're holding on to Cure. We want to save him for later. As we are loading into Rorschach. Now, when it comes to TVP, Maru, he's known for all-ins. He's known for all-ins, he's known for aggression. Maru, he's a very hyper-aggressive player in this matchup. So we expect these to be short games, 2-base all-ins, proxies, shenanigans. First things first, though, we do need that camera setup. So we're setting up the cam. Oh, and we have it. Okay. Again, the players are just setting up. Beautiful. And there we go. There we go. Marquis set up. He's got his on-side jersey, of course. Repping on-side. I think that might even be a new jersey. I didn't notice that badge earlier. Let's go. Trap, of course, sinking into his chair. Ah, no. It's fine. We are getting ready here for our next best of 2. As a reminder, this is a best of 2 because Trap is involved in this series. And game 1 is going to be on Rorschach. Ooh, interesting. Okay. This is a good map for Maru, for sure. It's going to be a good map for him. We'll get into it, of course. We'll get into it. Oh. So we have some banter. Bearing in mind these are ex-teammates as well. They lived together for a long time. Tribe is like, surely I don't win again, right? Surely. And Mara's like, why not? It's like, why not, Pappy? There we go. Here we go. We are going to be getting into our game. So again, just some banter between both players. Bantering. As, oof. So again, we do have our lobby bug. Yeah. We'll get there. As I mentioned before, at the moment there is a lobby bug that's been plaguing the game since the latest patch, which can sometimes hinder custom games. Oh, third time's a charm? Ah. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. So the fix is to relog. So everyone's relogging. Everyone. Lovely. Hopefully when the next hotfix happens, we're able to patch the lobby bug. That'd be nice. I didn't get to go into it earlier just because we just jumped straight into the tournament and straight into the match itself. But I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't had the hotfix yet. I was assuming that we would have one by now. But looks like we might be having us a little bit later on. Regarding bugs like this and also regarding some of the other proposed balance changes as well. Oh. But there we go. So far, it's been tradition that like the hotfix happens like the day before GSL CK. So that's been the case for GSL CK number 4 and day 1 of GSL CK 5 as well. Has been the case. But not for day 2. Not for day 2. Likewise, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Bearing in mind that there's still a lot more StarCraft to go today. It's gonna be a long cast. We're 2 hours in, and we're still halfway through the first series. Bearing in mind that the Zerg team is still waiting. By the way, the Zerg team is still lying in wait, waiting for the winner of this match. So there's still gonna be another series after this. No shot. Really? Yeah, so this is also potentially going to be delaying some of the games as well. It's the lobby bug. Okay, fingers crossed. Can we get in? Por favor, papi. Really? I might just cut to a break. I don't know how long it's gonna take for us to load into the game. So we might try to switch servers if this stops working. It might be a Korean server issue, true. Alright, let's go. Nope. Alright, we're going to go into a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. Whether we switch to another server, we'll see. We shall see. Again, do apologize, but again, there's just a lobby bug that's plaguing the game at the moment, and we're having a very hard time starting the game itself, so we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after, hopefully, this short break. Hopefully. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, do apologize for that short break, but we returned. We returned here with our series with GSL CK number 5, day 2. We are halfway through Team Terran versus Team Protoss, and we are jumping on into our fresh best of 2 as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rorschach. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing on side and repping Team Terran. It is Maru. Bam. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent going for, a very cheeky probe across the map. We have the legendary player himself, the legend for his team, for Team Protoss from South Korea. It is Trap. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into our best of 2, and Trap does open up with a proxy gate. Again, Maru, he's known for being hyper aggressive. Welcome to Rorschach. Rorschach is the most aggressive map of the map pool. Very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favorite here, and we're going to be actually turning the tables a little bit as Trap is going to be the aggressor first. Oh boy. Maru, he also moves out with the SCV. Also does avoid the main scouting path. So both players are being cheeky in their own way, but Maru will at least have a Rax back at home. He'll have that Rax. We'll see if Maru intends to go for the eBay block. Looks like he does. Yeah, setting up for the block. SCV moves in. Starts up with the eBay. Little does Maru knows there's no intention to expand here, as Trap is going for said proxy. The gateway is almost done. eBay will block a base that was never going to be here. We'll see how long it takes for Maru to realize what's going on to scouts. No, he doesn't go into the main. Ooh, he does not go in. Maru still has no idea. For all he knows, it could be a gateway, a cyber core, like a gate cyber setup instead. Maru, he needs to recheck the main. So far, he's playing blind. He's still blind as to what's going on. Zelt's on the way. SV now moves in. And Maru, he will now find that the gateway is missing.
Command center.
Yeah, Dust Scout does confirm. Checks behind the gas geyser. Does confirm the cyber core is on the way. Gateway is nowhere to be found. Bunker instantly. Yeah, instant bunker here by Maru. Now realizing how much danger he's in. It's still a late scout and a late reaction. There's a cancellation on the eBay. Getting the refund. And now Maru's scouting. Going for the probe. Ooh, nice pylon. He will have high ground vision. So Trappy has high ground vision. 2 Zelts moving in. A Stalker as well. Can we delay that bunker? No. I don't see that happening. Marine gets caught. Ooh. Okay, we canceled it. Yeah, true. Does cancel the pylon. Gets into the main. So we got in. Kills an SCV. Gets 1. Gets 2 SCV kills. Can we get 3? Can we get 4? Yeah, as the Stalker does waddle in as well. The Reaper is being zoned away from the bunker. Heavy losses here for Maru. Losing 7 SCVs. Looking at 8 SCVs and the factory's not done. And the Reaper does rotate around. Ooh, but the Reaper falls. Massive pickoff. Down to 1 Marine. 0 Reaper. The Stalker will focus on the Marine, and this is too much. This is too much damage. 10 SCVs is insane. Oh my god. 10 SCV kills. Meanwhile, we do have a full wall off here. Thankfully, the add-on has begun. The Stalker does get surrounded, and on Maru, he will hold. He will hold on here, but that's still 11 workers falling alongside the Marines, alongside the Reaper as well. Back at home, thankfully, we do have a second eBay block, and Maru, he will delay the expansion. Otherwise, Trap, you can see he's banking resources. He has 500 minerals. Trap, he wants to expand, and he is late to do so. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they poke off the ramp. Oh. There we go, Stalker does pull away. Hopefully looking for an SCV kill, but there we go. Does retarget. Gets 1. Gets 1 more SCV. Late retargeting out of Trap. He was focusing on expanding. Behind this again, the factory was so late, but the Widowmine will arrive, and we'll be able to set up to shut down the initial Stalker. Setting up on the high ground. Yeah, setting up. Likewise, we have our Stargate open out of Trap. Interesting. Going Stargates into Oracle Harass into just more economic damage. Meanwhile, the SCV should confirm. It's going to be close. Maru, he does push further in, and Maru, he will scout the Stargate. So a nice scout by Maru. Ooh, my shot goes off, catching out the Stalker. But the Widowmine's going to be hunted down. We cannot save the mine. Once again, just chipping away here at the wall. And as that settles, where exactly are we? Well, thankfully, Maru, because he scouted the Stargates, he's going for the Cyclones, and he should be in position to defend against said Oracle. Should be. Likewise, CC is now on the way. Now, Maru, the thing that's hurting him the most here, he has to very fast start CC. Maru's far behind. Economically, I mean. Like, the worker count is so far behind for Maru that he has to be greedy or go for an all-in, and he's chosen to be greedy. Chosen to be greedy and to double down. Trap is still pushing in. I assume Trap was going to go Oracle, but no, he's going Phoenix. Yeah, he's going for the Phoenix instead. Deeper taking a lot of hits. Boys are being pulled. I believe the Deeper should be saved. Yeah, this was a little bit wasteful here from Trap, losing the Adept. But he does deny mining. And everything does count here, every little bit. Especially when this is all the economy that Maru has. Phoenixes are coming. They can lift the Cyclone. They can lift the tank. Oh. Lock-on is broken. Just barely. It's broken. Mario pulls away. Oh. Jesus. So we're going for the gold? Scouting. Okay, okay. So third Nexus here. Trap is being active, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. Just making sure. Scout. Oh, no, he does it. Double expand. We don't need to do this. We do not need to be this greedy. Trap with the double Nexus. Okay. A little bit risky here from Trap. But he should get... Did Trap see the third CC? He did. Okay, okay. He did scout the third base. Okay, okay. So this makes more sense. I'll say this is quite risky based on what he has seen, but upon scouting the third command center, he knows that there's no push coming anytime soon. He knows there is no move out, there's no push. So Trappy just doubles down. Charge is now on the way. And is Trap gonna pull a rogue? Is Trap gonna all kill? Like, obviously, we still have more matches ahead of us here, but this is another, like, big moment for Trap where he's ahead in this game. He's in a very strong position. Ooh, we do see Maru being cheeky here. Does expand to the hybrid location. So, he gets denied. Yeah, he's going to be denied, though. Trying to be cheeky. Fails to do so. Stim has just now begun. Now with 2 tanks, Maru can break out. Ooh, never mind. We have a so we can see that Trap, he's not trying to catch any units, but he is being cheeky here, trying to force field, trying to delay. Another force field, delaying for as long as possible. Maru, he just wants to expand, Pappy. He just wants to expand. Another force field. Oh, sentry goes down. The gold base is not saturated. We should be prioritizing, by the way. We should be prioritizing this gold to get the most out of it. So Trap, a little bit of a slip up as he's going for a massive gateway explosion into charge, into storm. So Trap is still building up. He's still getting there. There's the Maynard. Does Maynard over. And Maru's in a rough position. The best that Maru can hope for is that Trap, like, apes into him. What I mean by that is that there's no reason for Trap to attack. Trap should just chill and contain Maru in 2 bases and max out. Like, there's no reason to push into this. Meanwhile, Maru, the best fight he can hope for is to be able to fight defensively with defensive SimCity and with all these 4 pre-siege tanks. That's the best that Maru can hope for. Is that Trap moves into him. But so far, Trap is being patient, spreading out his units. Going double forge, double upgrades, Robo's on the way for eventually the Bay, for eventually Colossus. And again, Trap just needs to calm down. Just calm down, tighten everything up. How many gateways are we on? So far, 10 gates. Because of the gold expansion, we can build up in towards like 15 plus. So we're getting into 80 workers. For now, at least just prioritizing all the tech. Just prioritizing all the tech here. Claiming gases. Throwing down static defense just in case. True. Phoenixes are on patrol to deny any kind of drop play. Storm is now halfway done. We can see the Robo and the War Prison, but there's no Bay yet, so there's no Colossus. Oh, and Maru tries to break out. Where's the patrolling Phoenixes? Trappy does spot the Medivacs. Late to react. Maru does break out, but this is risky, and here come the Phoenixes coming from behind. He wants his Medivacs. Oh. Does want the Medivacs. A little bit messy. Maru does pull back. I believe killing a Stalker. Was it? Yeah, killed a Stalker. Pulls away. Trap taking more expansions. And this is one step further than I thought we were going to take here. It's double Stargate, Fleet Beacon into Skytoss. Again, this is very tech heavy. It's very, very expensive to do this. This is a risk that I don't think Trap needs to take, but he's taking it. And I mean, if he gets away with it, he gets away with it, but... It's just the amount of greed that we're seeing out of Trap, considering that he's still up against Maru, is scaring me a little bit. Like, Maru, he still has one big 2-base all-in available to him. Takes down one of the High Templar. Again, Trap, he's choosing not to refine his ground army and choosing to rush to the skies. Which, if he's able to get away with it, he can pop off, but... it is still risky. I'm feeling uneasy, but... nice catch. Catching a Phoenix. Sorry, catching a Ghost with the Phoenixes. Again, the army supplies are comparable. Like, that's what scares me. The army supplies are still very comparable to each other. Obviously, Trap can remax and Maru less so, but... They back in. They scouted the additional CCs. We are building up those Tempests. Okay. So, Trap, he's getting away with it. He's now up to 3 Tempest. He has 4 High Templar. Maru, he now starts to break out, and this is it. This is Trap's moment. It's time. Tempests are revealed. It reveals the Tempest. Mine shot's going off. Liberators are setting up. And Trap, he should fight for this expansion. Drags in the mine shot. Trap is moving in. Oh, army does stim. Where's the High Templar? Yeah, no Ghost. Yeah, no Templar, no Storm. Army does rush forward. Storm does zone. Again, so far, Maru, he's fighting well. Dragging the army into the mine. Oh, another mine shot connects. Tempest are low. Maru's maxed. Maru does have the larger army. And again, if we rush into Tempest like this, we have to get value with this. Like, we have to like pick away the army. Just pick away the units. Like this. Get a Marine, pull back. Get a Ghost, pull back. If we're not acting with the Tempest, it's not worth it. As they're slowly getting value. As I say that, Tempests are getting low. One Tempest goes down. Army does try to rush in. Marines, they stim well. Oh my god, massive storm! Like, again, it's not really the Tempests are doing well here. We need more splash damage, and the fact that we're not going Colossus or Disruptor, like, it's still very tense. That's Travis down to 1 Phoenix. Nice snipe. And Trap doubling down here, making more Tempest. Throwing down cannons and shield batteries. We can soon hit critical mass of Tempest, which is a point where we can just move in and one-shot whatever we want. As Tempest, they are gaining value. I think only 1 Tempest have gone down so far. And catching a medevac. They're going down 1 at a time. Now going for the Liberator. Doesn't quite one-shot them, but still nice pickups. At the same time, Maru comes over behind. Get a nice EMP. EMP lands, no Storm. High Templar, they need to respond. Yeah, they do need to respond here. As Maru does stim in, takes down the Tempest. But again, these are losses that Maru can't afford. He got the Storms! Oh my god. Okay, Storm grazing the army. There's only 4 High Templar. EMP lands. But there aren't many Marines. The does get a Tempest. At the same time, the army does stim forward. Like, Maru, he's trading well for himself as best he can. Once again, we need more Storms. We need more splash damage. Yeah, the High Templar, they're fresh High Templar. No Storms available. Messy fight here from Trap. But the Tempest, they still trade well. It's still okay. Yeah, Tempest, they maintain the position. They keep moving in. Oh, now the EMP lands. Slaps down the Tempest. Oh, the mine shots. Oh my god. Yeah, massive mine shots popping off. And Maru, he backstabs. Yeah, he ignores the army, goes to the backstab instead. I do like this out of Maru. Trap's army is very immobile. It's very immobile, but Trappy just moves in. Yeah, Trappy commits in. He's pushing into the third base. SCVs are going down. He's going for the kill. Maru, he comes over behind. Does try to clutch a Colossus. Gets one. Where are the storms? No storm. Yeah, 0 storm. That's the only Templar. But it may not matter. Yeah, the Tempest, it looks like they will still reign supreme. GG gets called, and Trap, he will take game number 1 and knock Maru out. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Trap, he will knock Maru out here, and suddenly Team Terran, they're down to 1 player, winding it back. Again, it was hyper aggression from Trap. Trap, he was able to pull off the proxy, able to cripple Maru early on. Maru, he was so down in economy, and Maru had to make a choice. It was one of two: either all in or be hyper greedy. Chose to be greedy. He chose to go for the fast 3rd CC, double expand. He went for the double expand, but Maru, he never got to take a 3rd base, really. He never really got to establish his 3rd economy. He was just stuck on 2 bases for so long. I was uneasy about how greedy tech-wise Trap was being. Instead of like securing his ground army and maxing out, he did decide to take up into Tempest, and it did allow for some shaky and some back and forth engagements. Maru, he was trading well for himself. He was catching Tempest, but he couldn't afford his losses. He was losing medevacs, losing marines, losing ghosts. Every loss there was brutal because Maru was stuck on a 2-base economy. He had a 3rd base, but by the time he took his 3rd, his main was mining out as well. So it was just a really, really rough position there for Maru from the beginning. And with that, there's 1 player left for Team Liquid. 1 player remaining. Oh boy, it is going to be the final player for Team Terran. It is going to be Trap versus Cure. Oh boy. And so last week, Rogue all killed the entire Korean scene in regards to Terran and Protoss. Trap, can he all kill Team Terran? Remember, Classic was fielded earlier, and Classic did go down earlier in the broadcast, but Trap has been popping off. He has been popping off. He's been doing well. Let's go. Again, the final Terran, Cure. Oh. But here we go. And again, Cure, he has some of the best TVP in the world, for sure. So Cure, he is a strong player in his own right, 100%. The issue here, of course, is that Cure has to work through almost the entire Protoss team. He has to work through Trap. He has to also work through Zaun and Hero. Remember, there's still Zaun and Hero in the back line. They're still being held onto. There's still more matches to come. Or more Protoss players left. True. So it is looking a little bit bleak here for Team Terran, but not an impossible task, right? Like, if anyone can bring down Zaun, Hero, and Trap, it's going to be Cure. Bearing in mind that he was our most recent GSL finalist alongside Hero. But the pressure is on. So we are still setting up and getting ready. We might go on a short break here as we're just trying to get our camera going. Oh, there we go. Just need to get the camera going and just setting up. We are just going to be setting up. Oh, hold on. Where's my translation? Where is my Google Translate? Okay, nothing crazy. Curie's just asking for a moment while he sets up his camera. Just needs un momento. Meanwhile, Hero and Zaun just resting, just watching the games, enjoying themselves. Classic smudging a little bit of smudge. It's fine. You know, he'll be able to rest up for the next series, potentially. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. All right, let's go. Cure, he's saying that like everyone was saying that Trap is gonna all kill. What do I do? No. I just realized it's all Jin Air boys. True. Cure, he was also on Jin Air back then as well. Maru, Cure, Trap. There you go. We have our camera set up. You can see they're bantering. And getting ready. And yeah, it's crazy. Like Trap, he's been gone for a long time. He's been retired for years, and for him to return and to potentially even bring down all the Korean Terrans, that's, oh god, it's crazy. It's crazy. We'll see if he can. I mean, these have been aggressive games, to be fair. Like, they've been very chaotic, very aggressive. We've been seeing a lot of proxies, a lot of reinforcement points, of course, referring to the game on Rainfall, referring to the game on Rorschach. And as we try to emphasize, like, aggression is favored on those maps, so there's, like, context to how these games have been unfolding, of course. There has been some context as to the aggressive nature of these past 2 games at least, but now we're loading into Sanctuary 3. This is a much larger map of the map pool, known for more mid-game play. Again, I do want to say that this is more ideal for Cure, to get a little bit more breathing room early on to be able to get into a more robust mid-game. We'll see if he can get there, and we will see. Bearing in mind once again that Trap only needs to win 1 game. Only 1. Oh. Yeah, here we go. We're just getting the lobby ready. Hopefully no lobby bug this time. Fingers crossed. Hopefully. It's already delayed us long enough. But we have a map, we have our players, we have our casters as well. Again, big shout out to Ryung. Ryung is also casting in Korean. Inu casting in Korean. We have Rex, we have ourselves. Let's go. As we are loading it. And again, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. It's been a very intense period of StarCraft. Last weekend we had Home Story Cup. The RSL group stage is upon us and did just begin, I want to say last weekend as well, or this past weekend. RSL, Home Story Cup, Maestros of course, with GSL CKs, and all of our open tournaments as well. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, and Team Terran, the final Terran player left for his team. Can he stop the all-kill from happening? It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the legendary player himself for Team Protoss. 1 game away from all killing, which is crazy. It is Trap. Let's go. Let us go as we're getting into our potentially final series. We're on match point. We're on match point at this point. Trap needs 1 more win to claim the series for himself and for his team. And meanwhile, Cure, he has to fight back. Cure now to pull off the reverse all kill. Almost a reverse all kill. Bearing in mind that Innovation already did win a game previously. True. Did take down Classic. And again, Byun was able to make Trap bleed as well, but because of the format, Trap only needs 1 win. Even with Byun winning a game, it was not good enough. He had the 2-0. Same here. Cure needs the 2-0. So now we are going to be opening up single gas opener, racks expand, economic start out of Cure. Does make sense as welcome one and all to Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 is a bit of a larger map, more macro or mid-game oriented. There is a ramp coming into the natural, so your defensive setup here on 2 bases is very strong. Very, very strong defensive setup here on your initial 2 bases. We do have our 3rd expansion as well, which again is on the high ground. There is a more of a choke point here, more medium-sized entrance coming into the expansion. Do have this area on the low ground that can be abused to wedge yourself in between the bases, but there are a lot of features that can slow down and hinder aggressive moves, we do have our slow zones. Massive slow zones here in the center of the map. It's not just slow zones, but also tall grass to hinder vision, and also a choke point as well. Like, it's everything. Slow zone, choke point, and tall grass. On top of that, there are destructible towers. These rocks can be knocked down to fully wall this area off as well. So there are ways to engage an aggressive army or to slow down an aggressive army as well. To try to get into the mid game and a longer game state. Again, we were emphasizing it earlier, but the last 2 games we had on Rorschach and on Rainfall were hyper aggressive, and that's just part of the map itself. Here we can slow things down a little bit more, and this is where Cure can get a little bit more comfortable potentially. We'll see. As the game should slow down, and we should be embracing a much more back and forth mid game. For now, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener at a trap. Opening up most likely Blink, and we're expecting 2 gates. We're expecting a 2-gate opener into a 3rd. Those are our expectations. When it comes to mid-game TVP, I mean, we've already seen it previously, but it hasn't really changed too much. You can make the argument that the Zealot aggression is a little bit stronger in regards to proxy pylons. Like, it's a little more common to set up proxy pylons and to warp in and harass across the map, and that is still a very prevalent force and prevalent part of TVP, with Prism warp-ins, Prism harass, and pylon gateway warp-ins as well. Likewise, the dynamic of Protoss players gaining map control and mass expanding is still very much so there as well. There was some speculation that maybe the cost of warping in warp gates would deter that. The answer is no. It's cheap enough where Protoss players, they still get into that mass economy, mass gateway style. It can still overwhelm the Terran player. I would say that Terran all-ins is still very prevalent in the TVP meta. Terran aggression, Terran all-ins, but this map kind of favors longer games instead, so this is where we should be expecting more mid to late game. For now, 1-1-1 out of Cure. We have our 1-1-1 setup. Behind this, second gateway, Robo's on the way, and Trap should soon be expanding. If he throws down extra gateways, we will take note of that. We'll take note. Station pokes in, confirms the 1-1-1, but I believe barely did miss the drop. And my drop is moving out. They'll sit by, they'll sit past. And we'll see how quickly Trap reacts, bearing in mind that he doesn't have the foresight of knowing that this is coming ahead of time. He's not fully aware. Kira does boost in. And there are 4 Stalkers ready. Wow, they're in the main, they will deflect, and with that, Trap holds. Trap holds, he defends. Behind this, we have our 3-1-1 setup. We have Buyer, tank production, Raven as well. Very standard follow-up here by Cure. Again, as we mentioned, like, mid-game TVP has not changed. You can definitely make an argument that the strength of the Wind Mine has been increased. That is true, just because mine shots are going off a little bit faster. Which does make it a little bit harder to drag shots, for example, or to split, but not impossible. It just means you have less time to react. Meanwhile, Blink is now done. Trap poking forward. Tank is in position, and Trap should not blink into the main. He can maybe try to blink on the top side and maybe pick off a depot. Outside of that, Secure should be secure. Likewise, Raven harass across the map, making its way into the bases. Wood Mines, they were also left at the 3rd. There's still the medevac outside of the main. So Raven pokes in. We'll find potentially 1 probe. Ooh, gets 1. 1 probe goes down. Medevac was activated for a moment, but does not boost in. As again, Curie stuck on 2 bases until he does finish Stim. Just waiting for Stim, combat shields, the rest of the bio army. Then Curie can start to break out. And it's going to be on Trap to spot the push and to slow it down. As Trap is working towards Colossi. Colossus are amassing. The medevac drop is going to pull back home. Trap, he will spot the move out. Does spot the army. And ideally, Trap, he needs to engage ahead of time. Trap, he's trying to, but again, he was ready for a drop play. Army's pushing through. Cure getting past halfway mark. He gets past the choke point. Gets through the slow zone. Trap is in trouble. Yeah, Trap is in trouble. He's pulling back. He does have one Colossus to defend. Tank, can we siege up in time? Raven harassing to the mineral line. Colossus is ready. Ooh, Observer gets caught. Floating within range of the scan. I'm loving the bait. Bait's out one of the mines. But there's still 2 left. And Cure is reinforcing. Going for his own double drop as well behind this. Looks like he doesn't feel confident pushing into the army, especially against all these sentries. So he rotates over. Cure rotates. Raven harass continues. Catching out 4 probes. Very nice. That one Raven. Damn. Catching out 4 more workers at the same time. Double drop into the main. We can see Trap is somewhat in position, but only with 3 Stalkers. Yeah, only 3 Stalkers. That's not going to be enough. Violent goes down. We need a defensive warp-in. Warp-ins, they do begin, but the Bay is going to fall, actually. Nice pickup. Bay does fall. Curry pulls back with the main army. Trap trying to catch him out. Can he force field? Can he lock him in? Can he lock him? Yeah, Colossus, they catch the bio army. So many Marines go down. The tank does get lifted, but oh, so much goes down, and we'll get a full medevac. Oh my god, both medevacs go down. Heavy losses for Cure. Cure gets caught with his pants down. The drop in the main base is getting damage done, but the main army's coming, and now there's nothing left to defend. Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? We're trying to pull the boys. A bunker breaks, so the bunker has fallen. Boys are coming in. There's 2 Colossus. Oh my god, massive swipes on the SCVs. Every worker's going down. 17 SCV kills. And Trap, he's doing it. Este Trap. Ay. He's been retired. He's been retired for years, Papi, but he is back. He's returned. He's back as a Papi as well. For those who do not know, that's why he retired initially, is that he does have a... He is now a father. But you know what? He's back showing us how it's done. I mean, the Dark, he showed it first. True. Like, the Pappy himself. Yeah, breaks the natural at the same time. Drop back into the main base. Security does have a massive Vikings. The Vikings will break through the Colossus. Prism goes down, and Cure, he is barely holding on here. He will clean up all the Colossi. 1 Colossus left. And Cure's holding. Cure's holding on, but again, he lost 12 SCVs in the process. Chasing back the Colossus. The drop, I believe, was finally dealt with. There's still 2 Widow Mines inside of the main. And still inside the main base. And Cure, he's down to 23 SCVs. Do we have a 3rd CC? There is. Okay, there is a 3rd command center. So extra mules, extra worker production here. It's still a rough position, though. Things are still looking dire for Cure. Oh, Widow Mines are waddling in. They're waddling into the mineral line. Okay, we'll get a couple of probes so far. 1 probe going down. We'll get 3. 3 probe kills. Trap being distracted. Back at home. Trap is now working on his 2nd forge. Do we have a backup bay? No. Fun fact, this entire time, ever since that bay was sniped, there's been no additional Colossus production. That's the only reason why there's no additional Colossi here. There's just 1, as the bay was never rebuilt. That's crazy. Do you have Storm? No Storm. No Storm, no bay. Just 1 Colossus. Trap, we gotta recognize that soon. I mean, Trap still has the advantage, and I mean, he can maybe pull this off with a massive gateway army anyway, but that is definitely a hole here in the composition that Trap is constructing. Is the fact there's only 1 unit that'll splash damage here. I mean, sure, we have Archons, but that didn't count. Observer gets quartz. 3rd base not being taken. Cure trying to recover. Claiming his 3rd. He's claiming his 3rd base. There it is. Now he notices. I was thinking, oh, cancel? Wait, what? Hold on. I was going to say that I don't think it was intentional. He does start the bay. He cancels the bay, starts an Immortal instead. I mean, there are 7 Vikings, I suppose, but you do want to still have the option to make Colossus once you reset the Viking count. That's crazy. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I mean, as I mentioned, like, we have a sea of zealots here. Like, it might not matter. It might not matter that we don't have any more Colossus or splash damage. Like, just with a pure gateway composition, this might be enough. There we go. Storm has not begun. Again, like, it just might not matter. Trap might just be too far ahead. As here comes Trap. He's got 26, 30 zealots. That's a lot of zealots. We'll take 1 wide shot to the face. Trap commits in. And he does commit in here. Zealot peel off towards the right hand side. A nice anti-armor missile here on the main army. Does shred the armor. Zealots are being cleaned up. And Cure so far is holding. Looks like Trappy wants to wait out the armor shred. Waiting it out. Yeah, now he starts to bay. This is messy. Now he starts to bay. He's like, you know what? Actually, splash damage would be good. Ooh. And Trappy does move in. Yeah, chasing down the Vikings. Colossus gets caught in the gas geyser. That's a little bit scary. There we go. Does move in. Colossus does push forward. Vikings will bring it down. The gateway, the ground army is going to be falling though. So does the economy. 26 SCV kills. And again, Cure cannot hold. The GG gets called, and Trap, he will take down Cure, and Trap will all kill Team Terran. GG. Look at him go. GG, well played with that. Congratulations here to Trap. He will claim the match, and he will claim the series. Again, Trap, he took down Cure, took down Maru, took down Bjorn, and took down Innovation as well. GG. GG, well played. Trap, he will claim the match, he will claim the series. And with that, Protoss will advance on into the finals. Terran are out of GSL CK number 5. GG. GG, well played. Again, there was some back and forth, of course. Innovation was the only Terran player that won his series, and technically Bjorn did take maps off of Trap as well. So did Innovation. Like, Bjorn took a map off of Trap, Innovation took a map off of Trap as well. Like, there was some back and forth here, but because of the format, Trap only needs 1 win to claim the series. That's all he needed, and he got it against both Maru and Cure. I would favor Cure and Maru in a best of 3, but these weren't best of 3s. They were not best of 3s. For now, we're going to be going on a break. Going to be going on a break here as Team Zerg are getting ready. Again, it's going to be Zerg versus Protoss. Now, last week in GSL CK number 5, day 1, Rogue, he all killed the entire Korean scene of Protoss and Terran. Do we field Rogue first again, or do we let someone else play? I want to see Armani. Like, Armani has not played yet at all. he has not been able to play StarCraft despite returning for this event. So I would want to see some Armani at some point. I'm a big Armani fan, but we'll see. We'll see. For now, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals, Zerg versus Protoss, GSL CK5 Race Wars. We'll see you soon after the break. back, everyone. Welcome back to the Grand Finals. So the Grand Finals was Grand Finales of the GSL CK number 5, Day 2. Again, we just wrapped up with the Semifinals, and we saw Trap all kill Team Terran. Team Terran, they are now out of the tournament, and now we have Team Zerg meeting there, or looking to rise up and looking to have a repeat run from last week as well. If you remember, Rogue, they all killed both Protoss and Team Terran as well. Both teams went down to Rogue last week. This time, we're going to be jumping into another best of 9. Best of 9 here. We have our teams of 4, and we actually have our starting players, Armani versus Rogue. Let's go. Armani, the first time he's competing in many, many years. It's been a long time since Armani has been in StarCraft 2. Cameras are set up. Bam, as you can see, we have Armani here repping Zerg as our legendary player, and we have Zaun, the young blood himself, repping Protoss. So PvZ and non-stop PvZ here tonight. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Armani, he originally was, of course, on Samsung Galaxy back in the day, and he was more recently, before he retired, he was on God damn it, Zaun. He was on Kwangdong Freaks. He was on Kwangdong Freaks. I want to say, without checking, Armani, he retired in, he was on Kwangdong Freaks. I want to say he was competing in WTL in 2023. So I want to say he retired maybe end of 2023. Let me just double check. Let me double check. Where is my Armani? So I'm looking in end of 2023. Let's have a look as we are loading into our fresh series, into our first best of 2. And he retired, I said end of 2023, he retired beginning of 2024. I was like, I was a couple of months off. But there we go, like around that period of time. So relatively recently, that would have been what, like over 2 years ago at this point, over 2 years ago. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of at Attorney's Edge, we have the red Protoss player, we have the South Korean Protoss repping Team Protoss, and on side, it is Zaun. Zaun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the legend himself. It has been over 2 years since his retirement, but he is back for this event. Representing Team Zerg, it is Armani. Here we go. Armani, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. We are back, we are here, and we have our best of 2. Because Armani is the legendary player for Team Zerg, it does force this to be a best of 2 instead of a best of 3 or a best of 1. It means that Armani needs to win 1 game to take down Zaun. We'll see if he can. Now, again, Armani's been away for quite some time. I do keep up with Armani on his Instagram, and what was really cool, actually, it was, I want to say like 3 weeks ago at this point. It was a couple of weeks ago. It was relatively recently. But you know who Armani met up with? Armani, of course, a lot of these guys are good friends. Armani, he met up with Dream. Do you remember Dream, the Korean Terran player? It's been a while since he's been around as well, but Armani and Dream, they were recently hanging out, which caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, this is like a blast from the past. So it was really cool to see them hanging out together. And of course, now we are delving into our best of 3 or best of 2. Now Armani's back. Armani's back. He's competing. He's playing, at least for this tournament. I said this before for the other retired players, for the other legends. Do not expect them to be back full-time or even part-time because of this event. Wait to see them play in more tournaments. I said this before, but Trap, he's the closest player to like a player returning to the game and actually coming back. Trap has been playing in more tournaments. He's been in better form as a result of that. It's still a little bit too early to really say that Trap has returned to competing full-time, but he's at least being more active. For Armani, this is the first time he's playing in years. First time he's competing, at least, and I'm curious to see what form is he in and what shape is he in to compare against some of these other top players, especially compared to like Impact. He came back for Doyo Cup, and Impact had like 1 build, to be honest. Like, we were casting it at the time, and in Doyo Cup, Impact, he had 1 build that he was kind of like rinsing and repeating over and over again. He didn't really have a lot of variety to his play or a lot of breadth to his play, and it was his first time competing in likewise like 4 or 5 years. It's been a long time since Impact has competed. So likewise, I'm curious to see how informed Armani is. Now, Armani, he has been more active in recent years compared to Impact. Again, it's been just over 2 years since Armani retired. I guess 2.5 years, actually. True. We're already 7 months into 2026. True. So yeah, it's been 2.5 years for Armani, or more than that. We'll see how he compares. So far, Hatchgas pool, claiming our third base as well. Everything's looking standard. Likewise, Down is going for his own Stargate opener. So Stargate opener into our eventual third as well. So everything's looking as it should be. Now, when it comes to PvZ on the current meta, on the current patch, for those that maybe have not been watching too much, or for those that did watch GSL CK and have been watching up in open tournaments in recent weeks, and Home Story Cup as well, and RSL, you would know that PvZ is in a has kind of devolved, I would say. Void Ray openers have become very common. We've been seeing a lot of Void Ray openers and a lot of double Stargate and triple Stargate Void Ray into Skytoss. I'm not saying that we'll see that this game, but it's been very, very prevalent throughout the top Korean players. Not just Koreans, but Max Packs as well. So all the top Protoss players have been going into Skytoss and rushing into Skytoss against Zerg. And I say devolve because it's kind of like back to 2021 era of StarCraft. Now we can see here, it's going to be Void Ray into Twilight Council. This is the other thing we've been seeing. We've either been seeing Skytoss rushes into like Turtle Up until Skytoss, or all-ins. Like heavy Twilight Council play, early Council, late third into heavy, either like 8K 3-base all-ins with Blink Stalker or Mass Glaive Adepts. That has also been very prevalent throughout the meta. Just because like mid-game versus Zerg is almost impossible at this level of play. Like if your opponent's like of a similar skill, like it's quite difficult for both Terran and Protoss. That has been the case for the past, you know, since the patch went live. That's why as well for Terran, it's almost exclusively all-ins, like hyper aggressive play from Terran to try to kill Zerg. Hyper aggressive. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be either Blink or Glaives, but no, it's going to be option 3, Charge. Charge is on the way for Zaun, so rushing into an early charge timing, and we'll see if he can catch Armani with his pants down. Now, Armani is going into early Eva Chamber, +1 melee into a Bailey Nest. This is a very modern build. This is very, very modern, so I want to point that out just because I was curious if Armani has been keeping up with the meta. So it's a very modern build. We're going into Ling Bane into most likely Hydra. This is okay, but this is going to be a messier defense against the all-in. Again, we have 6 gates being thrown out. It's going to be 8 gates in total. That's a heavy gateway count mass zealot. It all comes down to the Banelings. We need to morph in Banelings to defend. Without Banelings, it's going to be a very difficult defense. And even with Banelings, it's not a sure thing. A safer build here, or a safer reaction, a safer setup would be Roaches for a Roach-based defense. But here it's going to be Ling Bane. It's a little bit greedier. It's still possible to hold and to shut this down. But again, it comes down to the reaction time. It comes down to the Banelings. It comes down to how quickly Armani can recognize how much danger he's in. As for now, the Oracle does break forward. You can see here no gas at the natural main base. You can see here limited gas income as well. Just warping in more zealots, and Zaun will soon pull the trigger as he's warping in across the map. Ooh, with that proxy pylon. Okay, pylon has been set up. Zaun is coming. There are 0 Banelings. Wow, 0 Banelings ready for this. Zealots, they will move in. They will force a cancel. That's going to be a cancellation, and Banelings not more free. We have 8 Banelings on the way, and Zealots is going to be a window in time where they can push in. They're going for the Queens. Yeah, Zealots take it for the dive. They surround 1 Queen. Stasis Trap here on the Banelings. Stasis Trap will connect with a Zergling, but too late. Yeah, alas, it does finish up too early. Banelings, they smash in. But now there's a second wave. Yeah, second army. Second army has arrived. Queens are going down. That was all the Banelings. 0 Banelings remaining, and Zaun breaks through. Zaun breaks through. He overwhelms every single queen. There's 2 queens left, no transfuse against Stasis Trap. I mean, it didn't matter. They didn't really have the best connection. Still overwhelms the army. Now we throw down Spine Crawlers, but it's too late. It's too late with that Zaun. He does catch Armani with his pants down. We have more Zealots rallying in as well. The reinforcements, they do not stop, and Zaun will start things off with a win. GG. GG gets called, and Zaun takes game number 1. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. Zaun does take a lead in the series. As you were mentioning, this kind of play is like very common. I say this kind of play all-ins, like going for these big all-ins, charge-based all-ins, Glaive Adepts, Blink Stalker-based all-ins as well, or Skytoss is kind of what we expect to kind of bounce between here in PvZ. And Armani, he took a risk. He took a risk. He did decide to go into Ling Bane, not into Roaches. And on top of that, Armani never scouted the main. He never saw the main base. He did not see how all-in his opponent was. Didn't scout the proxy pylon, of course. And with that, Armani was caught with his pants down. The pants were down. GG, well played. Whew, and I want to see more matches here with Armani. Like, again, I was a big Armani fan back in the day, but now We're getting into game 2 here, and the pressure is on. I will say that the build itself from Armani was solid. Like, the build itself was solid. It made sense. Like, it was all piecing together. It was just he was caught off guard by the all-in. So we'll see if Armani can get on top of that scouting and can get a better idea as to what Zaun is up to. Let's go. As we're loading into game 2, loading into Blackrock. Let's go. Oh my god. So players are bantering. I need to quickly Google Translate before we start the game. What are they saying? Oh. Zaun, he's being cheeky. He's like, hey, so what should I do now? Armani's like, it's tough. You're early game. Well done. I can't stop it. So Zaun being a little bit cheeky here, and here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Blackrock, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself. We have the South Korean Protoss, or Team Protoss, representing onside, leading the series 1-0, and one game away from claiming the first series of the finals. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the oh my apologies. There he is. Spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg for Team Zerg. It is Armani, the legendary player himself. Bam. Let's go. Let us go. We are going to be getting into this. Meanwhile, let's see if we can get a better background for the comments, for the chat. So I mentioned earlier that Zaun was being cheeky, asking what build he should do. The Google Translate is not helping here. I think Zaun said, I'm coming. And Armani's like, please. Please do. Play against Zaun. He was bantering earlier in the lobby chat. But here we go. Here we go. From here, we're going to be opening up. Again, standard openers here. Hatch gas pool out of Armani. Zaun going for his own standard opener as well. Again, we don't really expect anything too crazy in the early game. It all comes down to the transition after the Stargate opener. Remember, last game, it was a Stargate into Void Ray. Because of the Void Ray opener, Zaun was able to hunt down the Overlord and deny vision. That's one of the reasons why Armani had a hard time scouting what was going on. On top of that, these all-ins are stronger because now it's harder to scout the proxy location. In the past, when you go for an all-in like the one that we just saw at Zaun, you would need a gateway and a pylon. But now you just need a pylon. So now there's just less surface area, or just the proxy itself is smaller on the map, so it's harder to scout, harder to find, harder to realize what is going on. And that's applicable to P versus Zerg and versus Terran as well. All those proxy pylons and the proxy locations. Now, I do like the idea of Zaun opening up Stargate Void Ray again, even if he doesn't go for an all-in, just to keep Armani on his toes, just to keep him guessing, and just to mind game Armani a little bit as well. Would not be opposed to it. But true, when it comes to some of the CranKy Duckling history with StarCraft, Armani was one of the first pro players that we actually casted on the channel. This was back in 2019, I want to say. Was it 2019? Or was it coming into 2020? If you remember, we were the D stream at the time for I Am Katowice. Originally it was Ravi, Fear Dragon. He was the D stream, but something came up and he was unavailable, so we subbed in for him. And we're casting, and I Am Katowice had like a massive open stage at the time, and we were casting Armani like early on. That was what, like 5 years? No, sorry, 5? It was like 7 years ago. It was like 6-7 years ago. Crazy. Yeah. Back in the day. But regardless, we are going to be opening up once again Void Ray opener here by Zaun. I do like this, as we mentioned. Like, I like the idea of opening a Void Ray, even if we're not going to be hiding tech, just to shut down the vision and shut down Armani scouting. Likewise, welcome to Blackrock. Blackrock is an interesting map, and the map pool does have a much more open third and fourth base, where you can push in, you can be aggressive, and it can be difficult to defend, but we'll see if Armani once again goes Evo Chamber first. I mentioned earlier that Impact only had kind of one build that he was relying upon. We'll see if Armani is flexible enough to go for something different. For now, Overlord Scout is denied. Denies the Scout. Overlord does fall, Void Ray moves out. And Zaun is setting up for an earlier expand. Remember, last game, Zaun went for a Twilight Council first. This game, Nexus first. So, standard economic opener here by Zaun, opening a Void Ray into third. Meanwhile, Armani responds with the Evo Chamber. So Evo Chamber is on the way, plus on melee. Same build here by Armani, but I do like this more. Meanwhile, that's an early Twilight Council. It might not have been before the expand, but this is still early. This is still a very early council here. Late Forge, early council. Do we go into Charge again? Do we go into Glaives? Or do we go into Blink? Now, already a big difference here. Remember, last game, the gases were never taken. This time, gases are on the way. So less of a chance it's going to be early Charge. We're leaning more towards Glaives or Blink. Meanwhile, the Oracles are poking in. Catching out a couple of drones. Adepts into the mineral line as well. Ooh, this is getting a little bit out of hand here. 3 drones going to be going down. Yeah, 3 drone kills, getting up to 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, 7! 7 drone kills. We have a Void Ray at the third, Oracle in the natural, and Adepts in the main base, and this is getting out of hand. Armani cannot keep up. Yeah, messy defense here from Armani. Late Forge. It is going to be Blink. The Forge tells us that most likely we're building up into a longer game, but oh, this is too much. This is far too much damage. 11, 12 drone kills, no spawn position. Zaun skill checking Armani, and Armani, he is struggling to meet that. As with that is critical damage. We see a Roach Horn on the way for Armani. It is Evo Chamber, not +1 melee, into +1 Carapace instead, into a Roach heavy style. But this is a brutal start. Critical damage already. It is going to be critical damage. Behind this, Zaun is going for a Gateway Explosion. We have 4 gates on the way, 6 gates already done. It's going to be a 2 gates already done, 6 gates in total. And we'll see if Zaun throws down 2 more gates. We're looking for more gateways. We'll see if he commits, or if he just macros up from here. What we're looking for is if Zaun takes gases. If he takes gases, that will be a sign of splash damage, of storm, of further tech. Speaking of, there it is. Temple Archives on the way, and gases are indeed being taken. So Zaun is playing standard. He's playing standard. He's not going for any kind of big timing. He will have early Blink because of the early Twilight Council, so we can apply pressure at the 4th base specifically. The 4th base can be focused down and can be denied. So Zaun can be active. And really what Zaun is doing is he's just keeping up the tempo. He's keeping up the tempo. 3 more drone kills. And again, Armani is struggling to keep up. Zaun looking very comfortable. We see Armani trying to go into Roach Hydra. Ooh. Trying to build up his composition. 2 more gateways. That's going to be 8 gates in total. Here come the first wave of Stalkers. Blink is done. And again, this is typically meant to deny the 4th base, but there is not even a 4th. The 4th is late from Armani because of all the economic damage. Because he's lost so many drones, he can't afford it. I mean, he should be getting it. There we go. 4th base is now on the way. But again, late expansion, late economy. Zaun clearing up all this creep. Takes down all the tumors. Cleans up the tumors. Likewise, more reinforcements have arrived. Roaches and Queens are exposed. I wanted to save an army? Not really. Armani does not really have much to work with here. That's a lot of creep going down. I mentioned earlier that typically this timing would threaten the 4th base, but right now, because Armani was so low from earlier, because he was at a deficit, he's struggling to even maintain the 3rd. Yeah, he's struggling here at the 3rd. So because they poke in, they will barely catch a Queen. Stasis goes up. Queen goes down, Stasis goes off, and again, Armani, he is struggling across the map, but 4th base now on the way for Zaun. Keeping up with the base count of Armani. Armani rushing Hive? Oh. Curious as to what the Hive is for. If it's just going to be Roach Ravager Viper, it's very expensive, considering our low drone count. So, interesting choice here from Armani. Behind the Zaun, just, again, getting comfortable. Morphing in High Templar, going for the Fleet Beacon, and going for the Mothership. And we're headed for the Mothership. Robo's on the way as well. So this is what caught me off guard. I was like, what's the Hive for exactly? Lurker Den. Unfortunately, it's not really lined up. Ideally, you do want the Lurker Den in production as the hive is being made. So as soon as the hive is done, bam, you can start the Lurker upgrade. So it's all a little bit lopsided, but it just comes down to the early game. It's just been very, very shaky economically here for Armani. Very shaky. So the tech is lopsided. And again, Zan looking solid. Looking good. Remember, the SOOP is lying too. SOOP does lie here when it comes to the supply. The reason for this is because of the roach counts. We do have a heavy roach-based army, which is very inflated when it comes to army supply. Likewise, the tech is delayed. Droning has also been delayed as well. So late drones, late saturation, late growth here for Armani. Zan is still looking very comfortable. He does try to break in. Gonna be zoned away. We have 7 lurkers morphing in. And lurkers, they can be solid here when it comes to the mid game. But once Skytoss comes into the mix, that's when lurkers do struggle. Thankfully, it's not really Skytoss. It's only 1 Stargate. So just a mothership as a supportive unit and a ground focused composition. Mass lurker could actually trade well here. There's a chance here with the lurkers, Pappy, but they have no range. Yeah, these are still lair tech lurkers. As Zani starts to be active. Meanwhile, they'll see the army. Bam! 2 Stargates. 2 Stargates on the way, so now we're thinking about Skytoss or working towards it. Skytoss would be the ideal against lurkers. Lurkers, they can dominate the ground. Not so much against the sky. Now, there is a small window in time here where Armani could try to force a fight and could try to kill before this guy just... Oh, he gets scouted! No, he gets spotted! Yeah, Zell does get eyes on the Dropper Lords. Armani, he attempts to Doom Drop, but Zan is aware. Can Armani distract or find another way in? Don't try to commit. No, don't. You got scouted! Armani! Respect your opponent, Pappy. I mean, Zan is back. Okay, Zan is backing up. Wow, the stars are aligning. Zan, he pulls away. Zan distracted by the Hydras. Zan, he believes that there's no shot Armani commits to the drop. He does. It's working. He's crazy. Again, Zan, he saw the drop, but Zan believes that, like, there's no shot that you're going to go for the drop anyway. I just saw you. He goes for it. Yeah, dives into the main base, going for the Stargates. Zan recalls back home. Lurkers reborrow. And shows the lurker shots. Yeah, lurker shots they connect. No overseer. Yeah, no overseer. Mass Cloak will shut this down at the same time. Armani moving in. He's going for the expansion. He's going for the Nexus. He's trying to elite Zelarama, runs into a wall of Spine Crawlers. At the same time, Zelsa will find a base here on the right hand side. Yeah, bases are going down. We're getting messy here. Nexus will fall. At the same time, so will this hatchery. Meanwhile, Prism into the main. Yeah, War Prism into the main base. Probes are falling. Drones as well. Does focus down the spawning pool. The pool does fall, and Armani, the main army, is retreating. So, Armani, he will pull away. Armani pulls away. Building on more Hydras, more weapons here across the map. Spawning pool has to be rebuilt, so only Hydras can be built here. And Armani should hold. They should hold in the main. Cleans up all the Zealots, zones the Prism away. At the same time, the main army is pushing through the center. Zaun, we gotta be careful. This army is very bare bones. There's not really much here to support the Tempest. Yeah, the High Templar looking very exposed. We're gonna get the hell out of here. Pulls away. And Armani's making this messy. He's making this very messy. Zaun is now down to a 3-base economy. Armani did lose a base, so he's still in 4 hatcheries. Prism is still out there. Lynx, they come in for a backstab. They force an Archon. Not much more than that. Does force an Archon. Overseer scouts that there's no additional Skytoss on the way. Not yet. It is still 4 Tempest though. And Armani's going for Infestors, interestingly enough. Okay, interesting. Infestors, no Vipers, no Lurkers either. We're going for a Hydra drop. These, jeez. These drop lords are very low from earlier, so very risky play here from Armani. He's going for the drop. Four full drop lords. As drop comes in, but this time Zaun's ready. Yeah, Zaun's in position. This is an expensive drop here, but the drop does hold its own. Yeah, hold its own. Trades well against the Stalkers. Same time, Prism into the natural. Zelsay unload. And the Prism should go down here. Yeah, we're deep on creep. Chasing the Prism, cleans us up. Hydras are now falling in the main. Still getting a little bit messy here. Armani does have a mineral bank to work with, and we're taking in every direction. Spire's on the way. Ultra Cavern's on the way as well. Armani just trying to spend his money. Still limited gas. Yeah, limited gas income. We have our gases here at the 3rd and the 4th base. Taking gases here on the right-hand side. Zaun pushing through the center. And we'll see how Armani does engage. Again, he's still very heavily reliant on Hydras, which I'm not too fond of considering how much Storm there is. Links are lacking. Hydras, they cannot engage, not head on like this. Ultras would be ideal, or at least Ling Bane. Knockdown the rocks, let's go. Ooh. Nice Storm with the Lurkers. Storm, Zaun claiming a 4th base. Sorry, claiming a 5th. And so far, Zaun, he's controlling well. Rotating over. Free damage on the Hydras. At this point, again, like the Hydra tech has been outscaled. We've got to get out of this. And we're going for the base trade. Let's go. Zaun kills the base. And Hatchery falls. Base will go down. At the same time, this is a late counterattack here from Armani, and Zaun can always recall. He can always go for the recall. We'll get 2 Tempest. And 1, 2 Tempest going to be going down. Nice spread. Lurkers, they do bar within range of the Nexus, and we commit. We commit to the base trade, cashing out Infestors as well. Very nice pickups here from Zaun. Zella run by running into a wall of Spine Crawlers. This Nexus is falling, and Armani, can it push into the main? Oh, can we move in? Again, 3rd is falling. Lurkers, they keep pushing. Where's that recall? Yeah, there's a recall back home, and it's going to be a recall inside of the 3rd, actually. Okay, does go for the 3rd. Recalls into the 3rd base. Lurkers are at the entrance. Hydras, they go further into the main. They're going for the Stargates. Yeah, he's going for the gateways. And he should be able to snipe 2. Maybe all 3. Yeah, potentially here. Yeah, Stargates are going down. The army's coming in. Never mind. He depowers, but he only kills 1 Stargate. Never mind. And we clean up all the Hydras. Every Hydra's going to go down. But despite that, 45 probe kills. Hydras are cleaned up. And again, we're getting messy. So Armani has the higher worker count, but he's oversaturated. He's oversaturated, as you can see here, 16 out of 8. Oversaturation. He has to get back to efficient mining. You can see Armani double expand. I do favor the main composition here for Zaun. Zaun, he's on 5 Tempest, 7 Archons, 3 High Templar, and we're going for a Muta switch? Wait, what? There's Archons and Storm. The Mutas can never fight this. That's crazy. Mutas have been scouted. Armani, he made the choice to go for a massive Muta switch instead. We have 7 more Mutas on the way. We're going for the base trade. Yeah, we're going for the base trade. Recall is on cooldown. Oh, waste of a neural. Yeah, waste the Infestors here. The Infestors, they get thrown away. In a head-on fight, Armani should never win this fight. He should never be able to engage. But the goal here is to kill the buildings, right? The goal is to kill the buildings. We're going for the 3rd. Armani, he is aware of the other expansion. Boy's being pulled away. And I don't think Armani can do this. We'll see. Like, again, he made the choice to do this. What I mean by that is that if he wanted to, he could have remaxed on, like, Ultra Corruptor. If he wanted to. He had the money for it. But just chose to go into Mass Muta. Knocking down bases at the same time. Ooh, bleeding out units here. Messy play as we throw away more Mutalisks. And every Zerg building is going to go down. And because Zaun saved these probes, he can throw down the buildings himself. And all Zaun has to do is just park himself over the Nexus. He does have the money for it. Does have the money for a Nexus. Just defend it. And I don't see the Mutas ever breaking through this many Archons. Look how many there are. There's 9. There's 9 Archons. The Mutas. They can never fight this. Now, Armani, he does take more bases. We see more expansions on the way. The drones, I think, are saved. Do we have any workers? We start mining at least. Start some mining. Start some drones. Again, hatches are going down. Zan should soon get a nexus. There we go. Pylon here on the south side. Now, I say that Armani can never fight Zan. That is true, but there is a world where Armani might be able to bypass the army and pick away at the units, pick away at the Tempest, pick away at the High Templar, or maybe even come in from behind and snipe the buildings themselves. Like, there is definitely a chance. Like, mutas are very mobile. Like, that's the one advantage, of course. They're very mobile. As we have our nexus here in the center of the map. Get scouted. Armani's aware. Oh, he's got to be careful. He has to be very careful here with these mutas. These mutas are very delicate. Now, moves like this. Zan has to be careful. If he abandons this base, it will go down. So there's one pylon on the south side. There's one pylon here in the nexus. Zani rotates to kill this expansion, but he does quickly pull back. And it's on Armani to do the best he can to just shark around and try to engage and try to get some key pickups without losing mutas. We'll get a pylon. Zan is on notice. Uh-oh. We're just gonna ape in? No, he's gonna, he's crazy. He's gonna lose everything. Gonna lose everything. Yeah, massive Archon Volleys, massive Storms as well. And Armani, he will lose the entire army. GG gets cold. And Zan, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Haha. Why can't there's no reaction? GG, well played. Again, there's a world where you can if you had a little bit more patience, we can maybe try to play that out. And especially because, remember, Armani, he had bases, he had some workers we could try to mine. But the reality is that, again, Zan had a superior army. And there's a world where Zan just moves out with like half his Archons and leaves the other half back at home. But regardless, GG well played. Zan, who will claim the series 2-0, he will take down Armani. And a big shout out to Armani because he has been retired for 2.5 years, for 2 years and like 7 months. So Armani's been away for a long time. It's great to see him again. It's been a very, very long time, and wish him the best. I wish him the best, whether he comes back to play more StarCraft or whether he doesn't, whether he just, you know, goes back to what he's been doing when it comes to the next phase in his life. Do wish him the best, and it was great to see Armani again, and he wasn't looking too bad, to be honest. It wasn't looking too bad. In game 1 he was cool with his pants down. Here in game 2 we saw some interesting choices when it comes to how we were producing, but I want to say that he was making Zan sweat a little bit here for sure. Like, the game got chaotic, the game got messy, didn't look bad at all. GG well played. So big shout out to Armani. Hope to see more of him in the future, but even if not, you know, wish him the best. We wish him the best as we are getting ready here for our next game. We're going to be getting ready for our next matchup. So Zan, he is now the current reigning player here for Team Protoss. And who do we send out? Who do we send out next? I also appreciate that that Zerg fielded Armani first. Otherwise, honestly, there's a chance that Armani would have never been able to play. Like, he never got to play in game 1. And like, there's a world where if we fielded Shin or Solar or Rogue first and they all killed, like we just wouldn't get to see Armani. So I appreciate that. I do think that's the reason why Shin fielded Armani first. Remember, Shin is the captain. I feel like they fielded him first just so we could play, just so we could show off, and I appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Meanwhile, who's up next? Who is up next? We have Rogue, Solar, and Shin. And looks like we have picked our player. It is going to be Solar. Let's go. Let us go. So Solar is going to be coming up next here. And I believe this is a best of 1. If I'm not mistaken. Because I believe Zan is the captain. So I do need a moment to set up the player cams. Here we go. Yes, we have confirmation. So Zan, he is the captain for Team Protoss. So so there's gonna be a best of one. So once again, when it comes to the format, we have to explain it because we've been covering so many matches with legend players because of the trap run earlier, the innovation performance, and the Armani performance as well. But Zaun versus Solar is going to be a best of one. Why is that? Because Zaun is the team captain. Team captains, whenever they play, they only play best of ones unless there's something else that kind of supersedes that rule, such as a legendary player playing. So the team captains are Byun, who's now out of the tournament, Zaun, and Shin. So if Shin plays best of one, if Zaun plays best of one, otherwise best of threes, unless a legendary player plays, in which case that'll be a best of two. As we have a lobby bug. Lovely. If you recall, it was plaguing us earlier, and we had to have a brief break to try to resolve that issue. Hopefully we can load in. Hopefully. But again, best of one, baby, best of one. You can hear the beeps. It's not loading in. We might have to switch servers. So to resolve this issue earlier, we had to switch the Singaporean server to play. Which is less than ideal because it does mean that players play with a bit of ping. It's not too bad. I think it's around 150, around like 100 to 150, depending on your location. Alright, we're good, we're good. Third time's the charm. We're loading in. And our one game here is going to be on Fear and Faith. Oh boy. And once again, I feel like Shin is feeling Solar because Solar has yet to play in this tournament. So I think that's the rationale for that. But here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Zerg. It is Solar. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing onside for Team Protoss. It is Zaun. Bam. Let's go. Let us go as we are jumping into our best of one, and very quickly I will attempt to get some translations. If Kronos is in the chat, we would love some translations as to the banter that's going on between our two players. Let's see here. Oh, they're talking about the map. So let's call this a toss map. Toss map. And then there's some wordplay I think that's going on that I'm not fully aware of. We appreciate some translations if possible. Otherwise it's okay. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in. Again, welcome to Fear and Faith. This is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top left, and top right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. We do see Solo going hatch first. It does open up hatch gas pool. And depending on spawn locations, this can favor either longer games or shorter games. And this spawn location will favor Protoss. Smaller maps and shorter spawn locations do favor aggressive play, and Zerg players have been very aggressive when it comes to shutting down attempted sky toss or attempted kind of like late game setup at a Protoss. Because of the long locations, then it'll be a little bit easier for Zaun to try to set up into a longer game state. But we'll see. Like, I have to eat my words a little bit here because of the meta. The current meta right now, as Solo's looking for Zaun, he's looking for him, and they're looking for each other even as well. Zaun, I think that's what they're talking about. He's like, where are you? What's going on? Zaun is checking top right, and Solar, he's also making his way towards bottom left as well. They're making their way over. But yeah, the current meta right now is that Protoss players, they want to be the aggressor, like they want to be all in, they want to stop the growth of Zerg. Right now Zerg has incredibly strong mid game because of their growth in the mid game with their worker saturation with the lava spawn rate as well, or lava spawn rate that affects worker saturation, income, macro, growth, production. So yeah, these longer spawns might actually favor Solar instead because it keeps them safer from something like a charge all in or early blink. For now, Stargate opener out of town. Does open Stargate. With this, we can go Oracle first or Void Ray. Ling does slip in, and Solar, he will confirm the Stargate choice. The Stargate opener. Will confirm, and he might even keep the Ling alive to be able to confirm whether or not it's going to be a Void Ray or Oracle first as well. It'll be difficult as the Adept is coming. Adept is on the way. They have scouted each other, of course. They are aware. We can see Solo pulls out of gas, gets into Ling speed, claiming his third base. Everything's looking normal so far. Everything's looking standard. Zan is here to just poke in. Should not commit. Oh, does. Has to be careful. Takes some hull damage. It is going to be a Void Ray first out of Zan. It does open Void Ray. And we'll see where Zan takes us from here. Oh, there it is. We saw this in game 1 against Armani. Twilight Council before 3rd expansion. So early Twilight Council here out of Zan. Last time we saw no gases at the natural into a charge-based all-in. And it's looking similar. It's looking similar here. Solar currently... I mean, Solar, I'm sure, was watching that series and was watching Armani's games. Solar tries to back in. Again, Solar has to piece together what's going on. No confirmation yet. Yep, no gases. Charge. So it's going to be a 2-base charge all in. Yes, we have a third. We're going to have some saturation here, but it's going to be hyper committed. I believe last time we built up to 8 gateways. 8 gates with charge. And it's going to be on Zan to set up a proxy location out on the map. Meanwhile, Solar, he's going Lair first. And he's going for a safety Roach Horn. There it is. If you recall, we spoke about this during game 1 versus Armani, where Armani chose to go Ling Evo Chamber +1 melee into Baneling Nest, into a Ling Bane setup, which can survive, but it was a very, very shaky defense out of Armani and eventually was broken. Roach play is very, very safe. It's much, much safer here. We even have Overlord Speed on the way, numerous size carapace for Drop Lord play for easier scouting. Zani throws down a massive gateway explosion. 7 gates have been thrown down. 2 already done. We're going into a 9-gate all-in. Jesus. And there's that pylon for Zan, hidden on the right-hand side. Throws down the pylon. Now, Solar, you can see here, he is droning somewhat, but his cutting works at 51, and I'm hoping he starts Roach production soon. Otherwise, things can very quickly turn south. There we go. Here come the Drop Lords. Here comes the Genova Taxi. That's why we did research him as carapace. So Solar's going for his own all-in. And this means that after Solar defends, he can counterattack with those Drop Lords. And Solar, he's intentionally not droning because it was going for his own aggression. So I want to say this is a build order win for Solar. As he's cutting workers, amassing roaches, he should have a much more efficient army. He should clean this up and then instantly counterattack. Assuming he sees this, as right now he's out of position. Uh-oh. Yeah, Solar's out of position. But he turns back around. Queens, they will help zone away. Roaches, they cat back against the Zealots. Queens are coming in from behind. Can we get on top of the Void Ray? Oh, as one Queen goes down, no transfuse. Now we're going to be dropping in. Yeah, Oracle does fall. Void Ray is going to be zoned away as well. And Solar, he will completely shut this down. As I mentioned, this is almost a build or win here from Solar. As he cleans up the army, and Solar should chase. And now he resaturates, pulls back. Unfortunately, without Roach speed, yeah, it's going to... The issue with trying to chase is that he has not found the pylon, so if he moves out, we can end up in a really awkward position where there's like a Zealot counterattack and a run by, and things start getting chaotic. But he's coming. He is coming. Army gets scouted. Solar turns around, and never mind, we're going to be waiting for Roach speed. So Solar, he's droning, saturating, getting a 4th base. The game will continue. Solar does have a massive advantage. He's ahead in tech and ahead in workers. Zan has a ways to go here. So a very, very rough start here for Zan. pylon is found. So there's no counterattack potential, at least with the reinforcing pylon. Cleans up the pylon. And Solo just has to chill, to be honest. Like, it's Solo just has to calm down, drone, saturates, build up his fourth base, position his army to defend against run-bys. We do see a Zealot run-by ready here on the top side, and there's nothing here to defend, so there's potential for some damage. We can see it's going to be a Ling Bane Roach Ravager, as Baneling Speed is on the way, Eva Chambers, extra Zerglings as well. Solo, he does cut workers a little bit early. He does cut workers at 74, soon to be 76. So he cuts workers at 4 base saturation, and now he's moving out. And now it's time to move out. And as we mentioned, because of this move out, there is going to be a backstab at the same time, and Zaun ideally wants Solo to turn around. Zaun, he needs to try to buy some time to maybe pull off a defense, but it's going to be difficult. As well as they get found on the bottom right, they're going to be cleaned up. Here on the top side, there is one spine crawler to defend. Fleet beacon has begun. This should be for the mothership. And Solo's about to max out. He's about to max. And Solo, he should be able to rally across. Oracles, they poke in. They catch a drone. No support at the third base. They do catch a queen as well. They got some nice damage. It's nice for what it is. But Solo's max, and here we go. He's maxed out. Massive wave of Banelings. 20 Banelings morphing in. The Lings, the Roaches, the Ravagers back at home. We have 2 sentries and a couple Stalkers to defend. The mothership is on the way, but again, it's going to be a very tough hold. Now, as Solo moves in, here comes that Zealot run-by. Here comes a counterattack. Lings, they peel off into the third base. These Zealots, they will get some damage done. And Solo, he has limited defenses, but the third will fall. Yeah, the third will fall. I can say the same about the fourth base of Solar. Shows the Biles. Not quite, but gets the base. Gets the base anyway. Both players will lose expansions. 24 probes go down. Heavy losses there for Zaun. Again, not quite the same when it comes to damage. And Solo is keeping reinforcements back at home. Yeah, keeping them back at home. As also run into reinforcements, Solo, he successfully defends. And pushing up this ramp is going to be difficult, but Solo doesn't need to, technically. He's just containing Zaun on 2 bases. Solo going for an infestation pits, taking away the hive. From here we can go for a spire as well, and start taking out further. Spire, corruptors. It's going for the Hydra Den instead. Interesting. The Den. Oh, the Biles! Oh! They connect. Yeah, Biles don't connect. Bailey's expansion of some of the sentries. So just containing Zaun. And Zaun is trapped. Like, Zaun is just trapped in his main. He's got Mass Stalker. No Sky Toss. Actually means that a Hydra is going to be superior here than Corruptors. Corruptors, they can deal with the Skytoss army, but there's only a Mothership and 2 Oracles. So going Hydra Corruptor, sorry, going Hydra Lurker would be ideal. Hive is on the way. Couple of Hydras in the mix. No Lurker then yet. Picking up a couple of queens. Ooh, Banelings, they smash in. They smash into the army. I think Zaun is all in with this. Like, he has a efficient army, don't get me wrong. Ooh, but Stalker's gonna be falling. He blinks into the Roaches. Yeah, he blinks in, and potentially Zaun can clean this up, but again, heavy losses for Zaun. Biles, they connect. They connect with the Mothership. Ooh. At the same time, damage being done across the map. Yeah, 12 drone kills, some decent counter damage. There's a pylon here on the right-hand side. So we have some harassing Zealots. I'm loving that Zhao used a tubing system. He used a monorail system to actually get across, to actually get a proxy pylon. It's very smart. To have some kind of presence on the map. But again, this army is not getting any bigger. There's still no third. Still no third base. Zhao is starting to mine out. See, the main is fully mined out. The natural still has some saturation. Still some bases. Yeah, Zami engaged. Now we have more Hydras, more anti-air. Motherships under threat. Hydras are slowly pushing forward here, zoning back that mothership. And detection is available, more Stalkers falling. GG gets called, and Solar, he will begin the comeback for Team Zerg. GG. GG, well played. Solar, he will take the game. Again, the writing was on the wall for quite some time there. Winding it back, if you remember, I would say that Solar, he did have like a quote-unquote build order win against Zaun. Zaun went for a charge all-in. Solar was going for a Roach all-in with a higher drone count, and Roaches are much more efficient compared to Zealots that early on. So Solar, he was able to shut down the charge. He was able to shut down the third base. It got a little bit messy with Zaun going for the counterattack, but for the most part, Zaun could never maintain a third. He could never maintain a third base. He was stuck on 2 bases, and Solar was free to just drone and expand. GG. GG, well played with that Zaun. With that Solar, he will take down Zaun. Solar, he will stay on. And now it's up to Team Protoss to field the next player. We do have options here. Hero, Classic, and Trap. 3 players. 3 players left for Team Protoss. Who do we send out first? Trap did very well for himself against Terran, for sure. But Zerg is a different beast. Different beast. Different animal. So Team Protoss, they are deliberating amongst themselves who to bring out. Oh, okay, let's go. He was fielded earlier, of course. It is going to be a best of 3, I believe. Yeah, best of 3 between Classic and Solar. Let's go. So Classic is coming out next. Now, the reason why this is best of 3 is because, remember, who are the team captains? Zaun and Shin. Shin is a captain, Zaun is a captain, so when they're involved, that's when best of 1's can occur. When the legendary player, Trap or Armani, are involved, that's when best of 2's occur. But here, it is going to be Solar versus Classic, best of 3. Best of 3. Let's go. So players are getting ready. Now, Solar, he's begun his reign of terror. Can he live up to Rogue last week? Rogue, he all killed Team Terran and Team Protoss. Solar, can he do the same? Remember, Rogue, he did that with purely only his fundamentals. Solar has a little more experience on the latest patch, of course. Has a little bit more diversity available to him as well because of that experience, and we'll see. we'll see. We'll see how Solar will approach this, and we'll see if he can, again, live up to Rogue's performance. Oh boy. Oh. Where do we go? Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Oh no, it happened again. Yes, we do have a bit of a lobby bug here. Hopefully we can force it. Hopefully we can get in. Oh, whoa, hold on. My apologies. It's gonna be a best of one. I don't know why. Is Solo the captain now? But never mind, it's gonna be a best of one. So Rex, so I'm convening with Rex. I'm like, is Solo the captain now? Is that why it's a best of one? And Rex is like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe. They might have changed captains. Maybe. Let's go. As we are loading into our next game, it's going to be, I mean, regardless, best of one. Best of one here. Not a best of three, so my apologies. It looks like Solo might be the captain instead for this event, for day 2. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg. The current king of the hill, if you will. It is Solar. Oh, so engrossed in everything else that I do need a moment here to set up the camera. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss for Team Protoss. It is Classic. There we go. Bam, as we have Solar. And we have Classic. Beautiful. We have our two players here, and again, best of ones only occur when team captains are involved. Shin was the team captain last week for day 1, but looks like Solo might be the captain here instead. So that would be the rationale for that. But here we go. Here we go. Solo's the captain now. True. He's taking the reins. From here, we're going to Lockdown. Lockdown is a interesting map in the map pool. Does have some unique features, of course. Does have a secure natural base. The third is a little bit more exposed, as there is this low ground location that can be abused, of course. You can engage ahead of time, or you can try to force a fight or wedge yourself in between the bases. Likewise, there are other features to slow down aggression. You can fully wall this area off with those towers. You can fully wall off and try and attempt to build up and turtle up. Now, Classic, he's known for his mid to late game play, but as we mentioned before, the meta has been shifting, the meta has been changing. Zaun, he attempted to go for a big 2-base all-in. He attempted to go for a 9-gate charge all-in, which did fail. We'll see if Classic goes for an all-in, or if he does try to rush into Mothership and rush into Mass Void Ray, which we have been seeing from players like Classic, Hero, and Max. We shall see. So again, we are setting up. Based on our pylon placement, it does look like a Stargate opener. Usually if you go for a Twilight Council, then this pylon would be thrown down further back. The rationale for that is to hide the tech, right? It's to hide the tech. Based on this placement, though, it does mean that the Stargate is further out, which means it does reduce the time it takes for the Oracle or Void Ray to get across the map. So now we're setting up. Since Shin got demoted, oh no. Yes, clearly after Rogue went 13-0, Shin's leadership skills were put into question. Clearly, Kappa. As there's that Stargate. Based on the rally, it looks like an Oracle opener. Usually a Void Ray opener would be rallied towards the Overlord here, but I mean, there are cases where when you open up Void Ray, you do want to go across the map as quickly as possible to hunt down Overlords, so we'll see. Leaning towards Oracle, but eyes are on Classic. Oh, you can see the re-rally, okay. Yeah, you can see he does re-rally, does reroute towards the Overlord, and it is indeed going to be Void Ray. So Void Ray opener. With this, Solo will have limited vision, and behind this we can go for an early Twilight Council into Charge all-in, we can go into an early Council into Blink all-in, Glaive Adepts, or we can go for a Fleet Beacon into Mothership, a second Stargate into Void Ray, or we can even play Standard. Classic has options. I mean, I say we can play standard, probably not actually. I don't know if I can say that anymore. I don't think you can play standard. So it's going to be one of the more extreme builds. Zero Overload is shut down. Void Ray moves out. Third base is being taken, and eyes are open and checking for the timing of the next tech structure. Solo picks in, keeping the Void Ray busy. Back at home, Soul is just droning, saturating, safety spores, and there it is, double Stargates. Double Stargates, most likely into triple Stargate, into Fleet Beacon. We did allude to this earlier in the broadcast, but this is what the meta is right now. It is borderline impossible. I think I would go as far as say that's to make that statement to play standard nowadays in PvZ. So it's either all in or sky toss. That's kind of the where players have kind of found themselves with PvZ. And I mean, it works, right? This is also why like context matters. If you've been watching tournaments as of late, you might have seen, if you're only looking at scores of tournaments, that PvZ is looking like even. Like we've seen players like Hero and Classic actually defeat top Zergs in recent times. So if you're only looking at scores, you might be thinking like, oh, you know, that means like, you know, the matchup is back to where it should be. Well, if you're looking at the games, like it's either all in or sky toss. Like that's how we're winning. Mass Void Ray. Mass Void Ray. We're going back to 2021. Going Mass Void Ray. This typically leads into a Fleet Beacon, into Mothership, and then into Carriers or Tempest. After you establish your Mass Void Ray. Again, this, what you're seeing here is very common nowadays. Very, very common. Solo picks in. And Solo still has to confirm. Like, despite that commonality, still has to confirm what's going on. Links, oh, they get in. Yeah, they bust into the main. They will get a full scout. They confirm all the Stargates and the Mass Void Ray. So he does know. Now, it was Hero, if you recall. Hero did defeat Solo with Mass Void Ray a couple of days ago. In the, I want to say it was in Pegasus Cup. I want to say it was in Pegasus Cup. And Solo was struggling. I mean, they had it back and forth. If you recall. Where Solo went for a German taxi to hard counter. Here we're going into massing Hydra. Hydras are massing. They're going to be ideal when it comes to keeping up with the initial Void Rays, but it's about to follow up as well. As things that step in. Ooh, Hero? Hero! Stop influencing your teammates as the wall is open. Lings, they flood in. 2 more probes go down. And more importantly, they distract. They keep the Void Ray busy. They keep them busy. They bring them back home. Solo has more time to build up more Hydras and to finish up the upgrades. A Hydra range is on the way. So Solo, he has more time. Likewise, no spores. Solar being a little bit more proactive. Uh-oh. Solar. Yeah, he's going for his own push. Solar, he's cutting workers. He's all in. Yeah, 3-base all in. No drones at the 4th base. No saturation. It's all or nothing. Solar's rushing across the map. Battery's not yet done. Solar, he does not want to play against Sky Toss. I didn't blame him. I just mentioned it that Hero did bring him down earlier this week. I just say move in. Void with the batteries are finishing. Can Classic hold on? We'll lose 1. Yeah, 1 Void Ray goes down. We'll lose 2. And we'll lose 3, but we're running out of Hydras. Yeah, we're running out of Hydras, running out of steam here. The Hydras are going down. Lings, they pop up. Probe's going to be falling. That's a lot of economic damage. And Classic does hold, but not without losing his mineral line. Yeah, we'll lose a mineral line at the same time. Lings, they did try to slip in. They're on A move. They could otherwise be killing more workers. Yeah, Solo, he was on A move. We could have seen more damage done. And Solo's not done. Solo's still rallying. He's still rallying across the map. Solo's still all in. He did kill 20 workers. He did cripple the Void Ray count, and technically technically Classic did survive, but he's only treading water. He's just barely treading water here. Solo's getting ready for the next wave, the next push. He's getting ready for the next round. And Classic cannot defend against this. It's just too much. Yeah, the Zerg is overwhelming. More Hydras have arrived. Queens are waddling in as water supports. No creeps or no transfuse. But they can still tank though. They can still add DPS. Solo does not want to play against Sky Toss. Not again. Oh my god. As with other warriors are being focused down, another 20 probe kills. They bust into the main base, they bust into the natural as well. Workers are going down. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take down Classic 1-0. GG. Whew. He's so happy. GG, well played. Solar, he will take down Classic. Classic attempting to rush into Skytoss into Mass Void Ray, which, as we mentioned, is one of the things that has been working for Protoss as of late, but not here. Solar, he was able to confirm. Remember, the wall was not a wall. Classic, he failed to hide the build. Solar was able to confirm, and he reacted with a big Ling Hydra all-in, cutting workers at 61. 61 drones, 3 base saturation, 4th base just for Larva, and just sent it across the map, and did break Classic. GG. GG, well played. With that, Solar, his reign of terror continues. He's taken down Zaun, he's taken down Classic. 2 Protoss players left. Who's up next? Trap or Hero? It's gonna be Trap or Hero. And again, I'm sure Solar, he is you know, hungry to try to keep up with Rogue and try to go for his own all kill as well. Oh no, then it's gonna be Shin's turn. That's oh no. They can take turns back. They can take turns. Also, what is going on here? Byan. If you want to know a fun fact, so Byan, he has joined the Zerg Discord channel. So each race has their own voice channel where they all... That's why you could hear Solar speaking. Like he just joined the channel to convene with the rest of his team. With Shin, with Rogue, and with Armani. And Byan, he snuck in there as well. Yo, Byan, he's defecting. He's defecting. He's conversing with the enemy, with the Zergs. I mean, Terran, they're already out of the tournament, but... Byan, he snuck in there. It's like, it's okay, guys. I'm an infested Terran. It's fine. As it looks like we have our next matchup here. So we're holding on to Hero. We're holding on to him to be fielded at the very end. Up next is going to be Trap. So Solar versus Trap is our next series. Best of 2, as a reminder. It's going to be a best of 2. Remember, Trap, he's a legendary player. So as a result, whenever he plays, it's a best of 2. And Trap only needs to win 1 game against Solar. Just 1. Yo, Enki. Papi, el hermoso, papi, el hermoso. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Enki. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Again, we are in the grand finals. We're in the finals here of GSL CK number 5. Protoss versus Zerg. Currently mid-series here, and we have our players getting ready. Getting ready. Solar versus Trap. But again, good to see you, Enki. El hermoso, papi. El hermoso. Beautiful, beautiful. So players are setting up. Boom. And we're going to be loading into the Old Sun Temple. Again, a 4-player spawn map. And again, because Trap is competing, because it's a best of 2, Trap, he does have a good chance here to bring Solar down. Does have a good chance, especially considering that Trap has been more informed as of late. He's been much more informed. He's been practicing. He's been competing. He just all killed Team Terran. Like, Trap, he was looking insane. So we'll see if he can show some of that here as well. We'll see if he can bring Solar down. I want to say he has a good chance. He has a good chance to bring things back in favor of Protoss. We'll see. As looks like our lobby is set. Players are ready. And we're about to jump in. Oh, God, I keep forgetting though. Hold on. Setting up the cams. We're setting up the player cams and we are loading into Old Sun Temple. Let's go. Our 4th series of this match. Let's go. Fourth match of the series. This morning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss repping Team Protoss repping the boys. It is a trap. The wing commander himself, Pappy. True, true. Let's go. Again, he just all killed Team Terran. We'll see how he can compare to Team Zerg. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. Currently on a win streak. Can he keep it going? Can he keep it up? He has taken down Classic, has taken down Zound. It is Solar. He's crazy, man. He's an animal. Vamonos. As welcome to Old Sun Temple. This is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in any corner of the map, but we do have cross spawns, cross diagonal spawns here, so long rush distance by ground. This does mean that players have a little bit more breathing room, but I think this favors Zerg, to be honest. I feel like larger maps used to favor Protoss, but now because Zerg have so much growth and have such a big power spike if they're left alone, I feel like these larger maps do make it easier for Zerg players to establish map control and make it more difficult for Protoss to be aggressive. So we'll see how Trap will approach this. Because of these locations, it might be wise to try to rush into Skytoss here. Because of the long rush distance, it might be a little bit easier and might be better to try to do what Classic just attempted and go into triple Stargate Void Ray, or even a fast fleet beacon and a fast mothership. I don't know if it's advised to try to go for an all-in, but I guess the size of the map doesn't really matter if we're going for like a charge all-in or a blink all-in, because all you really need is a pylon, right? Like, so the size doesn't matter. Once you get a pylon across the map, you can reinforce, you can warp in, and you can still be aggressive in that way. True, true. So Protoss matchups are a little bit different in that way, where they can bypass the length of the map itself and still be aggressive. Does put a little bit more limitations on Solar instead. But now Solar scouting top left, looking for his opponents. Likewise, Trap, he's going directly diagonally across the map. So Trap, he will find Solar first. And then now that Trap has recognized the spawn location, he can try to come up himself or try to decide himself early on how to approach this. As he has found the Zerg. We're still expecting Stargate as an opener, but again, we're looking for the tech thrown in afterwards. Looking for that tech. Here we go. There is Stargate opener out of Trap. Does open Stargate. Solar setting up back at home. From here we can go Oracle or Void Ray. We'll soon figure out the tech of choice here. And then the follow-up structure. Likewise, it's going to be on Solar to try to figure out what's going on. The Overlord is outside of the main, going further in. As it is indeed going to be Void Ray once again. I say once again, we just saw it from Classic, of course. Void Ray opener at a Trap to hunt down the Overlord, to deny vision, deny scouting. As I just mentioned, I'm not opposed to the idea of going for mass Void Ray here on Old Sun Temple in a vacuum. The issue here is Adepts do get into the mineral line and do get 2 drones. But the issue here is that Classic just played that build, right? Like, it was in a different series. I mean, same series, I guess, but different player. But he just went for that build, so I don't know if it's wise to do the same build 2 games in a row, even if it's a different player against Solar. So that's where the series as a whole kind of can impact future matches, and one series can lead into the other and have its impact there. Trap does claim his third. His third base was still waiting for that tech. Now moving out. And it is going to be a earlier Twilight Council, but Twilight Council into Forge. It's not going to be an all-in, or it's not going to be a charge-based all-in, for example. It's not going to be Glaive Ups. It's looking like Blink. It could be charge, but as an opener to hit a later timing. Yeah, I'm worried for Trap. 2 drones going down, some okay damage. Like, this is looking like a standard follow-up. We are throwing down extra gateways here, getting up to a 4-gate setup. But we'll see where this leads us. Soul's playing safe, going for a safety Roach Warren. It is going to be +1 on Blink. There is still a chance for Trap to be more aggressive here by going for extra gateways into no or limited gases at his 3rd base and just committing across the map with like an 8-gate setup. But otherwise, Trap, if he takes his gases, then there's a higher chance he goes into Storm into a standard mid game. I just mentioned that standard play has been very difficult for both Protoss and Terran in current era of StarCraft against Zerg and current patch. But Trap, he might just embrace it here. Okay, show us what you got. Let's go. As we've still yet to confirm. Lings, they poke in, they do get on top of the battery. Battery's gonna go down, and some probes as well. Uh-oh. Catching out one. Meanwhile, Solar, he's going for the Spire. Oh. He's going for the Spire, and there is going to be a window here where the Protoss player can try to punish. But again, if Trap is going to slow down and take gases and tech up, then Solar will get away with this. And there it is. Gases are being taken. We're working towards Storm or Colossus. Yep, there it is. Temple Archives. This is standard play out of Trap. And Solar sees. Wow, he scouts. He goes into the main base. He confirms the tech. Solar knows that he's safe. We do see Trap, he's applying some pressure, that is true, but Trap by no means is committed. So the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Solar as he's getting away with the Spire. Now, thankfully, Trap did open Blink, so he does have some anti-air. He's working towards Archons and Storm. But this being unscouted means that there won't be any stack defense, and probes are going to start going down, and it's a good way to just gain momentum, contain the Protoss, and snowball out of control. As we have 11 mutas on the way. And again, Trap has no idea. We'll find some damage. Gets 2 drones. Drones away. Now, we do see site defense being set up here at the 3rd base, which is standard. And now he throws down in the main base and in the natural as well. Trap, he does feel this out. Oh, he scouted. Oh, there you go. My apologies. He didn't see. So Trap, he's aware of the he's aware of the Spire. Phoenix production has begun. A strong reaction here from Trap. It looks like there would have been the Oracle, or potentially even a Shade. But he did scout. Mutas move in. And they will still find some damage. 3, 4 probes going down so far. Further into the main base. So because there's someone keeping up. And no major damage yet. Solar pulling back, rotating around. We do have a fleet beacon on the way. More Phoenixes amassing. So far, Trap is holding his own. He's holding his own. A lot of this comes down to the scouting, of course, to have the wherewithal and have the vision and awareness to throw down cannons, batteries, start Phoenix production. Fleet beacon can be for Phoenix range. Solar's doubling down, by the way. Solar is going mass muta. Still going mass muta. With Link support. He's going to respect the storms. Oh. Storm zones away. Oh. Yeah, Storm does zone. Likewise, 1, 2, 3, 4 meters going to be going down. Some rough trades here for Solar. Yeah, some messy trades. Solar is maxed, and Solar does have map control, so you could argue that Solar can afford this, but in the end, that was how many? There was 8 mutas going down. That was 8 mutas for 1 Void Ray, 5 actually, sorry, 6 mutas for 5 Stalkers, a Phoenix, and a Void Ray. Okay, we do trade. We do trade, and again, Solar can afford it. Better trades for Solar. Oh. Zings, they attempt us around. Mutas are coming from behind. Mutas try to move in. Lings, they don't quite get the surround they're looking for. Mutas zoned away. But this is still getting out of hand. Yeah, it's getting out of hand here. Ooh, does snipe by a Templar. We'll take a Storm to the face. It does tank a Storm. More Phoenixes amassing. We're just trying to move in. Storm does run away the Lings. As mutas, they don't quite break through, they get punished. But that's still 14 probe kills, so this is still good enough. It's one of those things where this has been messy and a lot of mutas have gone down, but Solar, he can afford it. He's remaxing, he's rebuilding. Trap, he will lose 14 probes at the third. Ay, ay, ay. Losing far too much. Solar now moving in with Massling Bane. Baneling's speed is still a ways away from finishing, so that's a little bit awkward. Trap now spreading himself a little bit thin, claiming a fourth. +3 attack on the way, +1 air attack as well. There are currently only 3 High Templar. One of them's out of energy. And these storms are crucial. At the same time, Bailey said we'll do a lit. Ooh, getting a Templar. Yeah, one Templar goes down, it takes down the mineral line as well. No, we come back too soon. 24 probes. Yeah, 24 should be 25. 25 workers go down, critical damage. Again, Trap, you cannot sustain these losses. Not like this. Not like this. And Trap is just being torn apart. Being torn apart. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood in. Yeah, they flood into the bases. Trap cannot keep up. Yeah, engaging with the army. And Trap is all in. Yeah, Trap is all in. He will lose everything across the map, but at the same time, this army is still quite formidable. But he's out of storms. At least with the main army. Yeah, there's no High Templar, there's no storms. Banelings are all in. Oh no! Oh my god! Massive connections. That was actually a lot of Banelings on the Archon. So not the best connections there from Solar, but again, he will kill the third. He's racing back home to defend. All he has to do is survive. Just survive. As he will surround the Archons. Yeah, the Archons are going down. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take down Trap in game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Again, a bold move here by Trap. Trap playing standard. Trap, he did attempt to play standard here, going into his own... going into Stargate opener, into a Void Ray, into a third base, into +1 and Blink, into Storm, into a 3-base setup. It's a very bold play here by Trap. We saw that Solo went into mass muta play and he got scouted. He got scouted ahead of time. He was scouted. Trap was getting ready. He had cannons, he had phoenixes, but he could not retain his economy. He still sustained too many losses. Bearing in mind that, of course, because of Trap's willingness to go into a more standard game, it means it's another word or another way of saying that he was playing very passively, right? He was playing very passively. He didn't really have anything to pressure the bases of the economy, and this means that especially on this patch, Solar can freely drone up heavily and macro up quite heavily as well. Again, the droning, the saturation, the productions all increased for Zerg, so because Solar was left alone, this is ideal, so he could just outpace Trap, even though Trap was able to scout and prepare back at home. Even though Solar was losing mutas, he could sustain all of that because of that increased economy and increased production. GG. GG, well played. This is why I was very concerned when we saw, you could hear it in my voice where I was like, oh, Trap, he's playing standard, like he's going into a 3-base economy, into gases, into Storm, like he's playing straight up. Like this is difficult to accomplish right now. So did attempt to go for it, which I respect, of course. And we'll see how we adjust coming to game number 2. Let's go. We shall see. As we are loading into Rainfall. Rainfall is a much smaller map in the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground, aggression is favored, and this applies to both players. So we're expecting more aggression out of both Trap and Solar. Let's go. So we're loading into game 2. Now remember, this is a best of 2, by the way, so the final game of this series, Trap, he needs to win this game to bring Solar down. If Solar wins this game, then there's only one player left for Team Protoss. As we have a lobby bug. Let's go, let's go. Once again, we're trying to force it. Let's go. Here we go. Oh, never mind. Third time's the charm. Let's get in. Just catching up with the chat. Today's the last day, right? Yes, yes. Last day. Day 2. So 2 days here for this this edition's GSL CK, and we might switch to the Singaporean server. We might make the switch. We're gonna try one more time. One more time. To load in. Here we go. Hey, that's it. It worked. We're loading into Rainfall here. Again, the final game of this best of 2. And we'll be here to determine whether or not Solo will continue his win streak or whether Trap can bring it back. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Protoss. Let's go. He's down in the series, but we'll see if we can bring him back. It is Trap. We go, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, leading the series 1-0. It is a Solar. So, let us go. We're getting into game number 2 here, the final game of this best of 2, and again, the pressure is very much so on Trap. Pressure's on Trap. We'll see if he can bounce back. Now, we didn't just kind of briefly discuss the builder choice of Trap and the style that he went for in game number 1. I do not expect to see that here. No shot. He went into like more standard play, more standard metagame from the previous patch, from the previous edition of the game. Here we're expecting something more intense, something more aggressive. Even if we go for a Stargate opener, we can try to hide, say, like a Charge Base all-in, Glaive Adepts, Blink Stalkers, second Stargates. Those are expectations for Trap here. At the same time, though, because this map is so small and because the rush distance is so short, there's a high chance that we might even see a repeat of what just happened on Fear and Faith between Solar and Zaun. Referring to the game where Zaun went into charge and Solo went for a German taxi, I can see that occurring here as well. Where Solo goes for a fast Roach Warren into Roach Heavy play. If he does kind of sniff out that it's going to be like gateway aggression. So we'll see. For now, Solo's going to be forced to take the unnatural natural. Does expand at the 3rd location. Likewise, standard setup here by Trap. Going to be opening up. Settling in. Gate expanded to Cybercore. And again, Rainfall does have very exposed 3rd bases. We spoke about this earlier, but again, does have a very open 3rd, very open 4th base. Defending on these locations is very difficult, and we saw that previously in today's broadcast as well. More Trap overwhelming, and they're breaking said Terran players. Defensive play for Protoss is much more difficult on Rainfall. Much more difficult. One of the other reasons why we're expecting aggression. For now, Pylon gets thrown down, opening up Stargates. So far, so good. So Probe is going to be zoned away. We now have our tech of choice, Stargate opener. And likewise, Solo just claiming his third. Claiming his third base, pulling out of gas, getting into link speed. Again, early game when it comes to ZVP is unchanged. Unchanged. I think we spoke about this. We've already spoken on this, but the change when it comes to the worker count has not affected ZVP at all. It's still very much so the same thing. I will say that the worker count change has impacted ZVZ, and I think that's kind of it from my understanding. ZVZ has been impacted just because of 10 pools and like 11 10s and things of that nature. But outside of that, early game setups have been pretty much the same. So from here, just opening up Void Ray, hunting down Overlords, and we're waiting to see what comes next. Eyes are on Trap. Zero does full. Lings do collapse in. Catching at the depths. Yeah, it gets one, it gets two. Very nice pick up here by Solar. Ay. Catching Trap with his pants down. Two up kills and Lings, they don't quite make it in. Clutch moves by Trap, does fully wall off. Does hide his follow-up. But now it is going to be Void Ray into Oracle. We're still waiting for our tech of choice. Solar back home, still droning, still saturating. Getting safety Spore Crawler, setting up his queens, and it is going to be Twilight Council and a Forge. Oh. This is looking very similar to last game, and Solar will confirm. Wow, he gets into the main base. That should not have happened. Hero! Lings, they slip in, they get a full scout, they confirm that it is going to be a standard follow-up here, +1 and a blink, most likely. A couple of gateways get thrown down, but again, this is looking eerily similar to game number 1. Looking very similar to game 1. Getting up to 4 gates. I still don't want to rule out the possibility here of Trap cutting gases and going for extra gateways. But safety Roach Warren out of Solar. There's +1 and blink. As I mentioned, so far it's the same build. So far, same build as game 1. Trap pulls away. Trappy does pull back, does pull away, and we're going for the German Taxi. So German Taxi, it's going to be a big all-in here from Solar. I will say that Blink Stalkers are decent defensively, better than Charge Lots from what we saw in the previous series. So Trap, as long as he plays this safe, he's taking gases. Yeah, he's taking up. I think Trap has a chance to defend here. It all comes down to the engagement, to come down to the micro, of course. These all-ins that we're seeing from Solar, they're ideal against charge base openers, but against Blink, I'm less convinced. Yeah, Lings they poke in, does see all those Stalkers. Solar still committing. Setting up the taxis. Solar does take a gas gadget. Does he try to divert? Or do we double down? It's up to Solar. Here they come. Yeah, he's committing. So it's going to be a link drop into the main. We're setting up the link drop into the main base. At the same time, here comes the main army. Again, this is going to hit very hard, and Trap is setting up batteries. So 2 batteries at the third base, 1 battery at the natural. I want to say that Trap has the tools to defend. I want to say that, but I'll be honest, I haven't actually seen this dynamic unfold this patch. Specifically a German Taxi all-in against specifically +1 Blink Stalker. Ooh, very nice pickoff. Yeah, drop is denied. Trappy shuts down the Dropper Lord, and no link drop into the main. Looking good for Trap. And again, these Stalkers, they can be very efficient here. Yeah, Trap, I think he's going to have enough. Solar, he commits in. Station Trap goes off. Walling off the natural. Does have the high ground, though. True. Solar, he has the high ground. Better concave, better engage. Going for the Cybercore. Cybercore is going to fall. which means no more Stalker warp-ins. We do have 4 more warping in. Again, that's 4 batteries here at the third. Oh my god, so many batteries. But Solar, he is maxing out. Like, through sheer numbers, Solar might still pull this off. That's why I was uncertain whether this would or would not work. As again, Trap is doing everything correctly so far. Setting up his batteries, kiting back, playing it slow, and the all-in has failed. Yeah, the all-in has failed. Solar, he's droning. Solar, he admits he cannot break Trap. Cannot break him. And this army from Solar is going to be outscaled. He has no upgrades, 0-0. The Immortals are amassing. Bay is on the way for Colossus production. Trap is going to have a bigger counterattack, a stronger swing. Stronger counter swing even. Jump into the main. Ooh, okay. Jump does come in. Delay jump into the main base. Catching out sentries. Catching out sentries, catching out stalkers as well. Rotates to the right-hand side. Locking down those stalkers. Ooh, even sniping the Oracle as well. Very nice. Yeah, Solar making the best out of a bad situation. Just trading as best he can. Ideally, he wanted to kill. Like, this was supposed to kill. Fails to do so, but, you know, trades with the army. Jesus, that's 3 Immortals now amassing. Disruptor production has begun as well. Solar has drawn up to 82. Jesus. He has 82 workers. But when it comes to the tech, there is no Hydra Den. Yeah, no Den. Just an Infestation Pit. Going for the Hive. Are we going into Ultras? But, I mean, he's already forced out Immortals, though. Vipers will help, for sure. Another link jump into the main. Link jump moves in. No battery in the main. Solar, he's still max. He's still applying pressure. As he's trying to engage. Typing on some stalkers. Biles, they do connect. Oh my god. Yeah, Biles are connecting. There's still that 1, now 2 disruptors. Queens, they go down. And Solar, he needs to trade. You can see Solar has a bank. He has a bank. He needs to trade. Bleed out roaches. Without losing too much. Otherwise, he's going to be stuck with a really inefficient army. And especially on a small map like this, it's very risky. Very dicey. Roaches, they peel off on the right-hand side. Ooh, Biles, they take down the Void Ray. Massive pickoff. Void Ray goes down. Meanwhile, we have 4 Immortals. We get a heavy Immortal count. Trap is moving in. We need more Ling Bane. Baneling speed is still on the way. We're still holding on to that Nova. Army collapsing in. There it goes off. Ooh, nice connection. And there's 1 more Nova. And Nova does connect. Massive connection once again. Oh my god, the splits are not there. Yeah, splits are not there. Solar, he is struggling. I mean, he is still maxing out. We do have 40 more links on the way, and with these reinforcements, he should be okay. If Solar's given time to remax, he will. Trap, he has to win a fight and then just keep pushing into the bases. Yes, Trap is moving in. Solar trying to respond. The Novas, they've reset. The Novas, they're popping off. Oh my god. And Nova's landing. There's still 1 Nova left. 1 more Nova. Ooh. Yeah, once again connects with Banelings. Decent connection. Solar struggling to hold on. He does not kill any disruptors, but he did catch the Immortals. Down to 1 Immortal. Down to 1. Solar, he's remaxing. More links are coming in. Novas, they... Ooh, catching up more Ravagers. Finally, Disruptor's going to be going down. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 Disruptor with the main army. Trappy does reinforce now with Colossus. We spoke earlier about the Hive, which was weirding me out. It's going to be hived onto Viper, hive into Ultra Tech. I don't think Solar can get there, though. It's so greedy. Solar's thinking too far ahead. When Trap is knocking down his front door with a superior army. And with a much larger force. Solar trying to come in from behind. Never goes off. Ooh, does connect. Better flank out of Solar, catching up both disruptors. Yeah, finally both disruptors go down. And he wants a Colossus as well. He gets one. Yeah, he gets a Colossus. Better fight for Solar at the same time. Delarambe comes in. Yeah, 10 drone kills. Solar bleeding out workers. Overall, though, that was a better fight for the Zerg. Yeah, Solar's panicking. Now squeezing out some ultras. Bearing in mind these ultras are not upgraded, we still have to wait for kind of spading. Nice catch. Wings get distracted, catch up pylons. Trap moving in. And Solar, he will survive until Ultra Tech. It was greedy. It was very, very greedy. And you saw that, I mean, Solar was struggling to trade. But alas, Lings, they get across the map. They're distracting. They're buying time. We have DT counterattack on the right-hand side. Do we have detection? Oh. Yeah, I don't see detection. Overseer just now morphing in. Hatchery is going to go down. Has to pick up at a trap. Cheeky moves. Kills the base. Yeah, sniping a hatchery. Again, still messy play here from Solar. Trap is trying to catch up, going for a second robo. Sorry, triple robo production. Oh my god. And you know what we mentioned earlier? When we first saw the Hive, I was like, oh, we can go Viper. That's going to be ideal. Fun fact, against like a heavy robo army like this, Colossus and Disruptor, Vipers would reign. Vipers would dominate. Vipers, that would shut everything down. There's no High Templar. There's no feedback. There are Blink Stalkers, but they have to blink into and under the Vipers. So Soul's making this hard for himself. Oh no, actually he has one. Okay, he has one Viper. He does go down. Does get focused down. So no abductions. With that, Soul, he has to try to brute force his way through. Does get into the mineral line though, and this might just be enough. This might be enough anyway. Probes are going down. It's a messy game here from Solar, but he's still making it work. It's fine. Kills 19 probes, cripples the economy. Ultras do 4. We have DTs in the mix. Oh, some rough losses here from Solar, by the way. Yeah, very expensive losses. Remember, Solar, he just lost the base of DTs as well. Just lost an expansion. Solar, he has to remax. Trap is coming. Yeah, Trap is coming in. Solar's in trouble. Solar going for the counterattack. He can knock down bases. But can he buy time? Oh. Yeah, Baza connect. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. Probe's going to be falling. At the same time, I can say the same about DTs. They once again kill another expansion. The DTs! The Dark Templar, they're popping off. Novas, they connect. Oh, massive connections on the Roaches. The army's very low. Colossus, they kite well. Okay, we're getting very messy here, but the third will fall. Third base goes down. Solar, he will lose his 5th. Down to 4 expansions. Really down to 1 base mining. Oh no. Solar does catch the Dark Templar at least. Let's catch them. As Trap is re-expanding, retaking the center base. Again, just a very, very messy game state. I still pin this on Solar to go for a German taxi against +1 Blink Stalker. Like that was a wild decision. But I was also curious to see how it would compare, like with the new like increased lava spawn rate, to see if like you could just brute force it anyway. The answer is no, but I mean Solar recovered economically anyway. Like he was able to max out and get up to 80 drones. It still led into a very messy game state where the ultras weren't worth it. They were just very, very expensive. They were very ineffective, very inefficient. I would say the ultra switch that we saw from Solar hurt him more than helped him. Especially because he was already going, like, there was already Mass Immortal. Like, it's just it's very overconfident play from Solar. Which I understand because Trap is a retired player. But, a lot of overconfidence. And it's been making this game harder than it needed to be. Nice catch, catching at two infestors. 2 infestors going down. Trap, he's getting his 4th base up and running. Oh. Or is this why the Koreans call Solo the Rock? Like, is this... I think so. I think so. Meanwhile, the Biles connects. So crazy Biles. Lings are coming from behind, getting on top of the side defense. Ooh, denies the warp in, catching out Narcon. Very nice thing run by. As this space is going to be shut down, and Trap, this is it. This is it. The final army. The final army. The Novas. Oh my god, massive connections. The Novas are connecting. This is it. Trap is switching forward. At the same time, we have 2 Ultras. We have some Fungals. Going for the Neural. Okay. Neural the Archons, let's go! Yeah, does Neural, breaks on through, and with that, Solar, he will clean up the final army. It all goes down. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take game number 2 and the series. Whew, GG. You could see Solar, there was a massive sigh of relief there. Like, he was... that was a tense game. That was a tense game. GG well played. Again, it was very bold and very confident and very bold of Solar to go for the all-in despite scouting +1 Blink Stalker. So very, very bold move. He went for it. I would say that typically, traditionally, it should not work, and it didn't, but Solar was able to transition very nicely. He transitioned very nicely out of the all-in, joining up to 82. He did choose to rush into Hive and rush into Ultras, which I still think was a crazy move, considering he saw 3 Immortals. There were already 3 Immortals there for Trap. It was already very robo heavy, so it was a odd choice, which again did make the mid to late game harder for Solar. It did make it more difficult as he was stuck with a worse army. Disruptors, Novas that were popping off time and time again. There was only ever 1 Viper made, only ever 1, and we never saw an abduction. So Solar made that game harder for him. I mean, it was a very chaotic. It was a very chaotic game. Shout out to the DTs, by the way. Like, that was like Trap was popping off non-stop DT run by his DT counterattacks, harassing the economy and slowing down Solar. But in the end, wasn't quite enough. GG. GG well played with that. We are going into our final matchup here. I mean, the final player for Team Protoss. Protoss, they've gone through everyone. Classic, Zeon, and Trap have all fallen to 1 player. Solar, he is almost about to all kill. Almost. Up next, we do have our last remaining Protoss player. It is going to be Solar versus Hero. Let's go. Let us go. It is going to be Solar versus Hero. They're going to be facing off in a ZVP. Of course, with Team Zerg versus Team Protoss. And again, Hero, he is the last player left. Now again, Rogue was able to all kill last week. Can Solar all kill this week? Is it his turn to all kill? Let's go. We'll see if we can pull it off. Now, if anyone can stop Solar, it's going to be Hero. Hero, he's a very chaotic, very dynamic player. He can be very difficult to keep up with when it comes to his builds of choice. He often is kind of like a pioneer, and he does come up with his own builds, his own styles. We'll see if Solar can keep up. Especially after that last game. But I would imagine that Solar's going to be a lot more respectful to Hero and be a little bit safer against him. Oh, does Hero have a New Jersey for SKT? Look at him go. Este Hero. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's flexing on us. Hero, calm down. Oh my god. Hero. Keep the shirt on, Bap. You don't want to get us banned. Damn. Este Hero. Yeah, the gloves are off. This is it. It's time to carry the team. It's time. Haha. Este Hero. Let's go. Let's go. As we are getting ready here for our next game. Gonna be loading into Rorschach. Oh. As there's some banter going on. See if we can catch up. Yo, they're talking about rain. Yo, they're pulling a CranKy Ducklings here. Oh, no, sorry, they're talking about rainfall. Okay. So here is saying that Rainfall is like is a Zerg map, and Solo's like, Rainfall or not, I can't win against Protoss. And Hero's like, question mark? What are you talking about? It's like, what do you mean? You're about to all kill? He was like, didn't you just beat Trap as Protoss? So I was like, no. Doesn't count. Alright, let's go. So again, just some banter between the players as we are now getting into our next best of one. Potentially the final game of the series. We're hoping for a back and forth. It would be cool to see Protoss begin that comeback and for us to be able to see Shin play or see Rogue play as well. But again, it all comes down to this singular game. We're going to be loading into Rorschach. Oh boy. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Rorschach, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, on currently a pretty impressive win streak here. He is one game away from all killing Team Protoss. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing T1, the final hope here for Protoss. It is Hero, the best Protoss player in the world, who has also been struggling in this matchup. If you recall, last week in the winners interview, or I say in the captain interview, Hero, he actually did express a little bit as well that right now he's just not enjoying PvZ. Or say he spoke about how a lot of players just period aren't really enjoying the matchups, whether it's PvZ, ZVP, TvZ, TvP, due to the current meta, the current state of things. But despite that, of course, here he's still, playing his heart out. He's still doing the best he can. And we have been seeing a lot of, as we mentioned before, Sky Toss or all-ins from Hero. We did see attempted Sky Toss out of Classic, and Solar did shut him down. I will say that Solar got a full scout, and that was a big part of how Solar was able to go for the all-in and break Classic before he could build up into Mass Void Ray. We'll see if Hero attempts to go Mass Void Ray, or if he does bring something else to the table. Again, Hero can be a very dynamic player. We've seen like Mass Oracle, we've seen like charge-based all-ins, carrier rushes, mothership rushes as well. Like, Hero is very, very dynamic in his play, so it's all about scouting for Solar. He has to try to piece together what exactly Hero is up to, because it could be anything, almost anything. But now standard opener, hatch gas pool. Hero does, or Solar does open up. Likewise, standard opener out of Hero as well. Gate expand into Cybercore. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. As I mentioned before, again, ZVP, when it comes to early game ZVP, it's still just like last patch. Just a little bit slowed down due to the worker counts, but outside of that, everything is still as it is. As it was. From here, we can soon go into a tech of choice. Once again, we're expecting a Stargate. There it is, Stargate open out of Hero. Meanwhile, welcome to Rorschach. True, I didn't even get to speak about it. Is this the first time we're playing on... No, sorry. We had a previous game on Rorschach as well in the previous series, but we're going to Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map of the map pool, the shortest rush distance out of any map in the current map pool as well, so hyper aggression is favored here on Rorschach. We can try to expand towards each other. There are these hybrid bases, there are goal bases as well, healing pad in the center. The map is crazy, is wild, and again, it does favor aggression, and we'll see who's going to be the aggressor. Now, one thing to add is that specifically on this map, short rush distance. The rush distance by ground is short, but also the rush distance by air is even shorter. So the idea of rushing into like Void Ray, into second Stargate, into additional Void Rays to snipe the main is much more viable here. Like, to be able to get across the map, do damage, and overwhelm. Like, that's very much so a tactic that is a lot more accessible here because of the map layout. The downside is that a Hydra-based all-in will hit even faster on this map. True. So we'll see. Show us what you got. Oh, okay, so a hidden second gateway. We're not going for a second Stargate. Void Ray opener into what looks to be an early council, or do we go for a third gate without a Twilight Council instead? We have been seeing some of this like vanilla gateway aggression. We saw that during Home Story Cup, if you remember. We saw some weird play on it in Home Story Cup out of the European Protosters. Let's see. Hero setting up for his third. We're waiting for the Twilight Council. No shot, we go Robo. No shot. Like here, what have you been cooking? No. Okay, he is going for Sky Toss. Never mind. Now with the extra gateway, I mean, you can see he is making additional adepts. No, never mind, just cancel. I was gonna say that he can apply some more pressure with adepts, but he is looking to go into that Sky Toss rush. He is making a second Oracle. We'll see if that Oracle production continues. There is a build that he would just like to mix in where he goes into Mass Oracle. So I don't want to rule that out. As the first one does poke in. Solo so far is trying to keep up. Going for the stasis. And Solar does pull away. So far, good reactions here from Solar. And yep, it looks like Mass Oracle. That is the third Oracle on the way, and the fourth Oracle, so it's going to be Mass Oracle here by Hero. If this goes unscouted, they can overwhelm Queens, Spores, and Mineral Lines. So this can do devastating damage, but again, if unscouted... German Taxi. I think this is going to work well. Without Blink, if you remember, I was really against the idea of going for a German Taxi against Trap because Trap went +1 to Blink Stalker. Without Blink Stalkers, it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a difficult defense here for Hero. As we're going for an all-in. Roaches are amassing, Queens are amassing, Lings as well. Here come the Drop Lords alongside this. The Oracles, they will be able to backstab, and the Oracles have a lot of potential. Do we have enough Queens with this? Is there a world where the Oracles defend? The issue is that they're energy-based. That's the big issue. They are energy-based, they dive on the first Queen. Yeah, one Queen goes down, the Spore will fall, drones have to evacuate. Yeah, they have to pull away. Critical damage being dealt here. Here comes the all-in. We're getting messy. And the issue here that I have is that these Oracles, they've spent a lot of energy across the map, which means they're going to have less energy to defend back at home. Less energy to defend. As that's 11 drone kills. Back at home, we're throwing down all the batteries. Can Hero hold? Can he hold on? We can throw down stasis traps. I mean, that is a lot of Oracles, and we have more Oracles on the way. Hero might defend. Like, the Queen count, I don't think it's there. Which transfuse, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how this all comes together. Files on the pylon. Oracles, they dive in. We have a couple of transfuse. Ooh, one Queen goes down. Yeah, miscontrol. Miscontrol by Solar. Solar, he will lose every single Queen. Every Queen falls. And these Oracles, they will kill up all, they will snipe all the Ravagers. Yeah, all the Ravagers are going down, and Hero, he's holding. Wow, he's holding on. He will clean everything up. At the same time, the drop, no, the drop goes off. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The all-in has failed, and Hero, he will hold with the Mass Oracle, and Hero does fight back for his team. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Hero. He does put a point on the board here for Team Protoss, again, going Mass Oracle. We did see that there just was none of anti-air. None of anti-air there for Solar. He lost every single Queen. He did miss some transfuses as well. He did miss control, so he did miss a couple of transfuses. When it came to said Queen, when it came to the Queen control, but with that, Hero, he will take the game. And now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Here we go. Okay, so here he has begun the comeback. Solar will fail to all kill. And up next, we have two Zerg players remaining, Shin and Rogue. Two Zergs left. Two Zergs left. Now, in my mind, it would make sense to send out Shin because Shin hasn't played yet in this tournament. If you remember, we spoke about the rationale behind fielding Armani and fielding Solar is that they have yet to play. They have not played in the tournament at all. So it would make sense to field Shin just so he can actually compete. Otherwise, we could fall back to Rogue, of course. True. We'll see. We shall see. Players are getting ready. It's going to be one of our two. And again, shout out to Hero for going Master Oracle and for catching Solar off guard. Honestly, it was kind of like a build or a win. Like, Solar didn't know that Hero was going Master Oracle. Solar, he just decided to go for his build of choice. Hero was going for his build, and there was just a clash of builds there, essentially. And so Hero, to be fair, he was able to react in time, recognize what was going on, and throw down all those batteries and throw down all the cannons. But again, the anti-air was lacking for Solar. And I believe our next game is going to be on Sanctuary 3. Now, I believe that because Zan was the captain, moving forward here, Hero versus Rogue and Shin, these should be best of 3s, if I recall correctly. They should be best of 3s. Unless I'm missing something. Go. And it looks like it is going to be Rogue. Okay, so we're holding on to Shin. Sorry, we're just waiting for our team, Team Zurich, to decide on who to field. And it is going to be Rogue as our player of choice. So Rogue versus Hero. And I believe this should be a best of 3. As we are getting our cameras ready. Seeing if there's any banter. Oh no, Hero. He's like, oh, Rogue is here, so I guess the series is over. Rogue is like, hey, I came out because of the map. As it is going to be Sanctuary 3. The map is predetermined ahead of time. So it looks like Shin and Rogue, they decided amongst themselves that Rogue would be fielded on Sanctuary 3. And let's go. Let us go. It is going to be a best of 3. Again, we're hoping to go all the way to the ace match here, but again, the pressure is on Hero. Pressure is on, as Hero has to bring down both Rogue and Shin to win this event. To win it for Protoss. And here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. And again, beginning that comeback for Team Protoss, it is Hero. The best Protoss in the world. If anyone can, he can. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. Whew, looking to bring it back here for Team Zerg. It is Rogue. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 1 of this fresh best of 3, and welcome to Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 is an interesting map in the map pool, does have a secure 2-base setup, but does have a bit of a more exposed 3rd base options here, 3rd and 4th base. We'll see how our players do open up here. Because the slow zones, because of some of the terrain here, it is a little bit difficult to be aggressive on this map, at least early on. We're expecting more mid to late game play, but really what I'm looking for here is how Hero will open up. Now, last game, Hero went for a standard opener into a second Stargate into Mass Oracle, and he was able to pop off and hard counter the unscouted German taxi of Solar. Again, all-in, the German taxi was scouted as the Oracles were doing damage, then Hero realized, then he threw down the batteries and cannons. So again, it was almost like a hard counter in regards to just a lack of anti-air that Solar did have available. I don't expect Rogue to go for a German taxi at all this series. I don't expect that to happen. I expect Rogue to just chill, take his 3rd, take his 4th base, drone up, get up to 4 base saturation, go into Ling Hydra, and just play standard instead. Those are my expectations from Rogue, but we'll see. Island gets thrown down. A little bit further back. Interesting. Might just be to help with scouting, just because the main is so large. So now we're calming down. We'll soon have our take of choice. We're expecting a Stargate opener out of Hero. We are not expecting Mass Oracle again. We should be seeing Hero mix it up. I mean, that's the good thing about Hero, is that, again, he has a lot of builds under his belt that he does like to rotate between. As Hero doesn't even open early Zealot to fully wall off. And we have the resources, just waiting for the Cybercore. The Cybercore is now done. And it is the Stargate. So Stargate opener out of Hero. We'll see if it goes Void Ray or Oracle. Again, I feel like in the current meta, in the current environment of StarCraft, I feel like you gotta go Void Ray. Like, there's just so much benefit to it. Especially because there's a very low chance you're gonna play standard anyway. Like, there's so we'll see. As the Overlord is currently parked at the natural. Yep, before their opener out of Hero. Again, like, I feel like this has to be the go-to in the current, again, the current environment. Void Ray hunts down the Overlord, hide your tech. And then from here, what do we go for? I wouldn't be opposed to like second Stargate Void Ray instead. I wouldn't be opposed to 8-gate Blink. Because it's a best of 3, Hero has a little bit more freedom to take some chances and take some risks, as there is more wiggle room here, as opposed to a best of 1. That is also another factor. As Rogue is gonna get supply blocked. Ooh, that's a big supply block as well. Yeah, 3 Overlords on the way. There it is, second Stargate. Second Stargate is making 1 Oracle. If we go up to 2 Oracles, then it's looking like Mass Oracle again. There's 1. 1 Oracle so far. Do we go Void or Oracle? And the answer is Mass Void Ray. Okay, so it is a different build. Last game, it was double Stargate Mass Oracle. This game is double Stargate Mass Void Ray, which is a little more standard. If you recall, we did bring this up earlier as a Depth into the main base. 3 drones going to be going down, nice damage. But if you remember, we did refer to this build when Classic did it earlier in this broadcast. Now Classic went triple Stargate Mass Void Ray. It's something that we've been seeing a lot more commonly in ZVP. It's one of the ways to try to play into the mid game. Again, it's either all-in or Mass Void. Voiders are amassing. From here, once we build up a healthy Void Ray count, we can go for the Fleet Beacon into Mothership. We could technically try to go for like a Twilight Council into like a charge follow, but nah, there it is. +1 fire attack, +1 air attack is on the way. But if they keep shading. There's that Fleet Beacon for the Mothership, and for eventually to switch into Carrier and Tempest. But you do want to build up a healthy Void Ray count first. You don't want to cut too many corners, otherwise you can just die. So there's a balance here, a balancing act. With your Voids, with your Skytos. Lings they pick in. And here he still has hidden... he still has hidden his Void Rays. The Lings that don't check the Cybercore. But they should, and they will. Oh, there we go. He scouts. He does scouts, it does confirm. And episode to get into the mineral lines, and Rogue, he should notice that Cybercore is researching. Which screams Skytles, and bam! Spire. Spire's on the way. So going Spire into Corruptor is ideal. You might be thinking, like, don't Void Rays counter Corruptors? They do in low numbers. A low amount of Corruptors do struggle, but if you build up into a heavy Corruptor Queen army, then you can shut down Voids. But we can see Hero's pushing. Yeah, Hero's moving out. He reveals his army. Phoenix switch? Huh. He's going for Phoenixes. Behind this. Hero, did he scout? He did. He saw the Spire. So Hero's trying to hard counter Mutas. He's expecting Mutas early on. And we'll see if he reads Rogue well. Does Rogue go Muta or Corruptor? Remember, he got scouted. Out of position to the mineral line. Void Rays, they move in. One queen goes down, losing one, losing two. He's gonna lose everything. Yeah, the queens are struggling here. They do try to transfuse. Corruptor production has begun. And Rogue will lose every single queen. That's what, 5, 6 queens falling. At the same time, Rogue tries to counterattack. Ooh, the wall is solid. Yeah, the wall is solid. Queen counters resets. Corruptors are coming. Lings, they're trying to get some counter damage done here, and they do get into the mineral line. Yeah, they're getting into the battery. Battery goes down. We need a little bit more time for those Corruptors. What's surprising to me here is that the economy is still untouched, actually. Doesn't lose any drones, and the Corruptors have arrived. And with that, the Corruptors, they will shut this down. It cleans up the army. Carrier production has begun. Lings, they bust into the mineral line, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. Hero, he killed 9 queens, which is good damage, don't get me wrong, but again, he did not touch the economy. Corruptors have arrived. Chasing down the army, going for the caustic spray. Forcing a reaction. Oh. Corruptors, they want the Void Ray. Cloak is activated. Carrier does barely get away. Corruptors catching at a Phoenix. Gets one. Going for the Mothership instead. One more volley. The battery. Battery helps, but the Mothership still goes down. And with that, Corruptors, they overwhelm. They focus on the Void. Catching on one more Void Ray. Ooh. Sniping a Phoenix. And Rogue, he's getting out of hand. We have 9 more Corruptors on the way. 9 more Corruptors back. We can see here trying to turtle up. He's throwing down a wall of cannons, shield batteries. He's trying to turtle up here. The Corruptors are at least low from earlier. But it's looking difficult for Hero to build up his Skytoss army. I say that he's going back into mass Void Ray. So if Rogue pushes in too soon, I believe Hero can hold. We mentioned this earlier, but Corruptors, they can deal with Void Rays, but only in high numbers. Right now we have, it might be enough. We're about to have 21. Yeah, 21 Corruptors against 9 Voids. The way this dynamic works typically is that the Rogue ideally wants to bait out Prismatic Alignment. He wants to bait it out. Comes in from behind, going for the natural. And I believe this Nexus should fall. Yeah, it will fall. Oof. Pulls away. Does pull away, rotates around. We're building a mass Roach Ravager. Ravagers are actually a really nice supportive unit here. This Skytoss army is prone to clumping. And forcing Micro out of the Void Rays is always ideal. So ideally, want to hold on to those biles and use them on the Skytoss. For now, knocking down the side defense. Takes down the other pylon. Their pylon goes down. You see the bile here zoning. Oof. Yeah, biles like an X. Berserk alignment gets activated. The biles. Oh my god. Carrier goes down. And with that, Rogue, he has enough. He just overwhelms, takes down all the Void Rays, takes down all the carriers as well. And Rogue, he will just snowball out control, cleans up the army. And Hero cannot hold. Not like this. And not like this, because he hands off the keyboard. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead in the series. Again, just standard play out of Rogue. Solar, he was desperate to just be hyper aggressive and go for all these all-ins, like from Solar's side. Here, you don't need to. You can just chill, calm down, play standard, drone, saturate, and once you confirm what your opponent's doing, react, of course. React and shut down with Corruptors. There was, of course, an earlier window where Hero was doing damage. Remember, he killed 9 queens. That was a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. 9 queens went down, but we also emphasized that he failed to really do any meaningful economic damage, and we saw that Rogue was able to buy time for the Corruptors. Long game there, just a bit of a longer output, a longer outlook, I should say, as he was just able to buy time for the Spire, for the Corruptors. Lings were able to counterattack, and once he built up his Corruptors, he shut down that Skytoss. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rogue is up 1-0, and now we're loading into game number 2, going to be loading into Washouts. And we'll see if Hero can bounce back. Again, Hero, he is the last Protoss hope. He is the best Protoss in the world, and he is the last hope here for Team Protoss. Otherwise, Team Zerg, they still have Shin behind this as well. They still got Shin. Rogue has that safety net. And let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washouts, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing T1 down in the series. Can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg player himself leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Rogue. We have Hero. Let's go. Let us go. So what have we seen so far out of Hero? So game 1 against Solar, Hero went double Stargate Mass Oracle. Game 1 against Rogue, Hero went double Stargate Mass Void Ray. Game 2, what else do we often see currently in the meta? Well, if it's not going to be Skytoss and Mass Void Ray, then I'm thinking either Glaive Adepts or Charge All In, or AK Blink Stalker All In. Like, those are the other, like, aggressive builds we often see. Here, he has been, of course, he's known for being very exploratory in his play, so there might be some kind of other, like, niche, like, cheeky build that we could see instead. Oh, true, right, of course, it's Hero. We have been seeing a lot of Mothership Rushes. Mothership Rushes have been very, very prevalent, and that's something else that we have been seeing mixed into the meta. If you recall, that's actually why in the most recent hotfix patch, the Mothership was nerfed. I believe they reduced its shields, by, it was a 100 and 150, but the overall shield plus HP pool was reduced for the Mothership, because Mothership Rushes were being so often seen. But the reason for that is because it's one of the only ways for, you know, Protoss to try to catch their opponent off guard and make a series. Oh boy. So we'll see. We shall see. For now, just going for the Cybercore and eventual pylon into the main. Eventual Stargate, we're assuming. It's quite rare to see Twilight Council openers. It's even more committed nowadays, if you do see that kind of play. And it is going to be Stargate for our take of choice. So Stargate opener out of Hero. With this, once again, we'll see if he does go. I mean, I said this in the last game, we do expect a Void Ray opener. Void Ray openers, they just make the most sense right now. So we'll see if he does embrace that here as well. But the follow-up is really what we're paying attention to. Like whether we go second target again or something else. We're here to see, we're here to find out. So far, Hero does poke in, does pull out. It is going to be an Oracle opener, not Void Ray. Okay, so it does open Oracle. This does mean that... never mind. There's an alternate way to shut this down. Stalker. So instead of going for the Void Ray to hunt down the Overlord, it is going to be Stalker. The Overlord is now stuck on the pillar, and that is what the Oracle will provide, high ground vision, to focus down that Overlord. So typically, if you want to hunt down the vision and deny scouting, it's either Void Ray or Oracle plus Stalker. The downside of this is that this means that you do have less adepts to harass across the map, as there's only one adept. Usually you want two, so only one. Likewise, the Stalker is also weaker against the Lynx early on as well, so there is a downside. The Oracle is in position. The Oracle's being kept busy, second Oracle's on the way, Rogue is going for the Evo Chamber into plus on melee, standard opener, standard follow-up. This is looking like Ling Hydra. Typically, early Evo Chamber means we're skipping roaches. Typically. As Oracle's a zone away, we are going to be opening up triple Oracle. So triple Oracle opener, no fast tech yet. No fast tech at all. Okay. There's that melee output that we did mention. And so far it looks like Hero's playing standard. Twilight Council gets thrown down, we're waiting for a Forge, Probe is in position. Oracles, they will shut down the Spore. They get a kill! Ooh, kill not a cancel. Rogue not able to react in time, slipping up. Where's the Forge? Hero has the money for it. The Probe was in position. Throws down two more gateways, no Forge, no +1, that's very suspicious. Very suspect. Are we going into Blink? Charge. Okay, we're going for early charge into Temple Archives, but late Forge, late +1. Let him cook, Bappy. Let him cook. The reason why I put so much emphasis on the lack of Forge, one, I mean, Hero can afford it. Hero, he has resources for it. But lack of Forge tells us that Hero is not really thinking further ahead. In regards to the build. But we're taking our gases. From here we can build up Archons. I will say that Rogue, because he's skipping Roaches, it can be a very difficult defense for Rogue. Going Linbane Hydra is not easy against Charger Archon Storm. Roaches are very robust, they can tank well against Storm, they can tank well against Zealots. And Rogue is still yet to piece it together. Does move in, sees Adepts. No Major Scout yet. Things they keep pushing. Oh, the Oracles are ready. Oh, and we're going Lingbane Spire? Oh, God. I think, like, Hero, there's a big window here where Hero can just pop off. Like, Rogue is being so greedy. I mean, it depends, right? Because now we see Double Forge. Double Forge is on the way. Double Forge makes sense to catch up because Hero is behind in upgrades. But if Hero plans on defending and turtling and going to Double Forge and double upgrades, then Rogue is going to have so much freedom to get into his Muta play. Yeah, it's we're getting rowdy. we're getting rowdy, Pappy. We're getting rowdy because initially I assumed that Hero was going to go for an earlier push, but the Double Forge says otherwise, which means Rogue can get away with the Spire. Yeah, High Templar are scouted, Immortal as well. Now Rogue knows. Now Rogue knows 100%. He's fully aware of the build, fully aware of the tech. Prism is coming, and there's a big window here where Hero can punish Rogue. Big window. Mutas, they will not help in the defense. They don't help. Yeah, again, Rogue, he's playing with fire right now. He can still make this work, but there it is. Thankfully, Hydrogen. I was worried that he was just going to skip it entirely. Did he cancel this Hive? Sorry, the Spire? So Spire is done. But again, going Mutas here is so risky. Lings they poke in. Here we go. We have 9 Mutas on the way. Oh, Lings they do bust into the main, actually. Bust into the main base. Cannons in position. Army's moving out. I mean, even again, Lingbane Hydra is going to be difficult to defend with. As things they do bypass the army. They get across the map. Flapping on Zealots. Oracles, they shut this down. And we'll see how Hero reacts once the Mutas reveal themselves. Mutas are on the way. And does Hero just counterattack, or does he try to keep up? Oh! Ooh, Templar gets caught! Yeah, catching at 1, 2 Templar. Very nice catch out of Rogue. Catching at 2 Templar and the War Prism. Ay, 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 a rough start. Phoenix production has now begun. Archons, they morph in. Yeah, morphs in the Archons, and Hero's just pushing. Yep, Hero's just pushing. He's just moving out. So these Mutas have triggered a counterattack. Catching out all 3 Oracles. And how is this dealt with? That's my question. Do we have enough Lingbane? Hero does snipe an expansion. Lingbane is amassing. We need more Lingbane. It's only 2 Archons. That's not enough. It's only 2 Archons. And Rogue, he does counterattack, gets into the middle line. Hero's moving in. This is it. Shows the Banelings. Yeah, Banelings. Oh my god, no splits. Yeah, they smash into the Zealots. They chase them down. Massive connections. Every Zealot falls. And ideally, the Archons want to be tanking, not the Zealots. And with that, Rogue defends. Yeah, Rogue, he defends. He shuts us down. We'll pick up one of the Archons. And in the end, Rogue is done it. Rogue, he kills 19 workers, 19 probe kills. Does have to avoid the Archons, of course. But, I mean, he's crippled the economy. He's done his job. The Mutas have done their job. Oof. Once again, they have to respect the Archons. Heroes moving out. Banelings, they smash into the mineral line. 10 probe kills. And back at home, does Rogue have enough to defend? So far, 8 Banelings. 8 Banelings. Trying to get on top of the Archons. Dust around. 1 Archon goes down. Gets 1, gets 2. And there's no juggling. No juggling. It looks like with that, Rogue holds. There's not enough anti-air. There's not enough anti-air. Now we have 2 Archons coming in, but they're too late. They're too late, man. Yeah, too little, too late. The Mutas, he got away with it. He did barely get away with it here. You can see the Mutas, they barely do come out on top. Still very shaky defense. But the Mutas, they hold, they defend, they shut down the Warpin as well. And with that, Team Zerg, they will come out on top, as Shin will never get to play. Shin did not play day 1. Shin, he will not play day number 2 either. Shin just casting back. True. He's here to sit back and let the boys get to work. Ah. And again, it was tense. It was very tense. Seeing Hero build up into his own Charger Archon. But again, because of the double forge, he went for a later push, a later timing. Mutas, they got up and running. They were able to counterattack. We saw that Hero did try to push himself, but we saw that he overextended. He ran into a massive wall of Banelings. Rogue was ready in time with all the Lingbane. Typically you want the Archons to tank, but GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Hero. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rogue, you will claim the series, and Team Zerg will come out on top. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. And again, thankfully, we had somewhat of a back and forth here. We saw double Stargate Mass Oracle 1 game out of Hero. We did see double Stargate Void Ray. We saw here going into a quirky build, going into Charge Archon, into Delayed Double Forge, into a heavy Charger Archon composition, which is supposed to shut down like Ling Hydra play. The Mutas was risky, but Rogue did pull it off. Did pull it off in the end. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Team Zerg for claiming the win. And shout out to Team Protoss for coming in second place. And I believe that they're going to be having a captain interview again. We saw that last time. We might see it again. Hold on. Let's have a look. Let us have a look together here. We'll open up E-News channel. And if there is an interview, then we'll of course provide some translations in the VOD. Do our best.
와 진짜 오늘 자, 이병렬 GSL CK에서 초탈 15연승 정말 미친 경기력을 보여줬습니다.
Let's see.
자, 이렇게 해서
I know they had an interview last time. I don't know if they'll do one again.
자, 오늘 버그의 최종 우승 뭐
I'm not sure, not sure. But regardless, GG well played. Congratulations, as again, Team Zurich, they'll come out on top in the GSL CK Race Wars. Again, I do think that this was a really good showing of the current meta of certain matchups, of specifically non-mirror matchups, right? TVP, ZVT, PVZ, and PVT, of course. They're all put on full display here, and you got to see kind of a wide breadth of things. It's I would say that it's important to bear in mind the context of these matches. There's a lot of people that don't watch the stream or that don't watch the VOD. They only see scores, they only see results, and they make certain assumptions. Like an example of that is that we had a back and forth here in the finals. True. But what did the games look like? We saw some hyper dedicated, hyper committed play at a Protoss, whether it's Sky Toss or all-ins from players like Zaun, players like Hero, players like Classic. Remember, Classic tried to go Mass Void Ray as well. Like, that is what the meta currently is at the moment for PvZ. So you might be looking at the scores, might be seeing like, oh, like Zaun won some games, Hero won some games. That means like they're figuring out the meta and then things are balancing out. Well, the current meta is being established in a certain way, with a lot of Sky Toss and a lot of all-ins, which I would say is not very healthy for the game. If we're reverting to like this like 2021, especially 2021 like esque era of Mass Void Ray Sky Toss, I would say that's a negative thing. Same with ZVT. We've been watching ZVT over the past couple of weeks. You might be looking at it, might be thinking like, oh, it's like a back and forth going on between Zurich and Terran, but it's also Terran's going for non-stop all-ins. Like a lot of like 1-base all-ins, 2-base all-ins, proxies, and just hyper aggressive play, just because of the current state of things. Now, I'm not too concerned because we're expecting a patch, right? We're expecting a hotfix patch to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I think I want to say that Blizzard are fully aware that the current state of StarCraft is not in a good place. So we're all expecting a patch. What is in the patch? Hard to say. Like, we don't really know what's going to be in it. I think so I'm not concerned about that because I feel like there's probably going to be a patch that happens. I think my only concern about StarCraft at the moment is I feel like this might be the only one, as in because the StarCraft team is so small, we don't expect to get like a hotfix like every week until September. Like, that's not going to happen, right? Like, or every 2 weeks until September, until BlizzCon. That's not going to happen. Like, StarCraft doesn't have the most amount of attention from Blizzard. Their team only has a limited amount of resources and time to dedicate to StarCraft. So I feel like we're going to have maybe one more hotfix, maybe two if we're lucky. But I don't see too much more support happening for this patch, so that's my big concern. So that whatever happens next, the next hotfix patch, like it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good, just because like there's a very low chance that we're gonna be having continued hotfix for like another month. Like that, it'd be surprising if we do get that. I'd be happy to be wrong. I'd be happy if we do get a bunch of hotfixes for the next 4 or 5 weeks. But I don't have the most amount of confidence that that's going to happen. But regardless with that, we are going to be wrapping up here. And again, congratulations to Team Zurich for claiming the win. Shout out to Team Protoss for coming in second place, and shout out to Team Terran for coming in final place here for the GSL CK. Once again, if you want to support GSL, you can do so via Patreon, patreon.com/GSL will support this tournament to help fund more events and fund a future season of GSL as well. Again, GSL CK is a fun event that does occur on a monthly basis. I say fun event event, we have been messing around a lot with the format of the tournaments. We've been seeing a lot of different changes, like race wars this month, or otherwise like single donation brackets, team league events, team matches where players, they draft their teams. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to see the different format time, week after week after week, or sorry, I should say month after month, edition after edition. So we'll see what GSL CK 6 brings to the table. We shall see. So a big shout out to GSL, big shout out to SOOP, of course. SOOP, they are the main supporter of this event and streaming platform as well. SOOP, they're a Korean streaming platform, so you can see the live coverage over on SOOP. It is casted live on SOOP in English and Korean, and not just that, but also a bunch of the players were streaming their POVs. So you can see not just the player POV, but also you can hear the team voice channel discussing everything. You can hear the voice channel, you can hear them discussing. So you can hear those comms. It looks like there's not an interview. Okay. Yeah, no witness interview. So with that, GG well played. So again, you can check out all that POV action and see like Hero's point of view, Rogue's point of view, Armani's point of view, Innovation's point of view, for example. You can see that over on their own respective channels. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Any other shout out? Shout out to Inu, of course, for casting in Korean, Ryung in Korean, Rex as well. Big shout out to all the boys. And yeah, we'll see you guys for the next GSL CK. When it comes to other big events going on, RSL, of course, RSL is over the weekend. Let's actually catch up with our schedule here. We're going to be live with Crank Gatherers later on. Oh, there, that's the Wikipedia page. There we go. We're going to be live with Crank Gathers later on the week. We do have the Wardy TV Mondays, we have Pegasus Cups, the Podcast, Kung Fu Cup as well, MSO and STC, a full week of StarCraft. We're going to be cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. All the content, all the StarCraft, all the tournaments, it's all here on the channel. Bearing in mind, a big shout out to SOOP, because I believe the VOD is being hosted on the SOOP YouTube channel. So it's going to be over there. But otherwise, you can follow more of us here at the CranKy Ducklings on our own respective channel on YouTube as well, and other platforms. But again, YouTube is the place to be. Otherwise, we're also live on SOOP. True, we're also live on SOOP as well. Can check us out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time for some more GSL CK or for our next broadcast. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.